Good morning, Tanya. Good morning, everybody. Tap the screen, tap the screen. Good morning, Alicia. Hey, Uncle Bernie. Good morning, everybody. Tap the screen, tap the screen. Tap the screen, y'all. Tap the screen. Good morning, Foxy. I see y'all been all over the place this weekend. Good morning, Blue Heart. Hashtag in the comments. Hashtag FYP, y'all. Hashtag FYP, y'all. Let the For You page know Black Diamond is on live. Let's talk, let's talk, let's talk. Good morning, Michelle. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Come on in, come on in. Y'all see I went on a field trip yesterday, y'all. Yeah, Diamond went on a field trip yesterday. And y'all know what? For some reason, I know Uncle Bernie, it is getting close. Good morning, Ryan. Good morning, everybody. For some reason, y'all, I attract fair-skinned brothers. And there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with that. I love my fair-skinned brothers. But they be all over me, y'all. Good morning, Lexi. But yeah, who I went out on a date with yesterday, field trip, he was fine. He was fine. He's 49. He has one daughter. She's 28. Yeah. What's my preference though? For complexion wise, I don't have one. Good morning, Samal Fry. Oh, we had a good time. We went to I posted a video, y'all, of some of the clips. As y'all can see, he's not good with the camera. So yeah. But I posted the first video, y'all. I posted. We went and played what's it called? Mini golf or whatever. We played some games. And then let me tell y'all what happened. So I took my little stand thing that I have my phone on to hold my phone. So I set my stand thing down on the table. Right? I sat on down on the table, and there was a dark-skinned chick sitting at the table. So when I set my phone down, and she was, I set my phone case, my little stand thing down that you could hold your phone and record. So me and him playing mini golf, having a good time, enjoying each other. And I was like, honey, let me go get my stand. I go back over there, y'all. My stand is gone and she gone. Y'all, I was looking for her ass. And I told him, I said, listen, I don't want you to feel no type of way. I said, but I'm gonna get my stand. Yeah, she took my stand. And I walked all over looking for her ass. Like she was gonna get that stand up. She won't give me my stand back. Whether she knew it or not, she was gonna get it back. But y'all, she was gone. She was gone, y'all. I was looking for my stand because that's my favorite. So, I was like, it threw me off for the rest of the night. But we was cool. And I gotta get him I gotta get him used to the camera wise. But I'm definitely looking forward to a second date. Definitely. Yeah. The attraction is there. The attraction is there. My phone, y'all, was in my hand. I just put the stand down because, I couldn't play golf and hold the stand and my phone, so Um, yeah, that's what it was. But yeah, I got some videos. Me and him took videos together and pictures together and stuff like that. So yeah, yeah, I'm looking forward to a second date. But let's get into the topic. Let's get into the topic. The topic this morning is self-inflicted trauma. Oh no, he ain't getting any. Why would I? No. Why would I give him no? Y'all, I'm so tender. Like, I haven't been with anybody in a while. I'm so tender. So no, I'm not. And I'm free. I'm free. You know, mentally when it comes down to a relationship or a man or something. You know what I mean? So I'm yeah. I don't have no relation ties, no sexual ties. I don't have to worry about what he doing or why he ain't called me or you know what I mean? Yeah. No. I'm free, y'all. Tap the screen, tap the screen. Anyhow, y'all, let's get into the topic. Self-inflicted trauma. Good morning. Good morning, B. Dennis. Forget about him and call me. Good morning, Queen Dimples, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning, y'all. Welcome to the Diamond Show. Welcome to the Diamond Show. Yes, y'all. We're gonna talk about self-inflicted trauma today. Someone been sending me a video about this young lady. I guess she been doing something called Stop Shaming Single Mothers. Yeah, I think she was saying stop shaming single mothers. And I don't know, I don't know what happened Friday night. Oh, Michelle, you missed it. We had D Valley Friday night. You missed it. Girl, you missed it. You missed it, Michelle. It was a show. So yeah, she was like, stop shaming single mothers. And my thing is, we do a lot of things to ourselves. We bring a lot of that chick live was a whole bash man show. Boo her. That's what they be saying about me, though. Every from time to time, they be like, Diamond, all she do is bash men. All she do is bash men. That's what they say, but that's not the case. It's just that I allow people to get on my platform and tell their story. That's it. So, yeah, she was saying, stop shaming single mothers. But I feel like we are in control of us. We are in control of our bodies. We are in control of who we lay with. We are in control, you know what I mean? If we make him put on a condom, protection, we in control of all of that. We are in control if he even gonna get some. We in control of that. If a man tell you he got X amount of kids, right? B. Dennis, you know I'm at work. Be quiet. If a man tell you he got X amount of kids, right? All right. For one, that tells me, and then you got different baby mamas. But one, that tells me, all right, clearly you don't like protection. Clearly. For two, why are you even sleeping with him? Make it make sense. Can y'all hear it now? Y'all still can hear the noise? I'm going to tell y'all something. It is some people out here. It's somebody for everybody. That's what they say. But it's some people out here that don't even deserve even a conversation from you, especially if you have, I feel like people, and that goes for men and women. I feel like people need to set their standards higher than what they do. Set the bar high. My ex, y'all, set the bar high. That's why, you know what I mean? It can't no anybody come in and be in a relationship with Diamond. He set the bar high. So, I know what I deserve. I know the way I should be treated. You know what I mean? Like, I love my attention. I love my attention. A man have to give me my attention. You have to give me my attention. You have to show me that you, good morning, Jazz, everybody. You have to show me that you for Diamond. And you got to be consistent. I'm spoiled with that. My ex always answer his phone. I'm spoiled with that. He made me a priority from the first day. I'm spoiled with that. It's just certain things I require. And if you ain't doing that, I'm not finna go from what I'm used to with him just to adjust your inconsistency. That I ain't doing that shit. Y'all can have that shit. But anyhow, I don't need no dog. No, I don't need no dog. I feel like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like, men need to learn how to be consistent. Y'all need to learn how to be consistent. Because let me tell y'all something. If y'all are dealing with one woman, if you're dealing with one woman, you know what I mean? Like, you will know how to make her a priority. You will make sure you communicate with her because you're only dealing with one. Your communication should be on point. You only dealing with one. So, Michelle says it's so hard to get a man with a full package. Michelle, what's your full package? Because everybody's full package is different. Even men. Men have they requirements from a woman as well. So, what is your full package? Because even men have they have they full package too of what they want from a woman, or what she should have if they're dealing with her. But yeah, y'all, like back to the self-inflicted trauma. We are in control of us. Ladies, y'all need to understand that. So, if you're letting him be sexually active with you, y'all just free, just free having casual sex. Free. It's a possibility you're going to get pregnant. But you ain't think about that shit. You just free. You ain't think about it. It's a possibility that, y'all don't see my box button? My box button up here. Do y'all see it now? It's a possibility that you gonna get pregnant, right? So guess what? Protect yourself, especially if you don't know him like that. Y'all, you know what I'm saying? All of a sudden, y'all only been dating 6 months, and boom, you pregnant. Make it make sense. Boom, 6 months, and boom, you pregnant. Or even a year, and you pregnant. Why? Good morning, Faja. Is it Faja? Faja. Like, tell me why. Tell me why you pregnant. When you're dating someone, I think that y'all should have goals. When you getting to know somebody and y'all dating, y'all should have some goals, right? Y'all should have some goals. A baby should not be a goal in no year. You want me? Okay, go come on your backup page, Michelle. A baby should not be a goal in no year. You still getting to know him. Y'all still getting to know each other. Honey, okay, here you go.
What's the problem? Good morning.
Good morning.
What's the problem? If she's pregnant or if she's not, why are you chatting?
What do you mean? What's the problem
Why
if she's
are you
pregnant or why
chatting
she's
together?
not? What you mean? Why am I judging? We're having a conversation. What are you talking
Yes.
about?
Yeah, I'm asking you. She's pregnant, for example, 1 year or 6 months after.
First of all, if
That's
she's
her
pregnant,
problem. What's the problem?
listen, it is her problem, but that's the
Yes.
problem today, though. That's why a lot of mothers are out there single.
Explain
That's
to me.
why a lot of women are having struggling or having hard times and etc. because they're putting themselves in position. They're putting themselves in position to be a single mom because if you're pregnant within 6 months to a year, how do you even know this man want to even be with your ass? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
I'm sorry, my question might not work.
Uh, and then on top of that, if you're dating someone, even for women, if you dating someone and y'all been seeing each other for 6 months or 3 months or to a year and you done got pregnant, how you even know the woman even want to be serious with you? You know what I mean? Like, it's plenty of women that went to their friends and been like, girl, I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant, girl. And I don't even want to have this. I'm pregnant. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And her best friend and her, figure out how she gonna handle that. So, tomorrow, she gonna get her ass in my live. She gonna get in the box talking about if she pregnant, why are you judging? Y'all know Diamond. She done threw Diamond off her game. If she pregnant, why you judging? Girl, you're not listening. You didn't even come and read the room. You just jumped your ass in my box and you didn't even read the room. Basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to stop a lot of women from being, single mothers and stuff. Like, pursue your career, just do everything you got to do. If you dealing with somebody within 3 to 6 months or even a year, how do you even know why? You know what I mean? Why do you even want to even bring a baby into the situation right now? You don't even know what y'all doing. You don't even know what y'all doing.
I agree.
Everybody.
Good morning, Miss Diamond. How are you this morning?
Good morning, Blue Heart.
All right. But yeah, to elaborate on what you what you just said, would the female go to her best friend? It should be embarrassing if your best friend respond by who? You know,
I
because
mean,
if that
it's
should,
not, but you know, best friends, if your best friends respond by who, it's because she's your best friend and she know all your business. But if your
that's
best,
what I'm saying.
but if my best friend say to me by who, it's not gonna be embarrassing to me because clearly I done told my best friend all my business and who I'm seeing and how many people I'm seeing. So it's not gonna be an embarrassment to us. That you know what I mean? That's our best
Okay.
friend. I mean that's our best friend. It's not gonna be embarrassment.
Oh, okay. I feel you. I feel you. Cause that's your best friend. She's not gonna judge you and actually,
Right,
you know,
right.
that. Okay, I feel you.
But what I was saying was, Blue Heart, what I was saying was, like us women, when we're dating a man and, you know, we've been seeing him for 6 months or a year. And what I was saying was, and then all of a sudden we end up pregnant, we go to our best friend and we just, you know, we have the conversation like, I'm pregnant.
No,
I
I
can't believe I'm
understand where you're
pregnant.
coming from.
You know what
No,
I mean? Like, what am I
I
going to do?
definitely
This is
understand.
not.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, then you then if you decide to have a baby, you're taking a very high risk of bringing a baby into a unfunction situation because you don't even know what y'all are doing.
Yeah, I agree. You know, you got to go through all the seasons of that person to actually, you know, get it. Like with both of my kids' mom, I've been with them 4 years prior to us having our first child. You know what I mean? So um, I could say I know all of the ins and outs of these women, but once again, things could change. Definitely things do change, of course. But I'm still with the mother of my second child, not the first one. Things change on that avenue. So, um, yeah, it's
And then
it's
Blue
it's
Heart,
definitely.
and then when a baby come into a situationship, now y'all forced to make decisions that y'all don't even want to make. Now the man feel like, it's a possibility the man might not even want to see you that way. But now you feel like, okay, for the sake of the child, now I got to be around or she gonna have the baby. And that's a lot of men be asking these women, okay, so what you gonna do?
Yep.
You gonna
And
keep
the
the
first
baby,
thing,
you gonna get the baby.
majority of women say, oh, I'm gonna have my baby.
Yep. That's
But
what
let me
happened on
ask
my
y'all
first
this.
situation.
Y'all have y'all
Go
do
ahead.
y'all notice that nowadays a lot of women, especially younger girls nowadays, they are actually wanting kids. They are actually wanting a baby. But do
But
y'all think it's
but
because of the
Kira,
lack of love
no,
that they have received in life that they're craving a child to love
no,
on?
Kira. What it is no. Kira, no. It's very rare that women are craving babies. Very rare. Now we get baby fever. Don't get me wrong. We get baby fever. But most of the time, those young girls are moving off of emotions. They are making
Mm-hmm.
decisions off of emotions because they're dealing with a guy that they like or that they love and they want a baby to always have a part of his ass and to keep a part of him, or they thinking that baby is gonna keep that man around.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like who I mean, if it's
Very
young
true.
girls out here waking up talking about I want a baby, like I just want a baby.
Diamond, I see it every day. It's legit, like
Yep.
especially on Facebook. I see so many girls. I can't wait to have a baby. Or you see, I don't know if y'all see like these, like scroll through, just see like tarot videos. I be
I
seeing
see it.
like videos, girls be like, when would I get pregnant? Am I pregnant? Or well, I'm like, why are y'all trying to be pregnant so much? Do y'all not know the responsibility of these kids? And if you're not in a good place mentally, how having a child and trying to keep up with your own mental sanity is hard. That stuff is
Yeah,
it's not easy being a mother out here.
Right.
yeah.
Now I've
I don't
definitely
get it.
seen. Yeah, I've definitely seen that because they'll say, uh, "I want someone to love me unconditionally," but that's the problem right there too. Like your baby could love you unconditionally, but if you're having your baby under these conditions, that's not guaranteed you'll love that baby unconditionally because you got to go through all the stress and all the waking up alone, especially if you're saying you want a baby, not a man with it, that comes with it. the husband that comes with it, then you're dooming yourself, if you ask me.
And then they end up, and that's where it comes with Kira. That's where it comes with self-inflicted trauma. Then they end up, oh, I'm a single parent, I'm struggling, and this and that. There, you know what I mean? It's self-inflicted trauma
Mm-hmm.
because you had a decision. First of all, we had a decision to get on birth control. We had a decision to get on birth control if we wanted or not. Second of all, we had a decision to make him wrap it up. We had a decision to make him wrap it up. That's the second decision that we had. We is in charge of.
Well,
So
can I say something with
Right.
that, Diamond? Y'all know
Your body, your
sometimes,
choice.
yeah, that's true. But you know, some women, they like a guy so much, you know, they let a guy have their way with them, even if they don't want to do it, they still do it. Even
that's why
with
I said, Kira, that women are
you
making
right.
decisions off of emotions.
That's right.
Off of
It's
emotions, and you cannot make decisions off of emotions. If you've been with
that's
a
true.
man for 6 months or a year and you think you love him in a year, that does not mean you need a baby though.
That's fact. You're right. But I wonder what you're right. But it's definitely something inflicting that. Like, why are, and I see this a lot too, where people say they fall in love with 3 days of consistency or 3 days of good morning text. Like, I'm in love already after such and such in time. Like, that's not healthy. Why are you
You
falling in
know
love
why?
that quick?
You know why, Kira? Because for one, it's so many women. It's a lot of women out here, Kira, that want a man. It's a lot of women want a man. I have never seen so many thirsty women in my life. It's a lot of women want a man,
And that's
and they
why
would
men feel like it's so comfortable for women to chase them these days, because women make it so easy these days. That's how
right.
I feel.
Yeah,
That's
they make
exactly
it
how I feel.
easy. They
Women
make
are
it
chasing
easy.
these
Like,
men. That's how I feel like they like the whole thing, the switch, the roles, the switch. Instead of women being chased, these men are being chased because these women are very much so thirsting after these men nowadays.
yeah, yeah.
Like, you see it more so often now. It's like, and then women, they feel like they have to show, not all women, but a lot of them feel like they have to show their body off or
Good
enhance their
morning.
bodies and stuff, you know, to get the attention they want or love they want. But these men aren't doing nothing but taking off their shirts, smiling, looking good, and here come these women. Same thing, you know, after them like hungry dogs.
And the problem is they have no notion that they're just out for the cobbler.
Michelle, be
They are
quiet.
going and taking you for the cobbler, and you looking for a relationship. That ain't what they for. You
I
got to
feel like
know
it's
somebody before you laying up like that and popping out babies.
right. I feel like we. That's why I said we in charge. We in charge, y'all. I am in full control of Diamond. Now, yes, was I a single mother? Of course. Was I a single mother? Yeah, but me and my kid's father was together for a long time. And guess what I was doing, y'all? I was moving off of emotions. I thought
Exactly.
we was gonna be together. I thought we was gonna be a family. That's what it was.
Because
I
that
was
was
young
definitely
and I
my
was
excuse.
young and dumb.
And the flip side of that is that literally changes you mentally. That's what people don't
Yeah,
realize. That
most
mental
definitely.
change when you're young like that and you just see this family. Oh, we're gonna have a baby and have a family. When that don't happen, that literally changes the person you are. And that's why you got these women that's now screaming, I don't need a man. These
And y'all
men ain't
know what?
nothing. No, you're
And
hurt because you
I
didn't think this thing through.
right.
Hmm.
Y'all, I have gotten wiser. Like older, I get, you know what I mean. And I talk to my children. I talk to y'all. But at the end of the day, you can do all the talking you want to do. A person's still going to do whatever they want to
Oh,
do. They're going
That's
to do
right.
that
whatever they
part.
want to do. You know what I mean?
When
And
I
at the
see
end of the
my
day, that's
daughter follow
fine.
my footsteps, that stuff hurt. When my daughter was pregnant at 17, it's like I see myself all over again. I was like, I thought, because my mom, them, I was the little church girl. So you just was told, don't do it. You weren't given no information, just don't do it. So I was literally thrown to the streets. I needed a thug. I thought, because my mom and them said I couldn't do it. Why can't I have it? I'm going to go see what it is that they telling me I can't have. And then,
Thanks for
I
that
was like,
honesty. A
I
lot of
was
people don't
left
admit
there to
that.
get my head knocked
That's
off.
true.
And then my daughter goes and do the same thing. It's like, Lord, I don't want her walking in the same. So I was raw with her. I let her know what it was. I mean, you grew up and your dad wasn't there. You don't want that for your kids.
My baby
But
got
it's
pregnant,
like
y'all,
a
at
pattern
15.
being repeated.
She got pregnant at 15. Worse. Y'all, I never cried so much in my life. I'm telling you, I never cried so much in my life. But after she had my grandson, and we was in that hospital. Okay, we was in the hospital. The doctors ask you, do you want to get on any birth control? They ask y'all women these questions in the hospital. I told him to give my daughter the IUD. Well, she could not have no babies for 10 years.
Right.
10
Okay,
years.
question,
Hmm.
Hold on, wait
question.
a minute. Hold
Okay.
on, wait a minute. My daughter, 15 years old, all of the friends got pregnant. All of them was being sexually active. I guess they thought it was cool, right?
Wow.
That pet.
Listen, my daughter friends, 15, all them little girls got 4 and 5 kids.
Oh wow.
Wow.
4 and
And
5
And
they
it
and
don't be the
damn
parents. They
children.
like to throw it on the parents. I did it because my parents told me not to. I grew up with my mom and dad in the church. So it isn't about, well, what was their parents doing? My parents taught me very well not to get in the position I put myself in. But I was one that was like, well, why they saying don't do it? That must be the fun thing over there. But you're young and naive and
And
you're
then
living
listen,
a
and it's you right.
lifelong
It's
lesson
different
from
for
your choices.
everybody. You are right about that,
Yes.
because, like, in me, it was like with my parents, I was raised in a single parent household till my mom became married, but it was like I could have done anything I wanted to do. You know what I'm
Morning,
saying? Because my
everybody. Good
mom
morning.
wasn't on me at all. I could have did anything I wanted to, but I wasn't one of those type of kids. I could have stole the car. I didn't. I could have ran, snuck out the house. Being with guys if I wanted to, but
Good
I
morning,
didn't.
everybody.
But
Good morning.
instead, I yearned for love. I yearned for a love, family, acceptance, and I thought that I told you. Diamond, with my baby father, I thought that I found it, but instead, I clung to a narcissistic man. And you know what? They love women who don't have a father figure
Yep.
in their lives, And
So
that's
you
something
know
I
what you
feel
was
like a
doing,
lot of
Kira?
women need to pay
You know
attention to
what
that.
you know what you was doing, Kira? You was trying to fill a void.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You was trying to fill a void. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. Like I went through that stages where I was trying to fill a void. And so I kid y'all not, when that void I was trying to fill, I would I would go shopping to make myself feel better. Or I would go, let me go get my hair done. Let me go get my nails done. Let me go get pretty or something. You know what I mean? Because
Mm-hmm.
you got, you have to, when you're trying to fill a void, it's not gonna turn out good. It's
That's
not
what
gonna
I
turn
came in to
out
say.
good.
That's right.
Yeah, that's what
so
I came
so
in to say, Diamond. Always good morning, y'all.
Yeah,
But
but
it's
Honestly,
not always a
Mama.
void, Diamond. I didn't
Yeah.
have a void. I thought everybody was like my daddy.
no, you had a
Mine was
void,
totally
Lisa, because
different. I thought every
had a,
man, every family was like ours. That's how naive I was.
but you had a void, Alicia, because you
Yeah.
said that
And
you
I was
didn't have
very
no
naive
family. You
too.
said you was in the streets, so you was looking for
No,
love.
no,
You
no,
was
no.
trying
I
to
said I
feel.
was thrown to the streets. I'm the baby of five. Five girls. I'm the baby. My mom and dad got married at 17 and 18. I had
So
a
So
you,
mom and
basically,
dad
you
right
saying
there
so
the
your
you,
whole time
parents
growing
so
up.
didn't
you,
teach you anything
We
about
was just
life
told, don't
and
do
how
it.
it works.
Don't do it.
so Alicia, how you was thrown to the streets?
Because I didn't know what the streets were. All I knew was that's bad,
She
don't
didn't
do it.
know
That's
that.
what I
She
was
didn't know
told.
about all the
But how
games
was
that
you
people play
how
in the
was you
world.
thrown to the streets?
Because I went out there to see what it was that my mom and them told me not to do. I wanted to see what that was about.
So you were
Oh,
Okay,
she
curious.
so basically, you were a what
Rebellious.
rebellious.
Yeah,
So you
Yes.
was
rebellious.
rebellious. So you basically didn't listen to your mother, your
Didn't
parents,
listen
and
at all.
you end up getting what the streets had for you.
Exactly. Exactly. Didn't have a clue what was out there. I wasn't in the street. I didn't know what the streets was about. I
So
just knew
Alicia,
the unit we had at home.
So basically, hard head make us soft
Her
ass.
head make a soft ass all day long. That's me. That's me. I accept it.
And
So
But
I
let
Diamond,
me
say
tell
I
I
you
think
got a
I
though,
was
I
question.
thrown
ran
out in the
into
streets too, but in a different way because I say that because I was kind of thrown in the world without knowing what the world really consists of, without,
exactly.
being taught who to be my own person, to stand for
Hmm.
myself. I didn't know people were out here playing all these games, especially after
Yes,
my relationship with my child's father. You know, that's why I had to teach, unlearn certain things, and I'm still trying to teach myself what my parents couldn't have teach me or didn't teach me. And that's how I
true.
feel like I was thrown in the streets.
Okay,
And I'm gonna
Diamond,
tell
I
you,
Diamond,
didn't
I got
know
a
some of
I
these
didn't
question.
know
men I've
enough
been
about
with.
life.
I got a question, yo.
Alicia, you
Yes,
have. So if you okay, so if we had parents and we didn't listen to our parents, right?
yes, yes,
And we chose to go out there, we made all them jacked up decisions. We
yes.
have to take accountability for our self-inflicted trauma.
Exactly,
We did this shit
exactly. That's what
ourselves.
I'm here to scream it.
We
I
did
brought
this
all
shit
everything
ourselves.
I've been on. I brought on myself but at the same time, it's like a catch-22. I wasn't taught. They just taught us if I can teach them this way, they'll follow. But everybody ain't gonna. You have 5 girls. All us ain't gonna follow that.
Yeah, but still,
So
if
instead
your
of
parents told
teaching
you,
us why
but
not to do it, we were just told don't do it.
and then you should have listened. Your mama and your
I
daddy
should
didn't tell you
trust
nothing
me. I
wrong.
should have. I sure should have listened, just like my daughter should listen to me. But we don't. Some of us is gonna go try to find out. Well, why can't we go to the club? Why can't I mean I didn't get to go to parties. All my friends got to have all this fun, and Alicia was just I can't go. So you become the outcast, even though they're teaching you the right thing. As a kid, why do they get to go have fun and we can't? Why we gotta go to church and they at the club turn up? So it's like, you got that, well, they look like they're having fun. We have no idea
Hey,
of what the heck that leads to. My mom and dad, here I am
let me
grown
ask you
as
a
a
question.
mom and dad, they were trying to teach me the right thing. In my head, y'all just don't want me to have no
Hey,
fun.
hold on. Let me ask you a question real quick.
Right, Brandon. Good morning,
What's your
everybody.
relevance? What's your relevance? Your relevance at the church or your relevance at the club? Like, what are you
All I
talking
seen
about
was they
right
was
now? Like,
having
where's
fun.
your argument?
All I knew
What
they was
is
having fun and I
define
wasn't.
fun? Like, how much fun are you having right now?
It wasn't fun raising kids by myself. Let me let you know that. It wasn't fun at all.
Yeah, probably steered away from the club.
Exactly. But that's the point I'm making. It's not always your upbringing. You can have the best upbringing in the world and still. So when you look at folks as single parents, it isn't that they weren't taught right. They just chose wrong.
Blockity. Yes, honey. Hold on for a second. So, okay, so it
I
right.
got a
It's not
question,
always
Diamond.
your upbringing. It's not always the upbringing because they have some children out there that are rebellious, don't want to be disciplined,
Exactly.
and
And I
they
wasn't a
bring
bad
and
kid. I
that's
listened to
what.
my parents. I was one that we stood. My dad got that belt hanging up in his closet right now, the leather belt with the holes in it. We got our butt whooped. So it wasn't like I was out here bucking up the system. No, I knew better. But when these men get in your ear and you don't know the game, you have no clue to the game in the streets because you ain't been in the streets. But
You
I'm
ain't
gonna tell
supposed to
you one
be.
thing. I've ran into so many dudes, and it blows my mind because I'll be with a guy and they'll be like, "I can't do you like this. It's something about you." Just the person I am. So, and it just kills me. Like, well, if you know what you're doing is wrong, why wouldn't you stop? I've had
If
men that
you
I
don't,
was deeply in love with that would walk away from me because they couldn't do me like that. It
if
didn't make sense to me.
if you don't know how the streets are, you was raised right.
Exactly.
Stay the fuck out of there.
Well, we
You
talking
were
4 kids
you were
later.
not raised to be a part of the streets.
But
Nope.
that's not
You
technically
had a
right
great
because
raising.
I wasn't right. I had to raise myself, and I didn't know what the streets consisted of, and
Yeah,
I
right.
still got
Yeah.
clung to the wrong person.
Tap the
But
screen, y'all. Tap the screen.
Nothing perfect.
people are very good at masking
Nothing
who they
perfect.
really are in front of people. That's why you have to
Exactly.
get to know people before you should think about kids and all that and stuff like that, because people these days are masking who they truly are, and you will never know a person like sometimes until years in a relationship with them
That's the point,
or
Tyra.
marriage. Like you
That's
cannot
what I'm
really,
saying.
or
You
even
don't know
have
that
kids with
person.
them, you wouldn't know who
And
they are.
unfortunately, we finding out this person while we're pregnant. And they ain't ready to stand up and be a stand-up person and take care of these kids. And you just stuck with them. So
But
they spit
but
all this
goddamn it, I
great
got a
game.
question.
I'm here to tell you, they gonna spit the game to you. And you gonna think you're in love. They love me. I don't want to hear what nobody got to say. My dad would sit down and be like, "Are you crazy?" I didn't want to hear what my dad had to say because this man loved me. You just don't want me with this man. And sure enough, exactly what my daddy said happened. And you want to talk about that I told you so syndrome. I stayed married to a man for 10 years because I didn't want to hear my daddy say I told you so.
But it sounds like you got a lot of and I don't mean anything about this, but you need to sound like you need to take accountability for a lot of
Oh,
your
very
actions.
much so. I take my own. I
You
know where I
know,
messed up at because I'm raising a whole nother generation. I see where I was blinded at. That's the whole thing. Some of us are blinded. It isn't that we're out here, hey, I just want a baby. I this, I that. When I had my first child, I was 18 when I got pregnant. And it blew my mind because I couldn't understand how this man just cut me off, didn't want to have nothing to do with me. That ain't my baby. And I ain't messing with nobody but you. What do you mean this ain't your baby? We was great. We was together, but this was high school love for 4 or 5 years. You know, the
Most
bell didn't ring in my
most
head that you
women,
calling me from jail. You always
hey,
in trouble. You know, all this dumb mess. I thought that was so, hey, he called me from jail. I thought I was just the stuff. I was very naive. That's the point I'm making. Now, looking back on it, like, girl, somebody should have slapped you. If I had a diamond show then, if I had someone speaking knowledge into me then, that's a whole nother situation. I didn't have. I just had, girl, don't do it. Don't you do it. Hell gonna come and get you. You know, they feared us when they say put the fear of
oh,
God
they
in you.
tried to scare y'all.
It's a different type of fear. Let me know what's really out there.
I get that.
Now the second dad, that's a whole nother different story. You know, we was young, dumb. We both made dumbass decisions. We wasn't old enough to do what we got ourselves into, and I had a babies back to back. My daughter was 9 months old, and I had a set of twins. That's a lot to throw on some 20. We was 24. So it was a lot of pressure. So we fought each other for little petty stuff. But let me tell you, we went through him not being there. I did raise him by myself because I was very headstone. I'm a get you before you get me type of person because I was hurt. That wasn't me. When I first was thrown out there, that was not me. I was just the most loving person ever. But after you hurt somebody so much and these walls come up, oh, I'm going to get you before you get me.
You don't, Lisa, you don't let Sheena came in here. Sheena could not even talk.
I'm sorry, Sheena. Please say what you're gonna say. I'm all for education.
She done left.
Oh man,
Yeah, you don't ran away because I know I did. Good
I'm
morning,
sorry.
Good morning. Good morning. Good
Hold on,
morning.
hold on, Blockity Block. Hold on. Let me. Blue Heart wanted to say something. Blue Heart, what you want to say?
Yeah, my question was, did you know your daughter was did your daughter kept her activities under wraps? Like when you found out she was
Yeah.
pregnant, was that the first time you
Well,
found
no,
out
no.
she was having
She had a
sex?
little boyfriend, and I
No,
sat
not
there
you.
and
I'm
I
asking
told her.
Diamond.
Oh, I'm
I'm asking
sorry.
all the
Say what?
ladies.
Say what?
Well,
Blue
I'm
Heart.
asking all the ones whose grandmas actually. So go ahead.
You say what? Blue Heart.
I'm for the ones whose grandmas now, or or when y'all got pregnant at a young age, did your parents know you was already sexually active, or when you when you came out pregnant, that's when they know you was sexually active?
So for me, when I got pregnant, my grandmother knew I was pregnant before I knew I was pregnant. My daughter, I didn't know she was pregnant. I was working all the time, but I have had conversations with my daughter, and where I messed up at was I told my daughter, I said, when you are ready to be sexually active, come let me know so I can put you on some birth control. That's all I ask of you. And I told her that, and I would ask her, y'all, like on a regular basis. I would say, such and such, are you ready to be sexually active? She'll say, no, ma. She always just say, no, ma, no, ma. And so one morning she got up. I was getting ready to go to work. I have my 6 to 2s. My kids be up. They be getting ready to go to school. I knocked on the bathroom and I said, hey, I'm getting ready to go to work. I said, I love y'all, and I was telling everybody I love them, and I left. How I knew she was pregnant? Because she didn't come home. And when she didn't come home, you know what I mean? Like, I called her phone, she wasn't answering. I called her little friends, nobody hadn't seen her, they said. So I went on her Facebook page and I posted, because I was friends with her on Facebook, and I posted on her page, good morning, everybody. And I said, hey, if anybody see her, let her know her mother is looking for her. She hasn't came home, and tell her that I love her and I'm looking for her. So I kept calling her phone and I kept calling her phone. Then she finally answered her phone. When she answered her phone, and I said, honey, what, I called her by her name. I said, what's wrong? She was quiet. I said, are you okay? And she said, yes. And I said, well, what's wrong? Because I have a bond with her. I have a bond with her. So I thought, let me say that. So I said, what's wrong? And she started crying. When she started crying, I said, such and such. I said, are you pregnant? Yes, yes, yes. I said,
She
okay.
immediately felt judged.
No, she didn't. I just asked her, I asked her, I said, are you pregnant? She said, yeah. And I said to her, I said, okay. I said, come home. And I said, we're going to get through this, right? She said, okay. So then she didn't come home. So I called her back and I said, what's wrong? I said, why you're not coming home so we could talk about it, so we could fix it. She was 15. And the only thing that was focused on my mind was her graduating from school. She had a career. So in my mind, I said, okay, I'm going to take you to get an abortion. And, you're going to go through everything, right? You're going to continue your life. She said, I don't want an abortion. And she fought me on it. And I said to her, I said, listen, I said, no, I was not married. I was a single mom myself. And that's what I said to her. I said, how could you bring more stress on me like this? And I'm already a single mom taking care of y'all. Because if you're 15 and you're bringing a baby in the house, you bringing more on me. She didn't care about that. So I said to her, so her brothers found out where she was, and they went over there to get her, right? So when they went over to get her, her brothers them calling me, and it was like, Mom, such say she ain't coming home because she don't want to get an abortion, blah, blah, blah. I said, okay. I said, so what are we going to do? Say she want to have her baby. So at the time, I had found out she was at one of her little friend girls' house that she said her little friend say she hadn't seen her. And at the time, I had called the abortion clinic, and they said that they will do the abortion, but my daughter has to give consent. And I said, why does she have to give consent when I'm the mother and she's a minor? And they said because it's her body, and even though you're the mother, we still have to get consent from her to do it. And I know my daughter wasn't gonna give the consent, so my grandson 10 years old. But I will tell you this: she have a lot of self-inflicted trauma. When she got pregnant, she said, "Mom," she said, I don't want to go to school anymore." And I said, "Why?" And she said, "Because I'm embarrassed." So at the time, they had a program where the mothers can take their babies to school. So I signed her up for that program, and I got her in that program. So she went to school where it was pregnant girls with their babies. All right. So she went to school where it was pregnant girls with their babies, and she fell into a deep depression, even when she was pregnant. She fell into a deep depression. She knew she had hurted me. She knew I was hurting. She knew I was hurting, and she had my grandson. His side, the father side of the family. My daughter was 15, and the little boy was 16. So they both were babies having babies. So guess what? Me and his mom we had to be the mothers and the grandmothers at the same time. So we came to a decision where she would, she was excited. That was her first grand, and I wasn't, but she was. So we made it work. My daughter fell into postpartum after she had him, and I let her keep her baby. I would come home every day from work, and I would get him, and I would take him in the room with me. He was my baby. And it was just hard for her, y'all. And she went through her postpartum depression turned into depression after that. But she had support. She did. She finished school. We moved to Atlanta. I could not work. I had to stop doing a lot of things because I had to keep my grandson while she went to school. We moved to Atlanta. We had to wait to get on the program for where you get assistance for daycare, because daycare is very expensive. I couldn't afford daycare. She couldn't afford it. So I had to quit my job. I was working at the airport. I had to quit my job, and it just so happened I was dealing with a guy, and he was a guy, and he was like, "Okay, I'm gonna pay your bills, and that's it until you get on your feet." So she graduated from school. I bought her a car for her graduation. She would take him to daycare, pick him up. She got a little job at McDonald's, and she didn't go to prom. That was her decision. I asked her why she didn't go to prom. She was like, "Ma, I just don't want to go." Okay. She didn't want to go to any of the seniors. She didn't want to do a lot of things that the other seniors was doing. She was depressed, but she kept pushing. She kept pushing, and I remember her saying to me, "Ma, I don't want to go to college." I said, "Well, what you gonna do? You gotta do something." And she said, "Well, Ma," she said, "I don't know what I'm gonna do." I said, "Okay." I said, "Well, what you gonna do?" I said, "This is what we're gonna do." I said, "We're gonna get you signed up for nursing." I said, "You can't go wrong with the medical field." So she signed up she signed up to be an LPN. So she's certified for that. I went to work, picked my grandson up from daycare, because she went from straight to work to school every day. to nursing school. So I went to work, pick my grandson up from daycare, come home, drop him back off to her brother. We was like babysitting and taking care of my grandson while she could be the woman I wanted her to be. It was hard as hell. But I was embarrassed, y'all, for a long time. When she was pregnant, I was embarrassed. I was embarrassed of my baby being pregnant at 15. That was not the plan I had for her. That was God's plan, but I didn't know what God's plan was. We don't know what God's plan is till it hit us. So that was God's plan. And, it took a toll on me too. I was in my 30s, Blue Heart. I was in my 30s, but I was a single mom. And so my thing was, I didn't want her to make the same mistakes that I made. That's what I was trying to cover her. I was trying to cover her. I was trying to shield her. I was trying to protect her. And I didn't want her. I said, you see, I'm a single mom. I would be crying to her. And I would be like, you see, I'm a single mom. Why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to me? I cried every day at that airport. My boss would have to just come sometime and just say, go to the bathroom and try to get it together. And the water just kept falling down my eyes just everywhere I went all day, every day. I was depressed. I was embarrassed. I was upset. I was, what I'm gonna do? What I'm gonna do? What I'm gonna do? Cause she had to put this on me now. So we got through it. And like I said, that was God's plan. But I did not want her to be a single mom. I didn't want her to be a teenage mom. I didn't want her to follow the steps that I didn't want her to follow the steps that I made. What I did, where I messed up at was I told her to let me know when she was ready to be sexually active. And that's where I jacked up at. That's why I jacked up at. So
I disagree.
I felt that's why I jacked up at. You could disagree, Wayne, because it's not your daughter. So you can't, if I would have put her on birth control and decided from the time when she was on administration at 12, I supposed to took my ass down there as a mama and put her ass on birth control. That's what I jacked up at.
So
give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Hear me out for a minute. She's getting told by 100 people, this shit's cool. You the one. You the mom. You the one voice of reason. She getting like every bit of media, every bit of music, every bit of social interaction. They got all these phones. They got all this shit that we didn't have back then. They got all these other shits. The only thing that matters, would you trade your grandson?
I wouldn't trade him now. But at the time when I was already in survival mode already. Yes. So I'm in survival mode. I'm in protection mode. I'm in mommy mode. You know what I mean? Like, so that was not the plan I wanted for her.
Right.
Because I'm going to tell y'all something. What y'all fail to realize and don't understand. When we have these children, when women have kids, let me tell y'all something. We go into survival mode. We go into, I got to do what I got to do to take care of my baby. That's the mode we go in. So when you in that mode, you ain't taking out of that mode not one time.
No.
So guess what? We doing what we got to do because these babies need clothes. These babies need shoes. You know what I mean? These bills got to be paid. Light bill, you got to provide room and board. Whatever the baby daddy ain't doing, we got to make sure it happen. Because we're in that hospital, them nurses and them doctors give the baby to the mama. They don't give the baby to the daddy. They put that baby in a mama
Always
care.
got to sacrifice.
So guess what? We got to do everything. That's our baby. So every mother in here don't went into survival mode when it comes to them kids. Because if you ain't got no backbone, no strong support system from that child's father, you had to do what you had to do. Whether it was strip clubs, whether it was, you know what I'm saying, dealing with, you know what I mean, like a certain type of guy for some money, whatever the case it was, we was in survival mode. Them kids had to have what they had to have.
Uh,
So, you know what I mean? You had to go to work. How many young mothers, oh, I can't work because I don't have a babysitter. So if she can't work because she don't have a babysitter, right? What you think she gonna do, Wayne? She's gonna try to come up with other ways to try to get her some money, right?
I'll give you that. Keep
Back
going.
then, back then, welfare was only giving you $200 and some dollars for one child. And back then, it was only giving $200 and some dollars for one child, and one child a month, $200 and some dollars, and then I think you could get like $300 for food stamps for one child. You can't take care of no baby off of that.
I got a thing. I'm gonna tell you something. Back then, there wasn't very many of you, Diamond. Back then, there wasn't very many of you working your
Listen,
ass
baby,
off, making your way.
she almost
Back
took me
then,
out.
there wasn't very many of you.
She almost took me
Shit
out.
got lost in translation. Fuck it all.
What did mom
You
say?
won.
What they
Look
saying
at
in the
you
comment?
winning right now.
I hear not
Look
understand your
at
high
you
side, but
winning
you
right now. I see you winning. I see you winning.
Hi, y'all hearing me?
yeah, we can hear you.
Right. I
yes.
just wanted to say something really quick. I'm actually from the Caribbean, but y'all conversation kind of got me pulled in a little bit. Um, my mom had me when she was 15, right? And I am going on 34 in a few months, and I don't have any kids. Reason being, because of seeing how she struggled with me and my siblings, it kind of put a fear in me that I didn't want to have kids at a young age until it reached to this point where I'm not sure if I ever want to have kids, right? So sometimes, because of seeing your mom, especially if it's a single mom, go through these things,
Good
it
morning, everybody.
traumatizes you as well, right? It traumatizes the child as well. Now, having a child at a young age is also a bad thing. A lot
Good
of
morning,
people like to
everybody. Good morning.
glorify it, especially these days. They glorify having kids at a young age. Yeah, have your kids young so you can live your life when they grow up and all of these different things. But people don't understand that either way you go, it's still a trauma. Because if you have a teenage mom and you have to grow up looking at the way that she struggles with
Good
you,
morning, Lulu.
it's problems. But if you have a teenage mom and you see how she struggles with you at the same time, you would grow up thinking that that's not something that you want to go through. So you'll try your best never to go through it. And then after like a while, you'll realize you don't want to go through it, right? My grandmother was the same way. So was my great grandmother. And now everybody is pressuring me to have kids. And I don't feel like I want them because of that. Right? So I believe that it's about educating educating, like not keeping anything from your kids in that way, you know? Tell us why. Tell us why we shouldn't do these things. Don't just say don't do it. Our parents needed to learn that, and as we go out into the world, we have to learn these things the same way they learned it, by a mistake. Right? So I think Alicia was talking about accountability, and yes, we have that accountability, but the parents also have to take a little blame for that, because if you tell your child why, then it wouldn't be a problem. It can't be, the reason can't be because I said so.
Uh-huh.
A lot of things that we learn by experiencing it, and then having to come back and be like, yeah, my mom was right. Right? So I think that, yes, we have to take that accountability, because what do we say in the Caribbean, hard ears. When you have hard ears, it is feel. When you don't hear it, is feel. That's what we say in the Caribbean to those things, right? It's the same thing. If you were not telling us why, we would want to experience to know why. And sometimes those experiences turn out to be really, really bad. But that's all we know. That's how we learn. Experiences is the greatest teacher.
And
So
I
you
agree
have to
with
tell us
you.
why.
Like, I agree with you 100% on that. I feel like a lot of days parents don't tell their kids or talk to their kids enough about life or what they've been through to keep their kids away. Like someone said in the comments, parents are more so do as I say, not as I do. But you can't expect a child to just go by what you say if you're doing something else with your actions, because just like men, kids go by actions. They go by what you see instead of what you say. You know, you have to let us know. You tell us, give us examples of things. Like, I was a very curious child. You know, my mom, she kept a lot from us growing up. And I felt like, I was scared to have a child too, because I was like, dang, my mom got 2 kids. I used to wonder how she did it. And, she used to use it to me sometimes. Like, she called me ungrateful and stuff like that. And I'd be like, it'll take her to be real mad or upset and tell us the sacrifices she had to make and do, for us. And I'm saying, dang, you don't have to keep that struggle away. I mean, I know sometimes, parents want to keep the struggle away
Yeah,
from your
but
kids,
you
but
can.
sometimes let me know how it is out here in life. Let me know how it really is. I know everything isn't all gonna be all peachy and dandelions all the time. You let me know something. I got like they have to teach us something, talk to us, and I
I
don't feel like
agree.
they do that enough.
I agree,
And
Claire. That's what
sometimes
I said.
teenagers don't listen too. So
Let me
Come on in,
apologize
Mr.
to anybody that felt like I took over. I'm very passionate about this because I was that person. And I like to get the word out that it isn't just bad parenting. I did that. I want to see. But
Okay.
had I been sat down and taught some things instead of just don't do it, which I tried to do with my kids, but of course I am a product of my parents. So I gave them a little bit more information than I got, which evidently wasn't enough. So, that's the point I'm trying to get to everyone. You got to really teach your kids. Now, I have a son. My son did totally different than my girls.
I'm gonna tell you something. When my daughter got pregnant, I felt I failed as a mom. I felt I failed as a mom. I felt that I was embarrassed. I was hurt. I was worried about like what people was gonna think or say. And my so-called friends would say, Diamond, it's okay. It's okay. It's that that like she was like, it's okay. It's okay. And I said, no, it's not okay. Like what I see out in the world that's going on don't mean I want that to happen for my child. So you couldn't tell me that was okay. I ain't want to hear that shit. You couldn't tell me. I felt as a mother. I felt as a mother. I was working so much. I was working overtime. It's my fault. It is my fault. That's my fault. That's my child. I supposed to I supposed to had her ass on some birth control. I supposed to knew where she was at all times and everything. When I'm at work and I'm consistently working, 16 hours a day trying to make ends meet,
Mm.
my kids come home from school. They supposed to go in the house, do homework, and etc. Basically, my children was raising themselves. Let's talk about it. My kids was raising themselves because I'm at work and I'm trying to make ends meet. And so I feel like I failed as a mom. I know y'all gonna say the right thing. You did good, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? But that's not what I wanted for my child. That ain't what I wanted. Nah. My
Exactly, Donna.
boys, you know what I'm saying? My boys, no, sir. That ain't what I wanted. And so
Express.
regardless of the outcome, she still deals with a lot. She's a single mom. It's still a struggle. You know what I mean? Like, she went into a depression, a deep depression. Deep. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, you
As
don't understand
parents, we
how you
know how
got.
hard it was being a single parent. Then we got to see our babies do it. We don't want them to feel that hurt we felt. Our
Right.
job is to protect our kids, and then when we see our kids do the same thing, we know the pain they're feeling, and it's undescribable pain. But that's a pain I don't want to relate to my kids. I don't want you to ever feel this.
And I'm gonna tell y'all something. When my baby got pregnant, I lived in an apartment, and my daughter's friends lived in an apartment. One of her friends lived in an apartment. So when she got pregnant, I talked to her, and listen now, I had just talked to her friend's mom, and I never forget it. And I said, she said that she had already knew my baby was pregnant because her daughter had already told her.
Oh.
But she said she wanted to tell me, but she didn't tell me. I said, okay, well, it's done with. It's fine, So I kid y'all not. About 2 weeks later, her child came up. Her child got pregnant. Came up, found out she was pregnant, and I was over there at the time when her daughter came in the living room and she said, "Ma, I have something to tell you." So, we sit in the living room, I'm sitting. And she said, "Ma, I'm pregnant." That lady dropped to the ground and started screaming and hollering and asking why. The tears was all over the place. You know what I mean? Mind you, I was already like a month in with my daughter finding out about it. You know what I mean? And so it just brought back the pain all over again because I'm looking at her friend, you know what I mean? This lady going through the same thing I'm going through. And she just was, she was crying and I had to grab her and hold her because she just went through what I just found out about my baby.
So, Donna, I know you said that your daughter got
Hello,
depressed. You
good
tried to get her
morning.
to get a abortion. So on the flip side, the depression could have come as well if you forced her to get one. Like my 19-year-old cousin got pregnant during freshman year, and her mom was embarrassed, and she forced her to get it. She was like, "Listen, I'm not being nobody's grandma," even though she was a grandma at a young age. She forced my cousin to get an abortion, and it's just so happy. I'm so happy you said that because last week I get a call from my mom saying they had to call the ambulance for your cousin. Mind you, this abortion was 2 years ago. My cousin called the ambulance saying that she is 9 months pregnant and in labor. She had been depressed for so long since having that abortion that her mom made her get that she went into a state of psychosis where for the past 2 years, she thought she was pregnant and it was time to have the baby. Like she's in mental health right now on a watch.
But you know what, Lipstick? I cannot I can't speak on what would have happened if I would have gotten her the abortion because it didn't happen. So I don't know what would have happened with my baby. You know what I mean? If she would have got the abortion, I don't know.
I know. I just wanted you to know that, you know, the depression could have been there, you know, whether she got it or not. But I will say this. Teens can't make informed decisions if parents aren't informed themselves. Just like we had that live where a lot of people didn't know about spermicide. And I volunteer as a sexual health instructor at high schools in North Carolina. So I try to tell teens, like, I tell them, just raise your hands. How many of you want to be on birth control? And, you know, a lot of hands go up because I'm not related to them. I don't know their mom. I don't know anything. I was like, I want you to know that you can go to the health department as young as 13 without a parent. They cannot call your home. They cannot tell your parents, because if you sit here and you know you are sexually active and you wait and there's no one for you to talk to or take you, now the responsibility goes from your parents to you. You know you're sexually active. If you feel like you got the type of parent that's going to blow up in your face, you have resources. You were just informed. So right now, if any of you get pregnant from this day forward and you don't take yourself down there because y'all find rides to the mall, to anywhere else, that falls on you. So I do not, now I will say this, I don't hold anyone who got pregnant at 16, 15, 17 before the internet. Like, you really didn't have the information or the resources. But these kids on this app holding these babies who know how to make these detailed transition videos, you're not going to tell me that you could Google how to make a smooth transition, but you didn't Google your own reproductive system. And this one I knew we were lost. A young lady said, it was a video about bacterial vaginosis. She was like, y'all be on this app shaming people like you can't get bacterial vaginosis from soda. And the little young girls in the comments is, yeah, see, I knew that it was a reason I was getting them. No, sweetheart, you are sexually active. And for a 20-something-year-old female to be telling these 16 and 17-year-old girls that they got bacterial vaginosis from drinking too much soda, that's when I knew, like, okay, it's more than just the younger females who aren't aware of their body and a lot of things. But I will say this, now I got pregnant at 17. My mom had done what you did. She came to me and said, hey, when you're ready, you need to let me know. I'll put you on birth control. Now, where we fell in miscommunication, because my mom started to go through a divorce and she was more concerned about, you know, the divorce and whether or not she was going to be able to take care of us. I came to her twice in 6 months and I said, Mom, I think I'm ready. She was like, oh, I'll make your appointment. One morning I woke up and my chest was so swollen. She looked at me and she said, I'm taking you to the doctor to get birth control. My mom didn't take me to the doctor to get birth control. She took me to the doctor because she knew I was pregnant. And it wasn't even a result of like me being outside a lot, because I was a Pokemon Goosebumps type of girl. Like, I really didn't have friends like that. Once we got to this neighborhood, because we were on the military base, and then they started to go through, you know, the divorce. We moved into a townhome in, you know, a less than desirable area. I went from being around, you know, just my sister and my mom and my dad most of the time. Now I'm in the in the woods, and just like they said the other day, men, boys, they can smell injured prey. They can smell a home falling apart. And someone came to me and they gave me the attention that, you know, my mom and dad were so busy bickering about their divorce. And I ain't know nothing about the streets, the neighborhood, or anything. I fell into that. But one thing my mom did say, and this is where I feel like a lot of moms go wrong. My mom didn't say, shoulda, coulda, woulda. We talked about this. Oh my God. She grabbed me by my face and she said, you're not the first and you ain't gonna be the last. What are we doing from here? And I went to get an abortion twice and found out that my appointment got canceled because the practitioner wasn't there. The second time, my cervix was too small when they got the exam. And in South Carolina, they don't sedate you like that. If I wanted IV sedation, I'd have to travel to Georgia. So I contacted, you know, my daughter's dad and was like, we got to go to Georgia. By the time we got there and was able to get up there, I was already too far along. So that's how I ended up having my first child. And was I embarrassed? A little bit, until I got to my friend's house. I was scared to death what her mom was going to say. And don't you know that lady grabbed me by my chin again and said, well, baby, you're not the first and you ain't going to be the last. She took me being pregnant and she ran and put my friend Sierra on birth control. Mind you, Sierra had been fucking since she was 11. I had just lost my virginity at 17, and 2 months later, my ass was pregnant. So it's so many variables. You can come from a 2-parent home, you can come from a single parent home, but I do think that a lot of us single parents, we try to give our child the best life and not let them experience what we went through growing up. And a lot of them see it as easy because you've always made a way instead of being honest. Like, oh, my mom take care of me, I get what I want, our lights are always on, versus someone who grew up with the lights being cut on and off and no water and just seeing their mom struggling, stressed out, drinking. Like, I do think like it's different circumstances, but I want the moms to know, put that pamphlet on the table. Because as soon as my daughter says she had a boyfriend, mind you, she's a gamer. She doesn't go outside. She might, if she decides to get a job, she might work. But she's constantly gaming and watching anime. When she found that little boyfriend who liked the same thing that she liked, oh, baby, you getting an implant. Because it's my job as a mom to make sure that you make it from high school throughout college without a baby on your hip.
And let me piggyback off that, Lipstick. I did that with my kids, and I have 2 kids that can't have kids now because I put them on birth control. Now their whole reproductive system is in jeopardy.
Okay,
so there's another side to that.
Yeah, because birth control really isn't healthy for our bodies.
So, Alicia, when you say that, now you're telling people don't put their children on birth
I'm not
control?
saying that. I did that. I did all that. I tried to do it
It's really
right, but
not
I have
healthy,
2
though.
girls that they have to take birth control just to keep their cycle right. They have a cyst on their ovaries, and the doctors told them they may never have kids. All because I was trying to protect them. So can you imagine the guilt I feel now?
Yeah,
I think one of them wasn't even sexually active, but their sister was. I was clean the whole board. We're not
So
doing
you got
this.
2 daughters out of
3.
Out of 3. The common thing is they have the same father, they're 2.
Yeah, they have this.
So that might be something genetic. It's so many variables because
Yes.
PCOS can start as young as 12 years old. Me, myself, I have PCOS, and I have 2 friends that have PCOS. That's polycystic ovarian syndrome. I also have PMDD, which is premenstrual dysphoric disorder. So it's 4 days out of the month where my estrogen levels drop to the lowest. I get severely sad, etc. It's so many things to factor in. And if you have 2 girls out of 3 who have the same parents and they both have fertility issues, it may not be an issue of the birth control. It may be an issue of genetics. It was already in them, because you are more likely to have PCOS if someone in your family has PCOS.
Let me tell you, that makes me feel so much better right there, because I've been feeling very guilty about that.
I just want to say this.
Blue, stop playing with me.
Anytime, y'all, from the time we're in our mother's womb, God has already written our book. We just don't know what our book is.
Yes.
God has already written our book. So God has his reasons for your 2 daughters not to have children. God do things, what the reasons is, I don't know. But your book is already, written. We just don't know our book. So
good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
I wanna jump in here. I wanna jump in here because from a man's perspective, well, my perspective as a dad and what happened, the conversation is very hard, troubling. I had a heart attack just as soon as COVID hit, right? As soon as COVID hit here in Barbados, I had a heart attack. I have 2 daughters and a son, and I have a blended family, right? My wife has 3 kids from her ex-husband, and I have 3 kids from my ex-wife. So we're a blended family living together. So when I had the heart attack, I ended up in a hospital. COVID hit. My 3 children had to go to their mom. So they're living with their mom because we were being evicted because I was in a hospital and I was the sole provider. My ex-wife is a very toxic woman. My daughter started to date a 40-year-old man, 48-year-old man at the age of 18. I did not know this. I'm in a hospital bed fighting for my life, and I'm
Good
looking at
morning.
my phone and I get a message. Dad, I'm pregnant. I say, you're pregnant? When children tell their parents they're pregnant, we go into shock mode. We go into all kind of modes. All right. Now she had dropped down in the streets because she was bleeding. She didn't know she was pregnant. So this man called me and tell me, your daughter is in the hospital and they're running tests on her. And I said, who's this? He said, oh, I'm your daughter's boyfriend. I said, how old are you? He says, I'm 48. I said, you're 48? I said, she's only 18. Now, if I could have gotten out the bed, right, Diamond, I would have gotten out the bed and I would have found that 48-year-old man. But anyway, her mother was condoning the relationship all this time and I didn't know. My daughter wasn't working. She didn't finish school. And all I'm thinking about is, how is she going to survive with this child? That's all I'm thinking. It means then I raise my three. I got to turn around and raise hers as well. All right? Okay. The man now decides he wants nothing to do with the child because he can't have her. He's a pervert. He loves young children. When I got out of the hospital, she was still living. No, she wasn't living with her mom. She was living with him. Okay. And I honestly, we men kind of react different to certain things. She was rebelling. She didn't want to hear anything. She cut me off, disrespected me, blocked me on WhatsApp, everything. I couldn't find her. I didn't know where she was. I had some friends that would see her on the road and they would message me and let me know, hey, man, I just saw your daughter and whatever. And Diamond, you referred to God a lot, right?
Tap the screen.
I was
Tap the
trying to
screen.
figure out a way to get this man charged for having sex with a young person. She's 18. She was 18, so she was legal. Anyway, about 2:00 in the morning, I got up and I basically heard God say, get in touch with your daughter. I called my son and I asked him for her number. And I called her and I said, listen to me, right? Listen to me. This is what's going to happen. First of all, you're going to pack your things. You're going to leave that man's house. You're going to leave his house and you're going to go to your mother's house. And we'll take it from there. So said, so done. So said, so done. My grandson was born on August 5th last year. He's a year now and some months. My daughter and my grandson live with myself and my wife. She was not working for the first 6 or 7 months. I'm recovering from a heart attack. I don't work. And the government gives me very little money. And that money, I'm going to be honest with you guys, right? My rent is $800 a month. The government only gives me $972 a month. $800 out of that 972 comes right out for rent. The baby needed Pampers. The baby needed formula. The baby needed everything. My daughter could not provide it.
Good morning,
I
y'all.
also
Tap the screen.
had to take care of her as well. She wasn't working. We had to eat. Children, they tend to not like to listen to instruction. And I have always said, if you listen to instruction, everything will go all right. My grandson is one of the best things that ever happened to me. But I want to say this too. When I did see her big belly, Diamond, and everyone else, I couldn't look at her because I was very, very disappointed in her. I couldn't look at her. I had a resentment towards her. I really did, and I had to deal with it because I know out of the parenting, I was the only stable-minded parent that she had. Because her mother's with a man that sells drugs and have guns and everything all over the place in front of them. So I had to get her out of that environment. I want to say too that we have to understand, and I know we do, but I'm going to say it. Parenting does not come with a manual. You're not going to know what to do every day of the year. And a lot of us learn parenting by going through what we go through, the traumatic things we go through with our children, right? So, I would prefer my daughter to come tell me that she's pregnant, or somebody telling me she's pregnant, than somebody calling me and say, Wayne, somebody just put a bullet in your daughter's head. She's dead. So let's count our blessings. Let's count our blessings. They are alive. They're doing well. I pray they're doing well. And those that have gone through the hardships, you look back and you see that you have made it. Diamond, you made it. You made it through all the tears and all the crying and all the hurt and disappointment and frustration. You made it. Look where you at now. Right? I'm still going through. I'm still going through a whole lot with my daughter because she's still in this rebellious stage. I don't know why. I want to touch on another thing. A young lady said, my son, after watching me and his mom's relationship and us going through the divorce, my son said he never want children. He never want to get married ever because of what he had seen in me and his mother in a marriage and how things were happening in their lives. He don't want anything to do with that. My youngest daughter, I heard a young lady speak about gaming. My youngest daughter is an intellectual. She ain't about boyfriends. She's about her schoolwork. She's about going to college. And I'm proud of her for that. My son is going in the army. So I'm saying that we do what we can. And we do the best that we can. It's up to these children to learn from us and to go forward in life. Diamond, I'm not saying you didn't feel, the way you felt. It's emotions. You're human. I heard another lady said that she feels very bad or guilty about what has happened. Don't. I mean, you have emotions and you will, but things happen. And that's the bottom line of it. Okay? That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Okay, let me
Thank you so much, Wayne, because that really put a whole new perspective in my head. If it didn't help nobody else, you really touched me.
And when the kids are young,
Bless God.
they have that.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
feel
understand
like
what he
some
just said.
parents,
Yeah, I don't
parents do
know what
all they
dude just
can,
said,
but
but
some don't. And I feel like some parents hold out on telling their kids stuff just to make their kids suffer, because I feel like, in all honesty, some parents be jealous of their kids sometimes, or they don't want their kids to be good in life.
That is true.
I
my
think I
thing
was the
is,
total opposite.
I
I
don't
was the total
understand that.
opposite.
I don't understand that. But good morning, VJ. Don't play.
Good morning, Diamond. Can you hear
okay.
me?
Yes, we
Here's
can hear
my.
you.
Okay.
No,
Go
I'll let
ahead,
her go.
Lamar.
VJ. Okay.
Go ahead,
No,
Lamar.
I'll let VJ go. I'll let VJ go. I'll come in after her.
I just wanted to say a couple things. This is my first time ever coming on. I watch you all the time, Diamond.
Thank you.
I heard you talking about your daughter's situation. I had something like that. She's a little older. She was 16, and she came in and she told me she was pregnant. I didn't even know she had a boyfriend. Okay, first of all. And we talked about this not too long ago, and she told me, "Do you remember you knocked all my stuff off my dresser when she told me?" And I was like, I didn't even remember all that. I was just so like, I don't want to say disappointed, but I just wanted so much more for her. You
I
know?
was disappointed. I felt like I failed as a mom.
Yeah.
I still
Yes.
feel like that. I still feel like that because I blame myself because I am her mother.
Right.
And we as parents, we are supposed to make sure our children is this and I make sure our children that. So I have to take accountability for that. I felt as a mother. And when her dad found out,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying, she was pregnant, oh, everybody blamed me.
Oh.
Everybody blamed me. The daddy blamed me. You know, their dad blamed me. The grandparents blamed me. Everybody blamed me. So so I'm already dealing with I failed as a parent.
Mm-hmm.
I'm already embarrassed, but now I got to cuss everybody out. And
Right.
I was on 10 all the time. So
The whole world, the way that the
so
world.
I was ready to fight everybody at the hospital
Mm-hmm.
and everything. So when they came to the hospital, everybody came to the hospital when, you know, and my daughter is so much like me.
Mm-hmm.
So much like me. And when they came to the hospital, they said, her granddad said, we went outside and he said, you know she's gonna get pregnant again, right?
Ooh.
Oh man.
And I said, you know your mammy had you a couple times, right? And so I never forget it. And then he said, it's your fault. You know, he said it's your fault. Good morning, Dab. He says it's your fault or whatever. He said, nah, she ain't gonna finish school. She gonna be a dropout and etc. So my daughter, she's so much like me. She felt like she had to prove a point.
Right.
Now I
Yeah.
have to prove a point.
Mm-hmm.
Because now everybody looking down on her.
Right.
Everybody. So now the pressure is on.
Right.
The pressure is on. You know what I mean? The thing that she didn't fight me on, I was glad she didn't fight me on, was getting the birth control at the hospital. Getting the IED and stuff. And she determined, she was determined to graduate.
That's
She
right.
was determined to go to work. She said, "Mom, I want to go to work." And I'm telling you, I kept my grandson while she went to work. And she had got her first job at 16 Little Caesars. And she's been working since she was 16.
That's right.
So I still feel no matter how old she is now, no matter the outcome, I still was supposed to, you know what I mean? I had to pay the bills. I was by myself, and then I was telling their daddy that, you know what I mean? Like, you done went to jail. You know what I'm saying? So like,
Now, can I tell you something, Diamond? I remember you saying that you were single. Now, I've been with my husband for 28 years. So he's been in the household with this same daughter for all that time, straight through, and this still happened. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to tell you that it can happen whether, you know what I'm saying, you're a single mother or you got a whole family foundation. You see what I'm saying? And
Was that his daughter though, or was that his stepchild?
oh no, that's his daughter. And we're still together now. So, you know, it's not just because you're a single mother. I don't want you putting yourself down about that. You know what I mean? Like you said earlier, who was that? That wasn't Blue Heart, because that's not him. That was Wisdom Heart. That was talking about that. Oh my God, I just had a brain fart, y'all. I forgot what I was
That's
gonna
all
say.
that
right.
happens
That's all
sometimes.
No, it
That
does
Oh,
matter.
Lord.
It does matter.
Oh my goodness, what was I gonna say? It doesn't come with a manual. Parenting doesn't come with a manual. So, you know, I had 2 sons before her. Each child is different. You know what I'm saying? You love them equally, but you love them differently. You see what I'm saying? And it's a
That's right.
girl.
That's right.
It's a girl. So you're trying to, veer her the right way
But
and
is it a problem? I'm sorry for interrupting, but is
uh-huh.
it a problem when parents treat their kids differently though? And as children, you pick up on that and you see that, and then you might talk to your parents about feeling the type of way about it, and they dismiss it as if it's nothing, or you don't feel the way you feel. You
Okay,
know.
let me make sure you understand what I'm saying when I said equally but differently, because each child has different needs. So you're gonna love them differently. You're gonna love them all the same, but you have to give some a little more of something than you have to give the others. You know what I mean?
Good morning,
Mm-hmm.
everybody. Good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning.
So I
Okay,
can.
here's oh
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
no, go ahead. Oh, okay. Here's the thing. Um, I was friends with a young lady. She's 36, 30, 37 maybe now at this point. She has 3 kids, and both of her children have children. Her daughter got pregnant at 15. Her son had a child at 15, 16, somewhere around there. But what she was doing was, she wanted to still live her life. She still wanted to try to make a way. She was dancing. She was, and I'm not judging, but
I'm okay, ma.
these are the variables of being negligent to your children. You get what I'm saying? So when you got so much on your plate, you tend to stray away and not pay attention to your children. Now, what I wanted to say is we definitely have to be aware of the signs of our children, like you said, saying that they got a boyfriend. What you mean a boyfriend? You're in your teens. What do you know about being a boyfriend? And with as advanced as technology is today, all they can do is, I was in high school looking up lyrics for certain songs. They wasn't as risque as they are now, because you literally have to buy the CD to hear the really raw, raunchy type of music versus, the worst we had when I was coming up to a degree was like Uncle Luke and Trina when she had Nan Nigga to a degree. You feel me? When it was on the radio, when it was put out like that. Like now, you literally got Throat Baby and this, that, and the third, and Wet, and all that other stuff that's teaching that our children are listening to. So when they're listening to this, of course they're going to be curious. Not to mention, if we're young parents ourselves and we're in there getting it on, these children may be able to hear what's going on. What is this sound? What is that sound? And being that they got these phones, like I said, they are aware of more things at a younger age than we are. And we got to pay attention to the signs of our kids staying in the bathroom a little bit too long, um,
Good morning, Mama.
being out with their friends, especially if you don't agree with a certain type of friend, especially their friends' parents parenting. If you let your child be around different people and they don't take care of their children, like damn, they let their children run that loose, they let them stay on their phone even after talking back to them, this, that, and the third, those are clear signs of that of delinquency, of I can do what I want to do whenever I want to do it to a degree, because there is no man in the house, for one, to show us anything different. And the reason why I asked was there a was that his stepchild or not, because y'all got to understand, a lot of stepdads get a bad rap. They expect us to be the providers and the provisioners to a degree, but not the discipliners, if that makes any sense. Because it's going to be, that's my child this and my child that, and men, coherent fathers, know these signs, because if we see these little girls and we see the notion of saying, okay, she's wearing this, she's wearing that, if she wants to be impressionable because her friends are doing this and they're doing that, of course what she's going to do, she's going to look at it like, well, I want to be a part of that crew too, so it this creates a whole clusterfuck of a circle of individuals that's going to make bad decisions, because my friend do this and my friend do that, and now that daughter or that son is looking like, well, damn, well, I don't know if my
What you
mom is doing
talking
right or
about?
wrong, because what I'm talking about.
I'm with you on that, on the stuff. Social media, especially when it comes to children, if you don't monitor and, regulate things. And my parenting has been, I don't want
This is
nothing
true.
more impression on my child than me.
This is true. And you have to keep constant surveillance on them. You wanna give them a little bit of leeway just to see if you can trust them, but all at the same time, sometimes you gotta violate some privacy. You know what I mean? Sometimes you have to just to make sure that what you just to make sure you're not dealing. You don't want to fall victim to being. You don't want to fall victim of being reactive. Fall victim of being reactive instead of proactive. So I would definitely strongly encourage a lot of us to indulge and dive into what our teenagers are really doing. You're going to have to take these phones, go through them social medias, because there's a lot of stuff that they're saying to each other that they can hide from us. But
I have a question.
Go
For
ahead.
you, Denver. Do you think that doing all that policing is going to stop your kids from doing what they actually want to do? Because I know me personally, if I was that age and I wanted to do something, regardless of how my parents tried to go through my phone and check my emails, because back then was emails, check my emails and whatever it is that I was getting into, I would have found another way eventually to do it.
I mean, but you know what? Blockity block. Let me chime in on that. Kids are gonna do what they want to do. Kids are gonna do what they want to do, right? But it's still our job as a parent to
Right.
still do our part. So if policing is what it is, then police, you know what I'm
There
saying,
you
the
go,
hell out
Diamond.
your children. Police the hell out of it, because
There you
at the
go.
end of the day,
Being proactive instead of reactive. You got to police it, because if you let them get a little bit too far
No, I'm not
ahead, and
saying that you
especially
don't,
And y'all
I'm
want
not
to
saying
know
that
what I
you don't
think
have to
parents get
police,
a
What I'm
where a lot of
saying
parents
is,
mess up at? I feel like a lot of parents mess up with their kids is when communication come at front. A lot of parents tend to talk at their kids instead of talking to their kids. And
exactly.
that says a lot with that whole communicating with the kids thing, because it's like you're barking at them. You're not talking to them. You're just demanding them to do something. Half the time, and I think that's a big problem too.
And what about trying to
yeah,
One thing I want to say though, a lot of us put that on our parents, right? But remember that your parents, whatever you learn while growing up, that's what your parents know. That's what they could have just taught you based on how they learned stuff. I'm not saying that it's right, but sometimes we need to also cut parents slack with however we learn things, because they did the best they could at the point in time. You can't experience certain things until they actually go through them, if you know what I mean. So sometimes
yeah,
it's just
I
whatever your parents taught you is what they learned, and that's how they could teach you. When they
but
get older, then they understand better.
I feel like that when you say the parents do they do what's best, right? That's what you said.
Yeah. They do what they know at that point in time. Because if you just making it up as you go along as well, what can you possibly teach your child? Is exactly what you know.
Well, that's technically like looking at the glass half full and half empty at the same time. And I get what you're saying, but yet still, what could be, okay, I gotta go to work, I gotta make ends meet, I gotta do this and I gotta do that. But all at the same time, you can be negligent and aware of what your kids are really going through. Me personally, I got an open door policy. I definitely have an open door policy with my sons, with my daughters, and everything. I come to them not as a dictator, but more as a friend. But I'm also a father first and foremost, and I'm gonna know what you don't want to tell me because I've been that age, and that's what we fail to realize. We was that age, so for us to constantly ignore and believe our children in most cases, and well, I don't feel like this, or I don't feel like that, and you know what I mean, and you know what you felt like at that age, it's a difference.
But Anton, let me ask you a question, right?
Morning.
Could you teach your kids
Yeah.
something you don't know? Something that you would never thought?
It's impossible, yeah.
So you teach
I
them
get it. I
exactly what
get.
you know at
Yeah,
that point
yeah.
in time. That's what
I
I'm
say
saying.
yes.
You're
I
right, but
say
as a
yes
parent, hold
because
on. I'm sorry. Yeah, because as a parent, you're already of age, so you've been that age. So now you can delegate and put and actually mention to your children, listen, I've been there before. You may not be able to tell me now, but I understand. So at this point, I got an open door policy. Whenever you ready to talk, we can talk. But once again, I'm gonna be proactive instead of reactive, because you're not gonna tell me later on, oh, I'm pregnant and boom, boom, boom. And I looked at it like, damn, I ignored all the signs, because it's 2020 is hindsight. When you think back and look like, damn, my kid was doing this and my kid was doing that, but I didn't take a full inventory on exactly what was going on. And now here I am, a granddad or a grandma, and now it's too late. Now we got to deal with what we got going on.
Yeah, Blue Heart. I understand where you're coming from. I'm still struggling with that right now as a father. But I've been told that I've been, too protective of my daughter, and I'm trying to balance it, and it's hard to do it because I want to keep her from all the damage, what's going on. And
Yeah.
You breaking up, bro. You going out, bro. You breaking up, bro.
I'm trying to. I'm going out.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Get up, Anton.
Yeah, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me now?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you
Can
now.
you hear me
We
now?
hear you now.
Okay. But yeah, what I was saying is I'm kind of in the middle. I'm trying to learn that now because I've been told that I've been too protective of my daughter, but at the same time, I'm trying to keep her out, away from the dangers of this world. So it's hard every
Right.
day. My wife tell me, "Hey, you too hard on her." Then I'm at the same time I see different signs and dangers coming her way. She's 14
Right.
and now
As men.
it's hard. I try to. I go. Me and my wife, we go to church, but that I know it's still. My daughter still is like I can see it happening. I can see her
Right.
veering off into,
Right.
the deep into the world. She's listening to music. She want to go. I hang out with friends. So I understand where you're coming from, Blue Heart. It's a
Yes,
struggle,
sir.
especially with
Yes,
fathers.
sir.
I have one more question for you, Anton. Is it
Mhm.
that sometimes parents could feel like, okay, you were that age and you know how you taught at that age, right? But
Mhm.
I feel like a lot of parents think that they were smarter than their kids at that age. So that even though they would have done certain things and gotten away with it, they feel like their kids are more or less too dumb to make the decisions that they made at that same age. So do you think that that is one of the reasons why they would end up in that position and that their kids would be afraid more or less to come to them?
Me
Sometimes
personally.
go ahead.
Go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna say sometimes I do feel like my daughter doesn't know what's going on because she doesn't tell me, you know, things that she's doing, and I feel like she's not really into that. But like I hear some of the people on here, they didn't even know their daughter was having sex. I had a boyfriend,
Right.
and I may encounter that myself because I don't. She doesn't tell me anything about. I just don't ever think she's like knowing about what's going on with pregnancy, having sex, and I just don't think she knows about none of that. That's why I never really asked her or talked to her about it.
How old
But
is she, Anton?
she's 14.
Oh yeah, that's old enough. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Right.
There's so
Right.
much
And
going on.
yeah, I know it
so
is.
much going on, and especially if they got phones. See,
You
because here's
don't
the
even.
thing. Yes, we can delegate, and yes, we can, as men, we can definitely foresee things that our woman perhaps don't see. Maybe because she want to give the daughter the leniency, because
Right.
she may have wanted that leniency herself when she was young, but that also got her or made her a teenage mom because she wanted that type of leniency. You get what I'm saying? So if you are,
Yes.
we can definitely say, well, we're older and we can tell our children, well, okay, this is what to look out for. This is what we see, and this is what's possible. Is because, like I said, most of our teenagers got cell phones. So most of them ain't gonna tell us
Right.
if they got a boyfriend or a girlfriend or this, that, and the third. But even if, you can find out a lot through their phones, and you can look at their actions and realize that, okay, well, this teen is growing up. How long can we be ignorant to what our teens are going through, especially with so much that is exposed today? There is no excuse at this point. Be overprotective, but make sure you have an open door policy. In my opinion.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I try to let them
Exactly.
know
I
that
agree with that
be
as
too
well.
protective.
I feel like, let me
You know
chime in on
what?
the phone thing.
You know
I feel like there needs to be a phone that comes out. Somebody needs to invent a phone that comes out where it's just a phone that can dial out and dial in. Um, no access to no social media. Only certain
Basically,
we
like how it was before.
they need to make some
That's the phone
kids.
back in the 90s, but
yeah,
still
which
kids still got into trouble.
Landlines,
They need to make some kids.
landlines.
They need to make some
yeah,
kids protection phones. But I'm gonna tell you this though, they can make the kids protection phones, right? But here it is, our culture
mhm.
feels like a 10-year-old should have an iPhone. Our culture
Yeah,
feels like they should
Right.
make, 12-year-olds iPhones for their birthdays.
And if they don't have it, that puts peer pressure. Well, they
I had
got a
360 on
phone
my
and they
daughter.
got a phone. Why can't I have a phone? And this,
And
that, and the third.
that's when you teach
That's
your
the bull.
children. That's when you
Yeah,
teach your children to be different
yeah,
from other children, because a lot of us don't know who we are. A lot of us are followers, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of us parents need to teach their
hmm,
children to know who they are and be who they are.
That's
Parents need to
right, Don.
teach their kids. Parents need to teach their kids to not be a follower, to lead.
That's facts.
That's
Cause
right.
like I
That,
said, Diamond,
that
that was
that's
me for
right,
number
a
one
right.
long
thing.
time.
And you need to, you know what I mean? Like, cause
And teach
I've
them
been a
not to be
leader.
codependent and depend the need
I've
and
been a
depend on
leader.
others.
Right. I've been a leader all my life, but my parents didn't teach me that. But I've been a leader, you know what I mean? Because I was always different. I didn't do what other people did. What people say was normal and this and that and all that. I didn't want to hear that. I didn't want to, you know what I mean? I didn't want to do that. Don't put me in that category. I always want to be different. So parents need to teach their children how to lead. We have too much followers in this world today. Too many followers. And even grown folks ain't even thinking for themselves. They letting other grown folks tell them what the hell to do. Or they following behind what grown folks say. Other grown folks say no. You know what I mean? Like, we need to teach them kids to think for themselves and be leaders. We don't have enough leaders, man. We don't. That iPhone stuff. My grandson 10 years old. He already know. He can have an iPhone. His mom will not let him have a phone because she say, "Mom, I do not want him to have access to what's going on in the world today." She monitor what he watch on
I got a
TV,
question
and
before I get. Yeah.
at a certain time, he have to cut that TV out. But I'm gonna tell y'all something too, as parents. Y'all need to just listen, buying all them children them flat screen TVs, because I did it. Let me admit to my stuff. But
Hey, Diamond, I'm sorry, I'm about to jump out the box, y'all. I'm about to take my daughter to school, y'all. I'm
okay,
gonna
tell
be in
her,
the comments, y'all. Y'all have a great one. The
all
Bye.
right,
conversation is going
Yeah,
great,
I
by
was
the
gonna
way,
say the
y'all.
same
Great
thing.
conversation.
thank
Nice
you.
I
meeting
was
Hey,
gonna
you.
say
listen.
the same thing,
One thing.
Diamond.
Hold on. One thing. When these kids start crying over not having their phones, that's when you know you've messed up. You know, go ahead. If it's obviously something must be in that phone that they don't want you to know, and when you take it from them and they start really crying and throwing a whole hissy fit over it, that's when you got to be more strict on more.
So I'm
Okay,
trying to.
Diamond, I have to go. Thank you so much. I
All right,
enjoyed the
have a good
show.
one, honey. All right,
All
baby.
right.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. I
And
got
I'm gonna
Yeah.
say this too, y'all. I feel like a lot of if you got babies, you know what I mean. And I know we put the children. I know we put the babies in front of TVs, so you know to keep the babies quiet. You know, I think that instead of like buying children iPhones at a certain age and this and that, they'll buy them leapfrogs and you know what I mean, leap pads and etc. Like take them TVs out the rooms. Take them TVs out the rooms.
okay. Can I give some idea about this?
My daughter got
Yeah,
TV, phone, everything.
there is something that we're missing out here. When children grow up, they're full of emancipation. They're full of lots of excitement to learn the new world that they're going into. And there is something that we cannot take away from them, their freedom. When parents try to keep control, thinking that they're gonna stop them from doing things, that's where we go wrong. We make them do it more by try to stopping them. What we have to do, we need to
What am
show
I supposed
them.
to do?
Yeah, what we have to do, we need to show them the consequence and let them do it. I'm going to tell you, my daughter is today 22 years old. When she was 14, 16, 18, she was full of life, want to exploring life. She ended up going around wrong crowd and they even put drug on her drink without she noticed, just to initiating her on the drug. So, us as a parent, we know that when children are on that age, they want to try everything. They're also leading with the wrong friend. You understand all that concept? They try to listen to parent, they try to listen to friend, they try to listen everybody that is telling them what to do within their life, and it end up going wrong way. First thing we have to do as a parent, we need to set ourselves confident, not showing scared of them, by praying, by keeping it confident. You know, when you keep yourself confident and trust, showing her that you're not scared of what she's going out for, that is the first alarm thing. She will also be confident within herself. When already you as a parent and scared something gonna happen to her out there, you project it before it even happen. So if you have in your mind, it's like a law of attraction, it's like a God. We attract negative within ourselves so much that we forgot the positiveness within this word. We need to start learn how to pray and keep confident and say, thank God for this day. Please keep our children safe. Please give that confidence within yourself first. And then children will pick it up. When you in the alarm and say, oh, I'm worried about this, I'm worried about, that's where all that come around you. There is nothing you can do within that. But children in their concert, this is what happened to my daughter. I tell you a typical example about my daughter. When she turned 16, student and all the friend was telling her, oh, you don't have to stay with your mom. You can go live by yourself. I live in UK, by the way. In UK, when you are 16 years old, you can live by yourself without your parent. That is by law. So, and when they turn 18, they can go live, they give them free facility to go to university and live by themselves. So I want my daughter to stay at home with me and study at home, but she want to go experiment to live by herself. You see? So she already going nightclub. When I'm growing up from Christian home, we don't do nightclub. And my daughter want to go nightclub. So what I did, I drove her to nightclub. I pray that everything is okay for her and make sure I know all her friends around her and I leave her there. Once she experiment twice, she realized there's nothing too exciting about nightclub that she was so desperate to go. And she stopped.
But
You see?
I get that, but you still did your due diligence to make sure her surroundings were protected. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Like we're making sure that okay, I'm making sure the making sure the coast is clear, which means sometimes you got to violate
But
privacy. Sometimes you got to understand, like
I
okay,
have
like
I
you said,
have that chance.
you've been there.
I
Okay,
have that
well,
chance because I know her surrounding. If I didn't know, I would still have to let. I didn't even have a chance to know her surrounded with who she was working. She have a co-worker that are gay, and they love her so much because she's very intelligent. They're always pulling her into a club. So
wait, you said coworker. That means she's of age, right? She's that coworker.
she work in work, yeah, she work in the House and Fraser, which is very posh place.
How old?
Uh-huh.
How old
And
is she?
she was only 17 years old that time.
Oh, okay,
So
okay,
You see?
okay.
So she
let
was
me
still young. And those gay, they was older than her. But there was,
so let me
because
ask
she
you
have
this.
very mature mind, they try to get her, to go everywhere with her, because she
Rainbow
give them good
Club.
advice. You see? So every time my daughter want to go out, and I'm here fighting battles to keeping her in. But then I realized, why should I fight? So I say to her, okay, babe, you want to go out. What do you want? Okay, I'll leave you go out. So you talk like a grown-up, mature person, one-to-one with her. If you start talking, giving her alarm, I'm gonna say no. That's where you're gonna fight with her. So what I do, I give her
So let
the
me ask you.
privilege to express yeah.
So let me ask you this. So what your level is being overprotective? Because you're in a situation where
Okay,
your
overprotective,
daughter
it mean that.
get ready to go to school. Hold on, let
Overprotective,
me
You
explain.
breaking
You-
up,
Your
Are,
bro.
daughter is
Bro,
ready to go
bro,
to
are
you're
you
breaking
saying
school.
up.
that?
She has some.
Are you saying that we're overprotected?
I'm saying
No, I'm
that
saying that I
when
had a
you
situation.
I'm listening.
Go ahead. I had a situation where my daughter was trying to. She had something on that was too revealing to go to school, too tight. And I
Mm-hmm.
got on her about it. I said, "Hey, you need to go home right now and take that off. You're
Mm-hmm.
not gonna leave out my house with stuff like tight pants on or tight shorts on and a
Mm-hmm.
revealing shirt." And my
Mm-hmm.
wife didn't say anything about it. Her mother-in-law didn't say anything about it. So I felt kind of bad about doing that. But I mean, what's your level of saying being overprotective?
Uh,
That's
uh, I'm wait.
I'm trying to.
I'm a father. I'm a father. Let me
Bro, I'm
answer
with
that.
you on that. And it's these
Oh
women letting
yeah,
their daughters go
she
out
got
like
yeah,
that,
Yeah,
and,
she got
and
mad at me.
I feel you.
I'm a
She got
father.
mad at me and
My
everything.
my daughter's 24, graduated. Now she's married and has a son. Damn what mama say. If you don't like what she wearing, you say something about it. A lot of women let stuff slide because they want to do something at a certain age. And so they letting their daughter do what they want to do at that age. Or maybe they even perhaps were doing that. If it makes daddy feel uncomfortable, she ain't wearing it. Like I said, my daughter
Yeah.
24 now. If
Mm-hmm.
she wears something now that I don't like, and she married, I still
Mm.
say something. So
Yeah,
nothing wrong with you saying that, man.
my
I
wife didn't
respect
say
that, bro.
anything. Yeah, she
Definitely.
didn't
It's
say
weird
anything
though.
about it.
Like
Yeah.
y'all
But
don't think that's a little bit weird?
mhm. I'm a fashion
Like
designer.
What you mean weird? What you
I could
mean weird?
understand when she's a
We
certain
us.
age that you would
She
monitor what she's wearing and so forth. What my parents did
yeah, man.
was that I
Yeah.
was only allowed to wear certain types of clothes when I'm going out with them, so that they would monitor more or less who I'm going around or whatever. So if like we were going to the beach, because I'm from the Caribbean, so we have a lot of beach days and so forth, that you're going to the beach, you wear certain things, or you're going to carnival. When we have carnival, you're allowed to wear a little short pants and so forth. But they made sure that they were around me at that point in time. If I was going out with friends, then I had to dress a
But
certain
those
way.
were on occasions. There's a difference
Right?
between
No,
going out
no. Well,
every day looking like
that's
that
what I'm
versus
saying.
occasions.
Right? That's what I'm
That's why
saying.
that's why I agree with uniforms.
Yeah.
Because there's no child in there looking better than the other child. Everybody has on uniforms, and the uniforms are presentable clothing. You get what I'm
Right,
saying?
right.
So
Yeah.
I agree with uniforms
Mhm.
because
Well,
nowadays,
in the
I mean,
Caribbean.
When you
In the
talk
Caribbean,
about
all we have
uniform,
is uniforms. We don't we
You
don't
guys, how y'all have his uniforms. I know that.
all our schools are uniforms. We don't
I
have
know that.
casual days and so forth.
can
So
I
that's
just
I know
all
say,
we
that.
know,
my
uniforms.
daughter went to Catholic school and she wear very humble clothes, uniform. Do you know what they do when the school comes out? They dress and rolling their skirt up and make it
Yeah,
short.
I'm about to say that they roll it up.
Wow.
You know,
Wow.
That's
uniform.
not anything new. They did that when I was in
But
school. That's
what
not
what I
anything new.
like about that school,
Right.
when the parent catch you, they look at your name on your uniform and they report it in school, and you in trouble. That
Miss
was
Tracy,
the
Miss
only
Tracy,
place.
I understand kids still find their way. They
Mm-hmm.
find a way to do stuff. I understand that. But at the end of the day, I feel like if we do our part as a parent, right? And our children and our children go out there and they be rebellious and they, do whatever the hell they want to do and they didn't listen to their parents, right?
Yeah.
All I'm saying is we have to let them fall on their ass. Hard head make a soft ass. We have to let them feel. And
Yeah.
then too, a lot of children blame their parents for everything. So if you don't show them, the first thing they can say is, "Oh, well, you didn't tell me this, or you didn't show me this, or I seen you did this, I've seen you did that." So even though they still they're still gonna do what they want to do. You still do your part, cover your ass. You know what I mean? Cover your ass,
Right.
and then that way,
Right.
when they out there and they with the shenanigans, hey, they gonna have to feel they made that bed, they got to lay in it. Simple as that. And I need a lot of us as African American kids, children, as parents. When our children make that bed, we gotta make them lay in it. You got to
Mm.
show them because if we still
Yeah.
covering them and we're still babysitting, they already had one child. Now you babysitting the first child. Now they having 2, 3, 4 more. And because you babysitting the second and you babysitting the third and you babysitting the damn fourth. Now you know what I mean? My
With
daughter,
different
I
baby
don't
daddies.
babysit. I don't babysit.
God.
My
Yeah.
kids know that. You know what I mean? Like I don't do all that. You know what I mean? And I tell my children all the time, don't have no grandkids for me.
Do you know what happened? It's a control. What is going on here? When children reach certain age, they don't want to be controlled. They want to listen. So start treat them like your friend and show limit. If you treat them like your friend and show them what to do, they will go independent. My daughter today was shouting. After she went to university, second year when she finished, she called me and said, "Thank you, Mom, for being strict with me." I was strict. I gave her her freedom at the same time. She realized what I was trying to do with her. Then now she sent the same message to her brother. So what I'm trying to say here is like, if parents always keep too much
Good morning,
guard,
Denisha.
yeah, if you
Hey,
keep
I'm
on
I'm gonna
keeping
drop down.
too much guard into
Okay,
children
I'm
without
gonna drop
thank
make
down.
you.
them
All right.
breathe,
Well,
without make them
Anton.
breathe,
yeah.
they will
No,
go and do
um,
wrong. But if
there you go.
you
Never mind.
try to make a little bit different with what they're doing, guard them, just tell them, give them advice, like you say. You say, give them advice and let them fly on their own wing. When they fly on their own wing, they will remember, Mom did tell us about this, and they will do it themselves. But if you keep controlling and say, you're not supposed to do this, you're not supposed to do that, and all the time, they will not learn how to do things by their own wing, you know, and therefore they will always fall into a temptation and lots of mistakes, you know. Give them that little freedom to fly on their own wing, but give them guidance and say, you are your own master. If you know how to controlling yourself and do what is right, you will all, and make sure you surround yourself by good people. Always make sure you surround yourself with good people. There will be no problem within your surrounding, and then parent will be free. But if you keep
And
on
that
talking, there will be always problem.
But you
and that's
are
the
take
that's the point too. But hold on, but that's the point too. Going in, making sure the coast is clear, so you can trust your child to make good judgments because you've already made sure the coast is clear. So when they go astray on that, now it's time to pull them children back, saying, "Hey, I trust you with this. You did something different. I can't trust you like that no more. Now you're gonna have to regain my trust, and I'm not even sure if I'm gonna trust you like that ever again because it's my job as your parent to make sure you don't fuck up in your life. I get these children go the way that they're gonna go, but not under my roof, not without my provision, not without my supervision. It's imperative that we make sure, like, because there's so much they can get into, so much under our noses, because we got into it when we was younger under our parents' noses. But it's more at this, it's more apparent at this point. It's more.
Do you know there is another thing we have to pointing out here? The system. If the system is giving lots of freedom to children to do what they want, they will try to run away from parent all the time. That is another thing because I'm coming from Africa. We grow up depending in our parents so much financially in every single level. So we cannot do what is wrong by our parents. But in Europe, children feel too much freedom. The system is teaching them, oh, if your parent is not giving you them, just come, we're gonna give you this. There is a house that is free for you, money free for you. So therefore children always feel like, oh, if he's not doing what I want, then I have to walk away. You see, so we didn't grow up in that little manner. So in this relationship we need to teach them how to keep them close to us. Why? By not putting money first, by not putting the control first. When we try to put control first, they want to run to the freedom. You see, we give that balance to them. If we give them that balance, they will always understand that parent want the good on their for them than to fighting for them. So that's what I can say right now.
Okay.
Good morning. Good morning.
Mhm.
How's everybody in the box? Everybody in the comments? And good morning, Miss Diamond.
Good morning, everybody.
What's up, Ben?
Parents, hey, simple parenting. I'm not even a parent. I ain't parenting no children. I got my parent children, but I ain't raised them. And I ain't raised no grandchildren. But the bottom line is, though, simple process. You gotta teach repetition to your children. You gotta teach them how to follow instructions, how to accept consequences, how to ask permission. All the basic things that you do as an adult, you gotta do that from the time your child come out the womb. Repetition teaching and also showing them consequences and corrective behavior. That will set them up for success to be normalized kids and hopefully not be vulnerable to guys like myself when they become adolescents, and as I'm an adolescent would be chasing their daughters. But you got to teach to your kids over and over. It's a little work involved. It's hard work because you got to get it used to going over and over every day with your child these things about behavior.
The network.
You teach them behavior dating young ladies. Now again, is it gonna be 100%? No, but you have a less. You have a less
I'm trying to
number
call
than you
breaking
do
up.
now.
What do you say?
Uncle Bernard,
You're
you're
breaking
breaking
up.
up.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I know it would. Yeah.
Turn your camera
I
off,
figured as
Bernard.
much. How about now?
Turn your
Is that
camera.
better?
Turn your camera off, Bernard.
Okay, let me try that. Let's see better. Let's turn it off. Let's see. Okay, is that better?
Yeah,
Is that better?
yeah.
Yeah, it's
Does
better.
that work?
Yes, it's better.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know what part. I don't know what part you. I don't know what part you missed. But I was just saying, if you just teach to your children the basic things that you do in life every day, follow instructions, accepting consequences, corrective behavior, asking permission, uh, teach them relationships, teach them how to have good peer relationships. But they're dynamics that you have to do each day repetitiously uh, until you see
We got
a
an echo
performance
somewhere. Good
of
morning, Jen. We got an echo somewhere. Somebody got an echo.
Hmm.
Oh, I
no,
heard
is
that.
the echo still there?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay. But you can actually Google this. There are teaching guidelines that you can teach to your adolescent, to your even to the young children. Uh, what's that? Three from that age 2 to 5. There's things you can teach
Uncle
those
Bonnie, you
children, and
breaking
then
up.
from 5 to yes.
Uncle Bonnie, it's an
Oh,
echo.
I
It's
said
an
good
echo.
reception.
I think
Is it me? Okay,
Tachima have
hold on.
to
Let me go.
switch off. She has to switch off her microphone because when he speak, I can see the other person microphone is bouncing. So if he put a little bit off on his microphone, he will speak better.
Tasha, back. Mute
Yeah,
your mic.
Okay.
hey, Diamond, I muted myself, and the echo's still
That is
there. How was that?
better.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
better.
Okay.
Yes, it's
Okay. So
Tasha
yeah.
fault.
So I don't know parts you missed, but yeah, I was just saying you can Google teaching dynamics to your children, and you'll see there's a cadre of things that you would teach the kids at the different stages about behaviors, and behavior is a lot of things that your kids, not my kids, but your kids not doing, and that we didn't do as kids. We were behaviorally out of control, and we didn't have any disciplines. But they're teaching dynamics that families can do each day repetitiously with their children to get them more accountable, to get them more disciplined, and have them to set them up for success and to ward off the things that we got ourselves into, getting young girls impregnated at 17, 18, 19 years old, and so forth. They'll be able to defend those things or be able to walk through that without having a problem with that, knowing that's not the right time or what have you, or knowing to do it safely, you know. But it's all about it's really just families. Because a lot of time, I mean, honestly, parents are lazy, and let's be honest. Because you're lazy because you come home from work every day, you're tired. You only want to spend maybe 20 minutes to an hour with your children. You don't want to spend 2 or 3 hours because you're tired. That's understandable. You get
Right. But
That
the
goes
main
back
thing,
to what I was saying. With uh, we need to teach our kids to be more leaders and not followers. When your children come to you and say, "Well, I want this," they have this and they have that. You got to teach people to set the trends, not follow the trends. And you know what I mean. I think TV play a lot. TV play a lot. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I would go. I remember I would do Uber, and I'm just going to use this for an example. Don't get offended. I don't want anybody to get offended. Um, I would. Oh shit, y'all talk. I got to do work. Hold on.
the most important
Wanted
thing.
to say something though. When you see it comes to parenting, everybody has to understand that different parenting styles work for different kids, right? Diamond was talking about teaching a child to be a leader. We could teach kids to be leaders as much as we want, but if that is not a personality trait that they have, they would always be followers. Regardless of how hard you try to teach a child that is a follower, they would still follow because that is what they know. Some of us are meant to be leaders and some of us are meant to be followers, right? It kind of falls into itself when you try to teach your child something that they would never learn. So what we have to figure out is what type of a child we're raising, if they're a leader or if they're a follower, and then you style your parenting to whatever that is. So you know that even if they're a follower, there are certain things that you can't do, that would affect your life later on. And as I said before, you explain to your child why it's a bad idea. You don't just tell them it's because I said so, because from the time you start, it's because I said so, they are going to want to explore it even more. And we have to remember that if you don't teach your kids, the streets will. That's not just a saying, that's facts. Because if you tell me that I can't do something and you don't tell me why, I will go out there to find out why. I would want to know what is the big deal about this thing. And I will go out there and mess my life up doing foolishness. When you could have just told me, hey, you shouldn't do this because this is what happens when you do this. Right? If your child is a leader, you don't have to worry about those things, but it have certain things that you'll have to monitor them on. Because regardless, they might be instigators. Once he's a leader, he's an instigator. So you will be getting other kids involved in certain things that they don't really know about. Because you'll be the type to go and research these things or learn about these things and come back and teach other people's kids. Right? So it is all about monitoring your child, knowing exactly what type of child you have, and then styling your parenting to that.
I think that is very good said.
But let me say this. What I was gonna say was, I used to do when I used to do Uber, right? And I would be doing Uber in the evening times, and I would be going um in different neighborhoods, right? I'd be going different neighborhoods. When I get to the vanilla neighborhoods, I want to say like 7 o'clock. It's quiet as a mouse. All the lights are off in the houses. You know, kids are in bed. Everybody is asleep and stuff like that right there. But then when you go to the our community neighborhoods, the children still turned up watching TV. You know what I mean? And you know what I mean? Like, kids got school, right? Why is the children still up after 9 o'clock? Why is things, why we have certain things still going on in our neighborhoods? You know what I mean? Like, now for those that have children now, and y'all grown, they grown. You know what I mean? And see video games, stop buying them children video games. Stop buying the kids video games. I know y'all parents and y'all gonna do what y'all want to do with y'all children. I get it, but I'm just saying, like, video games. It's let them come home. Make them do their homework. Let them go outside and play for a little while. You know what I mean? Take the TVs away. Take out certain things that is exposing them to what's going on in the world today. That's just that's just me. Now y'all, spend some time with the children, right? You know what I mean? Talk to them. We sit at the dinner table. The dad is in the house. If the dad is home, send all y'all should be sitting at the dinner table at a certain time and talking and talking among each other. And you know what I mean? Like, pretty much our culture, we need more structure. We need more structure. And like Uncle Bernie said, when the parents get home, especially single mothers, when they get home, they tired. You know what I'm saying? They just tired. You know what I mean? Or whatever the case may be, they is. But I'm just, it's just some food for thought. It's up to y'all how y'all want to do it. But I feel like what's on these TVs today, and then y'all talking about the music, and you know what I mean, and this and that. They're the children listening to got the cell phones, they got access to YouTube and the music and what's going on. Like, whatever they learn outside your house, you cannot do anything about that. But if you teach them in the house already, you know what I mean? Some kids, I've had some kids walk out the door and they go, "Oh, my parents don't allow that. I can't do that." You got some children that say, "Oh, my mother would kill me if I did that," because another child would be telling that child what they can do. You know what I mean? But it's like, "Oh, my mom," that you got some parents. "Oh, we don't watch TV in our house. We don't," you know what I mean? We don't, it's just certain things that, we just need more structure when it comes to parenting. That's just me. And I made mistakes, and I have to take accountability for my mistakes. But if I can, like, pretty much, like, because I fix it with my grandkids. You know what I mean? And my grandson and stuff, he can't watch TV after certain times and this and that. Yeah, you know, like just
Yeah,
you know,
me too. I relate it with what you're saying. It's really important. That is very, very strong key point. In UK here, I used to work through the night, so which is mean that I take care of children all day, and then when the night come, I put them in bed. They go to bed at 8 o'clock, and then I'm doing sewing, making money all the way till 1 o'clock at night. Client clothes. That's when I make money. So my children was listening to me because they was still little. But more they grow up, more they start taking the habit on staying late till late. And then I realized I'm affecting them with staying late because they can't stay, even those they have nothing to do, that's where they relate it to again. So now we both have to fight. Children have to fight to go to bed. I have to fight to go to bed. So these are type of things that are relating. If we like sit down and watching film late at night, we don't get to sleeping. Children will follow the same thing. So the only good way to do, I realize, I tell my children, if you can't sleeping, go have a shower. A good shower or cold shower throw out of you will help you to go to bed. And when my children do that, they sleep like a monkey. And we all do the same thing. So I think that is a structure and also know what we need or know how to advise other parents to go through it. Because when the habit becomes something, when you get too much habit on doing it, you don't even know you're affecting children. You see? And some parents were thinking, okay, go to bed. Go to bed, throwing children in bed. I used to tell my children, go to bed, and are sneaking in their room. They're doing game on the under the pillow. You know, they
mhm,
cover all themselves and they're under the pillow doing things, you know,
yeah.
because they know that simple fact that I'm still awake. So they want to be also awake. And in the morning, they find it hard to wake up. And in this life, they say, even in the Bible, the best way of living is to early morning wake up. If you can't wake up early morning and do your prayer and go to work, you will be slowly down all day long, you know. So if we don't teach that base to children to learn how to be strict within themselves in the morning, no matter how lazy they are on the day, they will not pick up. And I realized that being part of a white community, going taking care of them, I realized they like wake up early in the morning, and when it's 10 o'clock, all of them are switched off. Everything is switched off and in bed. Everybody. So we need to learn that system because it creates a longevity and also create a good harmony within ourselves. We need to start see that kind of priority of going to bed on time. That also help our brain, also help us to be organized, channel ourselves. If we don't do that, we will always confuse everywhere and try to do things in any time without thinking. But if we are organizing, we can get it. Just to follow off what you just said earlier, is very important. You mentioned a very strong key point. People doesn't see that point, but it's a very strong point that parents should put in into their routine. You
And I
know.
think that, and I think that, you know, like parents should talk to their children more. Talk to them every day. Call
Mhm.
them, you know what I mean, and talk to their kids, especially the ones that's in the house with y'all,
Yeah.
and you know, going to school because
Hmm.
y'all, yeah, a lot of children be in depression stages and want to unalive themselves. And guess what? The mama don't
Yeah.
know shit. The
Yeah.
daddy don't know shit. You know
Hmm.
what I mean? You letting the cell phone and you letting the TV and you letting societies raise your children. You know what I mean? So when so when you and everything that's on TV today, you shouldn't even want your children to see.
Hell no.
So I think the takeaway from this. So I'm an
What's up,
only
folks?
child. This is Yandy talking. I'm an only
All right.
child, and I think the biggest takeaway is being present and knowing your child. I feel like there's no cookie cutter. Everybody, we've seen different perspectives. Some people say you can't be a friend. Some people say you have to be, go into their phones. So basically, I think taking away from this, I'm a parent to a young girl. She's 9. When I grew up in an African household, African mom, African dad.
usually African households tend to be very strict and very traditional and very stuck in their ways. My parents were able to steer away from that, and one of the biggest takeaways from my parents, they learned me as an individual, as a child, as you know, as I was growing up, what worked for me, what didn't work for me. Like, I'm one of those kids. I've never been spanked. I've never been spanked. I've never been grounded. That's just the kind of child I was. I didn't engage in a lot of stuff. I was pretty social, but I just um, wasn't into a lot of things that my peers were in. Like, I didn't have sex until I was in college, but that was just my personality. And I did not need my parents to, be as under me or controlling. As some kids, right? And I was just, coming in to say that I think being present to your child as a parent and what works for them and how they navigate, especially through the teenage years. No two teenagers are the same. And so for me, balance worked. My parents were obviously, we had rules, we had boundaries, we had structures, but I had technology. I had a TV in my room. I had, stuff that most kids didn't have. But I also had structure. My parents said, we're doing these things for you. We like doing these things for you. And I took heed to that. I respected that. And, that was always my driving force. I was like,
Yandy, how old are you?
I am 34. What?
We, you know what I mean? You 34. You been out your parents' house from since when?
I was 18.
So you know what I mean? Like, we're talking about this day and age and what's going on today. Like Papa Rudy said in the comments, they're buying tablets for 3-year-olds. And I remember one of my children's mom, my grandkid's mom. I asked her. I said, "What do such and such want for?" I said, "What do he want for his birthday?" And at the time, my grandbaby at the time was 3 years old at the time. So she told me, she said, "Well, he don't have a tablet. He need a tablet." And I said, "Why do he need a tablet? He's only 3." I said, "Tell me what he need." You know what I mean? I say, because he's 3 years old. Why are you buying him a tablet? Please help me out. And
See,
then she said,
Donna, like
"I'm
a,
listening.
a
Go
lot
ahead."
of a lot of the
Donna,
problem with that stuff is not just the child that they want it. For some reason, well, it's
oh no, I
every
was saying that,
generation.
I work
Parents
I work with
parents
kids.
want
I have
to
a
have stuff
sorry,
for their
I just wanted
children
to
that they
say
didn't have, and they starting them off with material stuff that they don't need.
That's why I said we need to grab back, and we need to start from the household as parents, even with your grandkids. You know what I mean? Like, we blaming everything on society, but we also have to take accountability for what we are doing in our household as well. You know what I mean? Children can, because you got some kids. If you teach them from home, you have some kids will say, "Oh, I can't do that. My mom don't play that. I can't do that." You know what I mean? Like, you got some children to say, "Oh, I can't do that."
right, but we also need to be open to the fact that things are evolving. You know what I mean? Technology is a part of our lifestyle. Technology is big. These kids were using technology for the last 2 years during the pandemic.
But if you're spending
So do
time
I
with your
feel that
children, if you're
there's
spending
space
time with your
for
children, if you're spending time with your kids and you know what I mean, communicating with them, first of all, if you do buy them a
that's what I'm
phone, right?
saying, balance is a good
If you
thing.
do
They
buy
don't
them
need
a
a phone,
phone,
girl. They don't need a phone.
if you do buy them a phone, take the phone from them at a certain time.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If you tell your children, okay, you want an iPhone for Christmas, or you want this. This is the stipulations and rules that are going to come with this phone if I buy
Right,
you this phone.
boundaries, exactly.
But it's still
You
Donna.
cannot.
But
I
yes,
have to.
but hold, slow down, but
The
slow
thing
down.
is, they shouldn't have even have that.
But instead of taking
No
a
child,
no,
no
but
child need a
iPhone. Go
no,
ahead.
slow down.
child need
If
a
you have the
1100
And
phone,
dollar
you know what,
phone.
Miss Tracy, so you can't tell me what my child needs, right? And that, you know what I mean. And I get that.
slow
That's
down.
what's wrong with our culture. You know what I mean?
No,
Like I
But an
nobody.
iPhone. Can I say something, please? I'm sorry, excuse me. But an iPhone originally was a business phone.
Yeah,
It had
yeah,
nothing to do with.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's
yeah. No,
like
no.
you're spending
All of them,
$1,000 for
all
an
of them are
On
business
a
phones.
phone.
iPhone, and they're
Yeah,
not
Yeah,
making
all of them are
any
business
money
phones.
with it.
All the phones, anything telecommunications is a business phone. But here, slow down. Once you teach your kids how to use this thing and you set the time, you don't have to take it. See, first of all, I wouldn't. I'm not a parent, but if I was a parent, it would be no TVs in no bedrooms. First of all, only TV would be in a
Right.
family room where we were all centrally located.
That's how my
That
house
forces you to
is.
spend time together. Secondly,
right.
with your phones, you teach the timelines to use those phones, but you don't take things away. Those kids that hold those phones, you just don't use them until the timeline permits itself. You use the phone between before dinner, after dinner, and then put it up and use it again before you go to bed. Say goodnight to your friends. Boom. But you coordinate. But you teach these things about the uses of this equipment. If they don't use it properly, then you go into the consequences of taking the phone away, and you start back the teaching dynamic again. The whole process about our parents and kids is that parents have got to be in the teaching dynamics. You got to teach kids how to be honest, how to report honest things, how to not do tattletelling to get people in trouble, but to tell things that to save people getting harmed or anybody getting in danger, stuff like that. These are about teaching dynamics.
And I think
They're
as a
simple, but
society too,
you gotta research them and Google these things. That's all. I
right,
mean,
we
but
need to
again,
learn moderation.
right,
Sorry,
yeah.
go ahead.
But
Yeah,
in the same in the same aspect of things though. But you don't have to take things. You just got to teach the nature of how these things are gonna be used in the setting of parent-child relationship, household, and so forth. And you tell kids you're not gonna have a social media account on this phone until I say you can have one. Okay,
Because,
period.
Right.
because you
Then
know what?
and you make that an earning process. So you can create an economy in your family where kids earn certain things throughout the growth of throughout the learning process of their growth. You set the economy as a parent. Now, again, I'm not a parent, but I got all the information for you. I would never be a parent because I don't like parenting because I'm too busy for parenting. So, but I can give you information for it.
but yeah,
Go
and I
But
figure,
think
right?
that's really really important because
you
even
are
as
correct in
grown-ups,
that
we are
aspect
on our
because
phones
even
for
when my
like
daughter
the
was,
whole day. So
well,
I
you
feel like
are correct in that
moderation is
aspect
taught.
because even when I was raising my daughter, I have had
Listen, y'all. I get it. Let me say this. I get it. I know my people. You can't tell them how to raise their children. I get it. You know what I mean? I get it. Y'all don't want to hear it. I get it. You know what I mean? Like I get it. It's just a lie. We're just giving advice. I get it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because our people will
right.
tell the people quick, don't tell us what to do with our children. You don't do this, blah, 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 blah. But then, you know what I mean? When the children doing this and the turn doing that, or kids turn out this way or turn out that way.
And
But
you only get one
And,
shot
you
at it.
have to
and
monitor
people,
your children as much as you can. Now, when they turn 18, what matter of fact is the day they know right from wrong, they're held accountable for their actions.
yeah.
Yeah,
Can
my
I say
daughter
something real
doesn't
quick?
have a
And somebody,
TV in her room. She doesn't have a tablet. The only device that she had, we have one TV in the house. I'm not a TV person. I don't find enjoyment in watching TV. So we only have one
There's
TV
too many
in the
people
house.
talking. I'm gonna put
It's
mine
in
on.
it's in the living room, and again, she watches it in moderation, but her thing is she has a Nintendo, so that's her thing. She's more into that kind of stuff, but again, that's also monitored. She only has a certain amount of time to use it, and she already knows, when it's time for bed, she hands it to me because that's something that I've kind of taught her. Like, when it's bedtime, hand it to me. It's done. So setting healthy boundaries is important, and teaching your kids moderation. Like, I know a lot of grown-ups that are on their phones not being productive because there's no moderation. So, starting at a small age, like I said, I work with kids. I'm in child development. I I am big about,
Good morning.
technology and evolving, and these kids knowing, these things, being on these devices, but also at a monitored rate. And like, there's certain educational apps that kids can use. There's certain things on those tablets like coding, which is very important. I feel like there's a space for that, especially in our community, that kids can do. It's just parents need to be present to what their kids are doing on social media, what are they posting, and just monitoring how long they're online. So that's all I wanted to say. It's just like moderation. And I have, like, I see a space for technology in our society, in our community. But I think just parents just sometimes hand these things over as a way to babysit or not be present, and that's where the problem comes in.
I'd like to say two things real quick. I'm gonna step down, but that's when somebody made a comment about they're not gonna raise their parent by Google, and let's be common sense. Common sense was saying you can use Google to find information about common sense parenting. So if you don't want to use Google, order yourself a common sense parenting book, and it'll give you some common sense parenting tips of what to do with your kids in your household. Secondly, though, I'm gonna tell you something that was interesting for me as growing up, and what I would recognize in women or young ladies that I was pursuing as a predator of women. What I saw that was my strong suit was that if you didn't have a behavioral discipline or were not behaviorally controlled, and that means like if I know that you're not asking permission to do things or you did things that you were dishonest. Like you might call your parents and say, "Mom, I'm at the library studying," but you actually walking around with me. Well, I knew that you were vulnerable to me because I said, "Well, they don't follow instructions. They that's my motivation. I got some instruction for you." So now I become your pappy, but I'm still the same age you are. I'm papping on your behind, telling you, "Come on, girl, take them clothes off." So it's like I'm challenging you and I'm motivating you to be rude and crude to my behavior because you don't follow behavior. I mean, you're not behaviorally controlled or disciplined. So these are things that guys like me would see in your kids. They would not behaviorally controlled or disciplined. So that was my strong suit to overtake your daughters and make them have babies. But the key thing though is that again, you have to if you initiate behaviors in your household, they will carry out into the society and they will carry over and kids other kids and they when other kids say something and do something that's inappropriate, your child will say, I'm not going to be involved with that. I'm walking away. Hey, you have fun, catch you at the ball. They're going to disappear. They're going to walk away. You follow me? So because they've already been behaviorally taught that this is inappropriate. And again, it's all about repetitious teaching in your household. Everybody have a
It
great day
is.
and good job continue working with your children and I wish you all the best. And if you really want to get lazy, just walk away from your children, just abandon them like I do. But anyway, y'all
I
have a good one.
I think what's happening, and my granddaughter's mother is guilty of it. I know with me, when my son was growing up, we did leapfrog. I bought him leapfrog things because I knew the school that I was going to send him to, that they would teach, that they did everything on the computer. Um, so I wanted him to, of course, learn some things and be prepared, but also exposed him to where when he had his own computer, he had the little toy computer first, and then he got his own. It was just a matter of you do this at least one. It was like once we did a 2 hour thing, so it was structured. Um, and when he got into where the school that did everything by computer, he had his own Google Chromebook. It was kind of like the teacher. He was prepared. He's 14 now, and he has a phone. He doesn't sit on the phone. He doesn't even really watch TV. As the TV has a game system. He knows I shut it. I literally shut everything down where he has no internet connectivity at all. When I mean, it's all scheduled, and it's like you said, structure and discipline. And sometimes he'll say, "Ma, can I get some time?" And depending on what he's done or what he hasn't done, I offer him that opportunity. But it's about discipline and structure. Whereas my granddaughter, her mother just thinks she just needs that for her because it's downtime to her. So I'm like, well, do some things with her, read with her, play with her. I did, but she needs her me time. And that annoys me, but I can't tell people how to raise their children. I can only give them advice or suggestions, but
Right.
that's what it,
It's just food for thought. That's
right,
all it
that's
is.
all it
Food for
is.
thought. But it's like it's when we get on here, and we talk, and we talk about our mistakes, and we talk about where we went wrong, and we're trying to, like correct them. You know what I mean? And
Right,
not our children not make the same mistakes we made.
that we
We
made.
have to also as adults change our mindset. You know what I mean? To the problem where it's okay to, listen. I mean, I get it. I just feel like our culture is so so messed up and we so lost, and then it's a repeating cycle after repeating cycle after repeating cycle. So you know what I mean? Like, what do we do?
I think people listen to speak instead of listen to understand.
Yes.
And and that's I listen. I do a lot of listening and observing in my real, and even on the media. But most people are listening. There's a difference between listening and hearing. You're automatically going to hear, but are you listening to what's being said, whether you agree or
If
not?
you
Whether you
if you buy your
go ahead.
children the technology gadgets, you buy the cell phones, you buy the iPads or tablets and etc. Are you going to be around your child 24/7 to monitor
Monitor,
what they are
right?
looking at on social, you know what I mean, on those tablets, on those cell phones, you know, I,
Yeah, or even
I
on the
mean,
TV,
you got
because
to ask yourself, that because it's so much on TV.
Can I just give my point on those cell phones? My point is not really the cell phone. It depends how children start grow up using it. I will give you one example. When I was growing up, when I get divorced, I was single mom going full time education at uni, and my children need extra lesson. I couldn't afford to pay tutorial for my children.
You
I
can
get the
set
Irish.
parental controls, but guess
Mhm.
what? You can set parental controls. But how many people doing it? Let's be honest.
So what I'm
How many
trying to
people doing
say,
it?
I get my children educate themselves using YouTube, and they pass their GCSE level by educating themselves on
Kids
YouTube
do get
using.
curious. They get curious, but guess what? We as parents, if we're in our house, we talk to our children. Like I
Yeah.
said, we need more leaders out here than followers. The children are growing up and they following what Bobby want. They following what Bobby do. They following what Jennifer's doing. You know what I mean? At an early age, I'm talking about in elementary school.
hmm
Elementary.
There used
You
to
know what
be
I
a
mean?
thing.
Elementary.
There used to be a thing like a Dora the Explorer. That was good for children when they grow up. They understand that being part of the technology is to learn a skill. So if technology is being created, parent has to know what app to direct their children into it. I think it's all about visualizing. I have some parents when their children grow up, they put them in front of the TV and go out, and the child grow up talking to the TV instead of talking to human, and I find it very sad. So this is based on how parents take advantage of technology. Technology is here to stay. There is nothing we can do, and it's even in get higher. That's the only platform where people gonna make money right now. And we need to teach our children to learn how to use it. I'm telling you, I'm a hairdresser. All my clients come from the technology. You understand? I don't go out to promote like I used to be mobile, pay people to promote my business. It's all down to technology. So if you are a child seeing parents using technology every day, you're gonna follow it. But following is what you use for, how useful it is for you. And that's what is down to
think
parent.
that
It's down to
I
parent for
think
that.
that and I think that, as so even though my parents did not raise me um in and out, my grandmother was more active in my life than both of my parents. So I seen my grandmother do a lot of things. And
Mm,
at like 10 years old, at 10 years old, a lot of parents should take their children, I say 10, but a lot of parents should take their children in the kitchen, mothers, especially mothers. Take your daughters and your sons in the kitchen, right?
mm.
Teach them how to cook.
Yeah, I did that with my children. In fact,
Teach
it's
them
very
how to
important.
cook.
It's very important.
show them show them how to cook for themselves, kind of teach them how to be You know what I mean? Self-sufficient. Take them to work. Show when you got a lot of people got businesses. The fathers, you got a lawn service. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Take your 12-year-old son with you to work on the weekends when he's not in school or when he get out of school. You know what I mean? Like kind of detour them, redirect them from, you know what I'm saying, what is going on in society, what's on cell phones, you know what I mean, what's the video games, and give them some type of structure. You know what I mean? Like it's too many of our black men growing up and don't know how to do a lot of things that a man is supposed to do. They don't know how a man is to know know what to do. They don't know how to do things in the house, fix around the house, you know what I mean, and etc. My kid's father went to prison, and my boys, if it wasn't for their granddad, my children, like my boys would know a lot of things. My kids are very self-sufficient. Um, so my daughter, she posts when she posts on Instagram, she posting food that she cook, right? I'm looking at her like, girl, like you being a whole chef in the kitchen. You know what I mean? Like you being a whole chef in the kitchen. Go ahead, y'all. Let me work.
Yeah, it is important. I don't know about you guys. I can see that you all live in US. In UK here, children grow up, they teach them how to cook from school. They teach them everything from school. And there is an after school club that parents take children to take them to learn how to cook. And children know already. They teach them after school club with lots of activity. So when children grow up, they learn how to cook already by themselves. They learn how to clean up. They teach them how to put the bin out. So children know all those basics in here. And sometimes they teach them, but some parent doesn't put action into it. It's like we say, it's down to parent themselves to pick up what is good for children and guide them through it. If we don't guide children through what is good for them, we will always feel panicking and they will grow up lost. And I realized that sometimes even those you teach children good things, when they reach mature age, they still want to misbehave. And it depends what kind of friend they have, what kind of environment they have around them. So, for example, like my daughter, when she was 20 years old, she's changed. And I was just like, wow, certain things she was doing, I didn't teach her. She learned how to smoking. My family, we don't know what it means smoke. She would tell you, oh, it's just a vibe. I'm testing it out, mom. Oh, I can stop anytime. Then I realized that it's the environment and it's the influences. And I say to her, don't do it. And I only found out on the media. You see? So sometimes we want to, as much we want to control it, if we put too much action into it, it will direct them into wrong place. And what I do when I sit down, pray for them, they always say, if you're not religious, you can also meditating on your children. Because sometimes they can feel low, sometimes they can be stressed with the school, and they end up into a wrong way. Always put them first and say, thank you for today and give them a little bit love. Call them, give them a little bit love. When you show them that kind of love, reassurance to show that I'm here. If you lost, I'm here for you. Children will listen. They will listen and know that, okay, it make them more confident as well. When you show them that, I will be always here for you. If you show that reassurance, children want to hear that every day. You know.
Good morning, everybody.
Yes, that is true.
Hmm.
Okay. Um, I want to add in that uh peer pressure, like Diamond was saying earlier, it's a lot that 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 our children are witnessing, and is due to, even if we're rearing our children the correct way, if we
Hmm.
allow our children to still be around delinquents or children who don't have any real parental guidance in their life, they still can be swayed that way as well too, because if, especially if it seems like it's more freedom and more leeway to say, well, hell, well, so and so could do this, or well, so and so could do that, and they seem fine, but they don't know what's going on behind closed doors, saying, well, this person is really disrespectful to their parent, and we really need to get that under wraps. But a lot of
Hmm.
peer pressure, especially when it comes to family, you
Hmm.
don't want to alienate your children
Good
from
morning, Frida.
their, you don't want to alienate your children from their family. But if your, let's say your
Good
sister,
morning.
your brother isn't rearing their children in the right way, and you're still allowing your children to be around those children, that still will affect your child as well too. Like the whole peer pressure is real, especially during, in family. Go ahead.
Yeah, like Larika's evil communications corrupt good manners.
Hmm.
So I have an example too because I have 5 children. I have 3 of them. They're adults, and then I have my last two teenagers, and then I have 5 grandchildren. So when my daughter, she was around 15, 14, 15 or whatever, she were she befriended a lot of people that were from the LGBTQ community and everything. And so I say, do you know who these people are? She didn't really understand or whatever, but it was a group of them. So some kind of way she ended up hanging with one of the friends, and then they all ended up hanging together. So sooner or later, she went into that lifestyle. Now, when God has a plan for you, even if you get off of the track, He has His way of putting you back on the track. Now,
Amen.
by me believing in God and believing in Jesus Christ, I pray for my daughter. She went through a lot of different things, and she had become, lesbian.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but how many of us have actually grew up in the church, are God-fearing people, and still end up doing? A lot of us like to reflect things on, well, let God handle it, let God do this, let God do that. When are we going
Mhm.
to take accountability on what we put into our own children and what we allow our own children to do? I
Okay,
don't like that.
well, let me say this here. I take responsibility. My responsibility is when I saw it, and I um stopped her from doing certain things. But then, when your child makes a decision, you still have to trust God that He will keep your child and bring your child out. So even if you raise your children properly, because all of my children were raised in the church, and the reason why I raised them in the church so they would have a conscience. So I know if I raised them right and they would have a conscience, so if they would fall into diverse temptations, that they would come out eventually. So
Ocean says, Ocean says being religious makes no difference.
right. So religious is being the laws to the laws of man, but I'm talking about in terms of the word and what God says. He says the day you know right from wrong, you're held accountable for your actions. So I had to sit down and talk to my daughter. I had to give her scriptures, and I had to pray for her as well. So in the midst of all of that, the end result was God brought her out. She has 5 children. She's been married. So she told me, she's like, well, I know that's not what God had for me, and I had to come up out of there. She said, I know that's not what He had for me. So this is my daughter saying for herself. See, what you instill in a child, even if they should waver off of that line that you built for them, you still have to trust God to bring them back. Because at one point, your eyes are not in every place. Because even when you send them to school, it's so many
Faith
different
without work,
components.
faith without works is dead. You got to
Right.
take your child by the ear sometimes and say, this is what you will not do, because this is what my name doesn't represent. Now, if
Well,
you got a
see,
whole bunch of, go ahead.
I did that, and because I did what I was supposed to do as a parent, my child, which is an adult, is not in that area anymore, and she's where she was shown and taught and what God wants her to be. See, I didn't teach my children, oh, I want you to be this. I just need you to do that.
You know how many single mothers in church because they didn't want to point the obvious out? Come on.
Because
But at
I
the
looked
same
at
time, y'all,
myself.
I know at the same time, let me say something. At the same time, I know what's going on in this world today with religion and what's
Hmm.
going on in the church. But
Right.
but still, that doesn't mean that you don't teach your children about God. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Oh,
Like,
I get
that
that.
don't mean you don't
I
teach
get
your
that.
children.
And
You know
see,
what
the
I'm saying?
thing is,
That don't mean you don't teach your children to pray. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure, I'm sure, like a lot of parents don't even tell their children, say your grace before you eat your food.
no,
Pray
they
over your
don't.
food. You go in restaurants. You know what I mean? Like, everybody just grab the fork and they just eat it.
Well, if that's
Nobody
the
bowed
case,
their
And
head
can I say
and
well,
prayed
something?
over their
hold on.
food.
And can I say
Well,
something too?
well, if that's the
Can I
case
say?
for these children, hold on, love. For if
Okay.
that's the case, think about if as many teenage pregnancies that was out here when you was young, when our children
Hmm.
are young today, how many of them actually saying before they actually lay down to have sex, God, please protect me from not getting pregnant, and then end up still becoming a single mother on the front of the pew saying, God, please forgive me for my sins before we all. Come on.
Can I say
Like,
something? Can I say something
So,
behind that real quick?
Blue Heart, are you saying not teach? So, are you saying not teach your children about
no.
God?
No, I'm saying teach your children about God, but a lot of people from what I've gathered to a degree here, is they're saying, well, even if my child makes mistakes, I'm gonna leave it up to God to help my child instead of taking the initiative
No.
to.
No, no, no. Hold on. Can I say
God
Okay,
gonna do
something?
His part, and you do your part.
And I do
okay,
my part because as
got
my
you,
parent.
got you.
But if you're letting like technology and TV raise your children,
Hmm.
you know what I mean? However they turn out or whatever, you can't be. You have to take accountability for your parenting, and
Yeah.
you know what I mean. Like, you have to take accountability for that. Though, so like that's all I'm saying.
It's,
Just
The truth is
because.
about spirituality, not religion, because there's different religions out here. Somebody said, if you know about Black history, you know the truth is about religion. It's not religion; it's about spirituality. Our people believe more in spiritual things than religion. Religion is doctrine.
well,
There's a
okay.
difference.
Well, first of all, I'm not even religious, but I would like to say this here. I remember watching Color Purple, and remember when she was pregnant and her mother said the sin is in the fornicating, not in bearing the child. So one day I tried to look because I was looking for words, scriptures in the Bible that empower and strengthen women because I was a single mother. Okay. So I found it's a scripture in the Bible that talks about a woman is forgiven in childbearing. So when we go and we say to God, forgive me for getting pregnant or forgive me for having that sin, if that person has gotten pregnant, they God has already forgiven them according to his word. But people don't talk about it. People don't speak about it. So I mean, I just want to throw that in there. You know what I'm saying? But it is our duty as parents to teach and train our children up in the way they should go. After, when they know right from wrong, it's still our job to help them. But we also have to allow God to do what he needs to do. Because just because a person okay, they done had a baby, okay, well forget them because they're a single mother and they done had a baby. No. Or forget them because they just started smoking weed. No. I mean, that's not what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be encouraging, and we're supposed to, oh, this is how this is should go. This is why you shouldn't do this. But if you should do this, this is what's going to happen. That's what we're supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be teaching our own children and not letting schools teach our children and not letting technology teach our children because they come from us. So even if they mess up,
Good
we're
morning.
supposed to throw them away because they make a mistake. I mean, we spend a lifetime making mistakes until we get it right.
Amen.
You know what I'm saying? So,
But
I
a lot of
mean,
those mistakes
I've
put hold
been
on.
through it.
But
I've been through it personally myself, but I just wanted to use that as an example because I am a parent. I'm a I'm also wife, mother. I have 5 grandchildren, and they're all steppers. So I had to trust God what He told me concerning my children. I had to trust Him. He said, train them and teach them,
Good morning.
even if they should fall. They got to get back up.
I feel you on that. Like knowing your child is getting of age and they may encounter certain things and
And this
experience certain
happened when she was
things.
a teenager, and this happened after I guess she found out her father had passed away. She was dealing with those issues. It was a lot of things. But if you don't sit down and take time to talk to your children, those streets are gonna talk to your children. You see what I'm saying? And sometimes they can get out there and get lost, and you'll never get them back. So I mean, I would rather have a conversation with my daughter and ask her what's going on and different things. And if I can't find, I'm gonna try to find out to help her. That's my job. My parenting don't stop at the age of 18. My parenting stops when I leave this earth. So whatever advice or questions she may have, even as an adult, if I have the answer, I'm supposed to give it to her. If I don't know, I'm supposed to go find it.
I agree on that. Your parenting don't stop at all. But what I'm telling
No.
you is I'm in total agreement with you right there, love. I am in total agreement with you.
I mean,
But what
it's
I'm
hard
telling,
enough. It's hard enough if
Tap the screen, y'all.
we
Tap the
raising
screen.
up.
Who has a dog?
Oh, it's hard enough. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it's hard enough for us as parents to even raise our children and what's going on out there in that world. Because everything in the world and the ways of the world is total opposite of how we raise our children anyway. But we have to raise them to be stronger. And even if they fall, we still shouldn't condemn them for it because they still have to learn their lessons for their life. They have their own life that God gave them. So they have to learn their lessons pertaining to their life and what God has called them to be or to do or whatever it may be.
to be a single parent at 15, 16, 14.
It's not everybody's will that has been pregnant to be pregnant at 15, 16, or whatever. But
They
it
made a
has
will to
come.
have sex, right? They made a will to go behind their parents' back to do what they know they shouldn't do. Come on.
Yes. A lot of teenagers go behind their parents' back and do things that they know they shouldn't do. Being pregnant or having sex and getting STDs, that's one of them. Using drugs, lying, setting up other people to fall. It's all kind of things people are doing. Getting pregnant is not just one of them. That's just a sin that you can see. But what about all the other things that's going on behind the closed doors that people can't see? That should be paying attention to.
No, I get that, but what I'm attributing to this conversation is as parents, and just like Miss Blue Diamond said earlier. I mean Black Diamond. I'm sorry, Black
Who
Diamond.
have who hold on, y'all. Who have the dog and stuff in the background? Can y'all mute the mic? That way when one person is talking, everybody mute when the other person is talking, then you unmute when you get ready to talk.
I can see one on my name. I don't know. $1 on my name.
Yeah, but like when Blue Diamond said, when she became a grandmother, it was a lot of pressure has been put on her because she's the only person in that house working. She's the only person that's actually trying to get things done and still being a grandma, and now she's having to redo being a parent as well because she's having to be a parent for her daughter and for her grandchild all at the same time. Like we're trying to get to the root of having that stop to a degree. You know, if that makes any sense.
There is a mistake has to be done. From what I point of view, the lady is saying that our colleague is saying that make a mistake, pregnancy will show the mistake, but other people has done the same commitment and it's not showing. But what people have to be on mind is that once you're pregnant, you can't go back. Once you make that mistake, there is no change for it. But what to do to treat that mistake? How to do it? By deny the person or by still, you know, helping the person to grow. I'm gonna give you a typical example to my little sister. She get pregnant when she got her first boyfriend.
Papa
Never
Rudy, why
have
don't you
any
come in
man.
the box? Go
Sorry?
ahead.
She
I don't
got
know. Go
pregnant
ahead.
when she got her first boyfriend. Coming from a Christian, we never have that and we don't do abortion. So we didn't have a choice to keep her. But it turned out that God chose that. Believe me or not, her boyfriend, auntie, never give birth. And she took that child like her own one. And behind that child, being 20 years in marriage, never give birth. When she take care of that child, God bless her to have a children on that return. So my sister didn't lose to go to school. She still go to school. She's still being taken care of. You know, she didn't have any problem, and nobody did blame her because it was one night stand, and it turned out being pregnancy. You know, mistake comes, and so now what to do when the mistake comes is the result. The result of the mistake is how we take it, how we cope with it. Shall we forgive the person and move on and treat the person the same way as other
Good
kids
morning,
so
everybody.
that they can grow up in their own mind in the happiness? You know what I mean? She can repent herself, she can ask for forgiveness, but we
Let
shouldn't
me.
keep it to condemn her every day. We shouldn't condemn her every day. You know,
Okay, I'm not
remember that
saying
it take two people to tango. The same
I
way
get
she
it.
got mistake, the man make mistake as well. So the boy
Right.
has make a mistake as well.
I'm not saying condemn your children. By all means, love them with everything, with everything they got. But the
Mm-hmm.
the thing the thing is is actually saying, well, damn it, I lost it. Damn it, I lost it. She's talking at the same time. Damn it, I lost it. I'll come back. Ah, God, dog it, I lost it. Shoot.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Giving honor to God, Pastor,
Mm-hmm.
Diamond, everyone's. Um, good morning, Diamond.
Good morning.
First off, I don't know about the whole praying before sex thing. I ain't never tried that in my days. That may be something from back in the older days, but I'm not opposed to it.
Right.
But
No, reason why I brought that up is because they keep saying God this and God bringing God into pregnancy and this that, and the third is raising such religious people. Well, if that's the case, then why aren't they praying before sex saying, I hope God don't help me get don't let me get pregnant. They just keep
okay,
throwing God into it like we didn't have our own choices or anything of the sort.
yeah. Okay, I thought you were saying like okay. I thought you were saying that's what you do. Okay, about to say because that ain't I ain't never heard of that before. But yeah, I like the topic we on today. I wanted to talk about the kids some more with the tablets because I don't really agree with giving real small children like the cell phones and stuff like that because the addiction and the what's it called they need that when you start that young. on that kind of technology, you kind of need that for like the rest of your life. See, I didn't have like a smartphone until I was like in high school, and I became addicted in high school to smartphones. So imagine a 3-year-old child. So they're not going to be able
Right.
to they're not going to be able to
It'll
function
become a
properly
dopamine. Right.
when they become
Because
adults.
when you take it away, they'll start crying, and when they start crying, it becomes a dependency. I didn't mean to cut you off, but yeah, that's when I think you went wrong. Kids, especially teenagers, when you take their phone away and they act like it's the end of the world, oh no, something's wrong. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because if my phone died right now, I'm shutting everything down. I gotta find me a charger. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what everything is revolved around this little this little screen right here with lights. You know, but as far as children though, man, like I feel like children should be playing. You know what I'm saying? Children should be outside. Like I don't see no bike gangs no more. We used to have bike gangs. We used to be like 12 deep on bikes going across town in places we ain't supposed to be at, you know what I'm saying? But now every child is in the house, either playing the video game on their phone, you know what I'm saying, all the time. And when you talk to most kids nowadays, they don't even really know how to have a conversation with you face to face because they so used to texting, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. So, and like making eye contact when they talk to somebody, like they're not used to that. And then people try to use like, okay, the schools have tablets now. Well, that's not really justifying it. That's just another example of more adults not wanting to have to interact with the children. You know what I'm saying? Like these teachers had a blast teaching these kids online because all you have to do is just give them the assignment and they gonna look it up on the internet and do it themselves. You don't have to actually engage with the children. You know what I'm saying? And that's what a lot of parents are doing too. They're giving their children the tablets. They think they're being education with their kids, but they know deep down what they're really doing is giving their child a babysitter. Because they gonna take that tablet and they gonna go off and they ain't gonna come bother you until they hungry or they need something. But you know what I'm saying? But that's going to be very detrimental to the generations to come. You know what I'm saying? And y'all can mark my words.
Miss Tracy, why don't you come in the box?
Okay, thank you, bro. You gave me what I wanted to touch on.
Yandy, we're gonna drop you down. Pastor May, did you speak?
Okay, I'm a diamond. I'm gonna say what I got to say, and I'm gonna drop down for somebody else to come in. But yeah, that's one of the things that I wanted to bring up is having the generations to come, like saying, well, our children, if the daughters or whatever see their moms doing something, and like when they said earlier, do what I say, don't do what I do, but then they'll bring up the excuse to try to eliminate the whole conversation and say, well, mom, you became a single parent at this age and you turned out fine, and that just throws a whole monkey wrench in the situation because dang, now you got to look at what you've done to contribute to your child in retrospect because they just literally told you what they looked at. Like, mom, you did it at this age, so I'm going to do it too. So you can't tell me what to do. Go ahead. Drop me down, Diamond.
Okay.
So what I wanted to say to Deacon Papa Rudy real quick. Deacon Papa Rudy. When it comes down to tech, I understand what you're meaning about giving it to a child. However, there has to be a level of discipline that the parent must teach the child. And what I'm saying in the comments when I say what they're doing in schools, literally, my nephew, who is now 7 years old, he's had an iPad since he was 3 years old in pre-K. He had assignments that he had to do in the iPad that we had to go get him an iPad so he could do them at home. And now that he is in the second grade,
Nene, hold on. You said your nephew went to school. They had iPads.
they
In
had
pre-K.
iPads. Yes.
So Nene, you know that ain't in every school, right? Don't go there, Nene.
Well, I'm just telling you what's out there. If it's not at every school, it is in every school in this school district.
Yeah, you know that ain't
And
in
down
every
here in
school.
Dallas, you will definitely more than likely have a child that they will end up with iPads. And they use them all the time. No joke. And then as they get older,
But
it's
guess what?
even when we were growing up, Diamond, You know they had to come
No,
with a
no,
computer.
Tracy, no.
I
They,
got to go to court. I don't want to interrupt
Okay, go
Nene.
ahead.
I got to go to court.
Okay, go ahead.
So,
Okay,
uh,
babe, go ahead. But
so
but but
you know,
but but here, but
but when we
Tracy,
had the
but
Commodore
Nene, let me
computers,
say
and
this.
they go ahead.
But
in
Nene,
Indiana also, that's exactly.
oh shit, she was talking. I thought she had to go to court. But shit, damn, Miss Tracy, I thought you had to go to court. I
She
thought you
was
trying to come down.
talking.
I
Plead the
thought
fifth.
she was trying to come down.
Why she left?
She said she had to go to court. But Miss
Oh,
Tracy, I mean, Nene, let me piggyback on what you're saying. But in the schools, those tablets and iPads that they give them children in schools have restrictions on them. They
yes,
cannot
they
pull
do.
up no social media. They cannot
Correct.
pull up no YouTube. You know what I mean? So
Yes, you
when you're
can.
teaching that, go ahead, Miss Tracy.
I'm sorry, ladies. I love y'all. Y'all know I love y'all. I say don't interrupt Damn but let me interrupt Damn Number one, yes, they can pull up YouTube on the Chromebooks that are coming from school. But listen, I'm a device parent. My people have devices, but I'm also an active parent. My child has 38 minutes on her phone. When the 38 minutes is up, Mama, my phone stopped working. Oh well, put it on the shelf. You know what I'm saying? It's no tantrum when her time is up. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And no, you don't have to spend thousands of dollars. I don't know where y'all got that from. You don't have to spend thousands of dollars. I know as parents that do. I've never spent, a dime. But what I'm saying is that parents have to parent. You have to teach kids that the beginning and the end does not start and end with a device. You have to
Correct.
teach them how to have it responsibly. Even though we are not homeschooling anymore, the kids still have Chromebooks. Here in Indiana, everybody get a Chromebook. There are apps designed to help the teachers go along with the regular curriculum. You understand what I'm saying? You have to meet kids where they are. I don't know, but maybe try to go
You're
now.
never
You
going to
have
get away with that.
eh,
You're never gonna
you're
get away
not
from
going to get away
technology.
from
It's
technology.
not
You
gonna
just have
go.
to teach responsibility.
Right.
Parents have, it takes 5 minutes to set up parental controls. If your child ain't worth
But you know
five
what, Miss
minutes,
Tracy? You know how many? Yes, it only takes 5 minutes. But do the parents do that? No, they don't.
then
Well,
No,
then
see,
that's
they
then
that's
that
a
don't.
means
fucked up
They
parent.
that
don't
That's
means
a
do
they
that.
fucked
need to
up
be
parent.
parented
That's a
on
They
that.
parent who
don't do
gonna be
that.
a
It's a lot
grandparent.
of parents. I kid you not. They do not do that. Set up parental. They don't do that shit.
But that's their problem, Diamond.
Yeah.
That's their problem. That's a fucked up parent. That's their problem. If you're
That's
gonna
why we
give
on
your
here
child
and we're speaking
access,
about it. That's why we're speaking about it. If you're not gonna do that, you know what I mean. You have limitations on, the technology and the exposure that you're giving them. Teach them children not to keep them phones in their hands all damn day and night.
you
Take the
absolutely right. If
phones
if
away.
I turn around and tell Kalia, pass me your phone, she gonna give me her phone, and she not gonna pout about it. You want to know why? Because the 24 hours I might have kept her phone not finna turn into 6 months. Because now you worried about a damn cell phone instead of taking your punishment or your poison. You know what I'm saying? You have to be in your kids' ear. You have to be on your kids. I would tell parents gave me her phone. I don't want your damn phone, girl.
I
Get
ain't
that
trying
shit.
to work that. I ain't
Listen,
trying to work that.
I used to tell parents in the PTO meetings that the school is not your babysitter. I tell parents these devices are not your babysitter. HBO, YouTube, or all this shit they watching on TV, that's not the babysitter. You can expose your child to this stuff in a healthy way. Give them time limits. Tell them what they should or should not be watching. You gotta pick my child. Look at her ass. She's 35 years old. I'm still parenting her. She still come to mama. I don't ever stop parenting. I'm 52. I call my mama to this day. 73 years old. My mama is still parenting me. You know what I'm saying? We got to be active. And to the lazy bastards that's having these kids and giving them this shit and tell them, go to your room or go to the corner or go have fun, are assholes, and they are the scum of society. And your kids are going to be out here doing drive-bys, having babies at 12, you know what I'm saying? Hitting old people in the head because that's what
Making
they
fake
see on
accounts.
Grand Theft Auto. Be a fucking parent. You laid down and had these hellions. Now raise them. Just raise them. And see, because society is going to evolve. Technology is, y'all think it's bad right now? It's going to evolve.
It's
You
getting
have to
Facts.
expose
it's
your
growing,
child
like
to it,
literally
but
it's
do it
growing to
healthy.
more, to be more. There's no way, if you take your tech from these kids today, I promise you, you are
So
hindering them in
That's
10
why they can't
years.
write the code.
Because in
That's why they
10
can't write
years,
cursive if they don't know how to write a check.
think about when the first iPhone came out. The first iPhone came out in 2007, the weekend of the 4th of July. That's when it first came out. When the technology was being built back in 2005, it was not even there where we are. Think where it's evolved from 2007 to today. Your phone is literally doing everything that your computer does. Everything. And if parents had not allowed their children to have a phone, think where their kids would have been in high school. Because sometimes in high school, they had to use their phone.
Yeah,
My niece that I raised, she graduated in 2018. She literally was sitting in class with her phone because she had to use it to get through some
yeah,
schoolwork. And it was required.
absolutely.
You
And
can't get
Mimi,
away from
when
it.
the
It just
kids,
means
let
that
me
the
let me
parents need to
interrupt you,
start
Mama.
disciplining and using that as part of the parenting role. You can't parent the way my
Exactly.
mom parented me. You can't do it.
Because it evolves. And listen to this, the teacher spends so much time teaching children how to log in and use it was like maybe 3 or 4 of them. She spent so much time teaching kids how to log in, how to use a mouse, what goes here, what goes there. It took away, all the rest of the kids was bouncing off the walls and stuff. I'm not saying, that you have to oversaturate your child with this shit, but at least teach them the little things, the basic things, so that they can function. Because when something like COVID happens and the world shuts down, you don't want your child ignorant on how to connect with basic things like school.
Basic
Basic
stuff like
things.
school.
So
That's
I'm
it.
not saying, when I'm in these comments talking shit, I'm being facetious and I'm being an asshole, but I'm serious. Take the time. It's a parental control on my TV. My grown kids have to ask me the password. You know what I'm saying? It's
Absolutely.
just about setting boundaries, utilizing the things that are set in place. Monitor your kids, watch them. I watch TV with my child when we watch TV. I'm over her shoulder. I'm watching. I'm available, but I also give her outside time. It's a balance. And I know it's work. I know y'all working 12 hours a day. I know y'all got your husbands that need some attention. I know y'all need y'all alone time. I know that. But look at what's been happening. We've left our children to their own devices, and some of them are fucked up. So
Yes.
let's fix
Mm-hmm.
it. Let's fix it. And I was that parent. I worked. My kids was latchkey kids. My oldest was a mama. She had
Mm-hmm.
the youngest. So I ain't
Mm-hmm.
telling y'all something that I ain't been through, and I know the era of my mistakes. I know what I did wrong. It was right at the time, but looking back, it was wrong. You know what I'm saying? In a sense. So the bottom line is just parents, hey, do your best, utilize what's out here, you know what I'm saying, and stay involved. My daughter just said she did a weekly check on her son's phone and found a recording of his friend getting beat up by a bunch of kids, and she sent it straight to the complex. Be about it. Get involved. Y'all come on the
Yes.
damage show. Y'all check for damage. Y'all check for y'all kids too. That's all I'm
Yes.
saying.
There
so
you
Check
go.
for your
That
freaking
part right
kids.
there. And if you don't
And
know
I gotta go into
anything
court.
else,
I'm gonna
and
try to take my phone into court because I don't want to miss nothing. Y'all
Don't
don't
take
say
your
nothing
phone to
good
court.
until I get back.
it, girl, if you take that thing in court, you're gonna get in trouble. You ain't getting that past the security.
so
Bye,
Doc,
y'all. I'll be
Bye,
back.
Tracy.
Go, Tracy.
But one more thing though, if you guys have to look at the phone, it's called the World Wide Web for a reason. Once you
Mm.
give your child phone access, you have to put controls on it. You're giving them access to the world, literally to the world. Your child can go anywhere, everywhere, free porn, free everything for free, all out of your house. You better check
so
their phones.
so I wanted to add to the conversation you were talking about technology. So I'm enabled differently, and it was technically
Mm-mm.
it was technology that helped me get to where I am with my master's degree, with my bachelor's degree, because I have it enabled differently and my hands don't operate. So that same phone that is the negative side. I was able to write my papers with my iPad and my MacBook, and so I think too it has leveled the playing field for some of our children to be able to be treated
Tap the screen, y'all. Tap the screen.
as equal students. And so I'm a therapist now that I had access to the technology, because when I first came to school, in my early days, they were writing in notebooks and I was at a disadvantage. So it was the computer, it was the access to the computer that allowed me to get in the equal playing field. And so, yes, the parents need to have parental guidance, but some students wouldn't have a chance if it wasn't for technology. And so that's the other side that we have to look at it too. And then we have to understand too that we're dealing with a generation that's dealing with parents that, not every parent, but parents that were addicted. And so we have to make sure that our kids have healthy mental health as well. So part of the reason why they're in their phone book is because that's the way they're able to outlet their mental health when they can't go to their parents without their parents overreacting. So that's the part I wanted to.
Mm.
Because so often we talk about the negative part, but kids may not be able to write the paper, but if they're able to speak to the paper and write their knowledge down, they still have the same knowledge. But technology has leveled the playing field, because if I know how to work a computer, then I can produce the A's and B's that I'm looking for. But the problem is a lot of kids, because the parents don't know how to handle technology, the kids know more than the parents. So my suggestion is, whereas these school systems give notebooks, invite the parents to get certificate in computer training, then they can get better jobs, and then the whole family can benefit from the computer. Cause a lot of stuff is negative because the parents don't even know how to operate what the kids operate. The kids are more intelligent. So if we get programs set up to where the parents could get certified in Microsoft Word and things of that nature, then the whole family could benefit from the computer as well.
Queen, that's true. We need to teach them hygiene too, girl.
You said me thinking how it's singing voice. That's funny for you.
Teach them good hygiene. But you
Hey,
know
but
what
girl,
though,
you.
Coach Casey, you right about that, about teaching the parents, because a lot of times that's why the kids can get over on them. I have a rule: no child under my reign will know more than I will know when it come down to tech. I keep
Mm.
myself on top of tech. I keep myself up on it. What you for Deacon Papa Rudy?
And
Cause that
if
that's a stretch. That's a stretch.
and
No, it's
if
not. Not when you're the one who's out there in the tech world. It ain't.
If you in the tech world, then I can see you being ahead of them. But
Yeah, I'm gonna always stay ahead. Always.
but
Always.
here's the thing though. This generation is requiring us as parents to continue to grow. And honestly, sometimes when you become the parent, you forget to continue to learn. And so the thing of it is, our children in this generation is not just as simple as we putting out restrictions and things of that nature. We gotta also make sure that our children are mentally well. And so it's a whole lot of other issues that technology has brought to the forefront that our parents used to tell us, boy, suck it up or go sit in the corner. Well, now you can't do that because they can go to social media and express themselves, and now you're dealing with suicide, the completion of suicide and stuff of that nature. So it has helped our children in some ways because where they're not able to talk to their parents, they are able to get a connection online.
But
But some,
coach, why aren't the children able to talk to the parents?
because especially in the
Hold on, Coach.
With the parents on their phone too.
I don't want to stop you, but I'm gonna have to stop you. Being that this world and this technology is evolving and have been evolving so fast, all it takes is an EMP, an electric magnetic pulse to shut down everything. And if we rely so much on these technologies, these children and us, we will be shit out of luck. We won't know how to, like my man said earlier, we won't even know how to look at each other in the eyes. We won't know how to conduct a cordial conversation. Everything will seem really odd. Everything will definitely go to hell when everything shuts down in this world, and all it takes is something from the sun or somebody to mess up something that we use on a day-to-day
Good
basis.
morning, everybody.
These
Pastor
companies wouldn't be able to run. You know, we will adjust, but the thing is, look, it may take some time, and it will take some time, to be real with you, for us to adjust. Because
But Blue, no one's saying
go ahead.
that you don't learn basic life skills. What we're saying is that you can't walk around here acting like you just can't shut down tech or put a
Oh yeah, I get
limit
that.
to the tech
Yeah,
to kids.
it's
And
definitely
and
important.
in
Yeah.
that teaching, you also must teach them daily life skills. They have to.
This is
Technology
true.
does not cook for me. It
but
does not do that. While my
I
Samsung
I
stove
agree.
got a lot of tech in it, it still does not cook for me. I still got to do it myself.
I agree.
But a
but
lot, but I want to say this. You the technology. I feel like technology is needed to a certain point, but at the same time too, it's a lot of the technology is running the household. The technology is you know what I mean. It's parenting the children because the parents are throwing the children off on technology.
I agree with you, Diamond. But what I was saying was there are some kids, and you said, why can't the kids talk to their parents when things are going on? Honestly, especially in the African American community, because I'm a licensed therapist, we ignore when our kids come to us and say, some parents, not every parent, but some parents ignore when their kids come to them and say, having this issue or whatever. We'll say, oh, it ain't really that serious because some things we haven't experienced. So what the kids are experiencing now, we're not able to address because we've never done it. So some cases, because in my practice, people can hit me up on my website and get the counseling that they need. So I've seen young teens come to me that way as well. So I wanted to share the positive side of it. Now, technology can't stop you from parenting, but what technology can do in some cases is stop you from having the completion of suicide. Just long as that child can reach out, because some parents can't handle what their kids are dealing with, even in the schools.
So that's
Some
incorrect,
some some
Coach.
some
Let me
some
say
parents.
this. Let me say this. I have 5 kids. I have all the way from 17 to the age of 5 is the youngest. My 5-year-old has an iPad, and he has to turn his iPad in every day at 8:30, and my older kids have to turn their cell phones in at 9 p.m. every day. Period. It's not on my dresser. They out of it for a week. Period. With these schools, these kids don't even have to use pens and pencils or papers in schools anymore. Period. The schools have sent home all of these computers all the way to kindergarten. They send these kids home with computers every day. They don't even go to school sometimes on Fridays, and all they got to do is check in on the school laptop. So y'all have to understand, we're moving in a society of nothing but technical. So because we're moving that way, you do have to make sure you're parenting in the correct way. Take these devices from these kids and move on. Period. And as Diana said earlier, spend time at the dinner table with your children. Every day I come home, I don't have a day that my children don't come to that door. Hey, mommy, how you doing? What I did today in school. Every day, even the 5-year-old. And the only thing he'll tell me he did his shapes and everything like that, but he'll tell me what he ate for lunch. I'm trying to tell y'all gotta learn how to parent these kids and keep them focused, because intellectual, they need to be able to talk and be able to communicate on a regular basis without these doggone devices.
And we can't parent them the way our parents parent us. That's just about
Exactly. We're not in the same
we
society.
have to become tech parents. Period. And you have to learn to live in a tech society as well as keep them in, like I say, 1984. Every time somebody get out of line with me, I'm like, okay, we're going back to 1984. Y'all want to play? We in 1984. Back to the future. Here we are. Everything shuts down. That's my save. Every one of them,
And that's the
and then
punishment for my
some of them
kids.
probably in the hallway listen to me right now because they hate it when I tell them we in 1984. And if you in the hallway, listen, get your behind in class. You should not be listening to me.
Yep.
But what
Exactly.
what kids like don't understand until later is you are a different person online than you are in real life. And a lot of people, especially adults, like on here, they have a hard time separating the two. Because like you have people that are really
Mm-hmm.
getting their feelings on social media because they don't know how to separate reality from social media. And when you're born into that, is what I'm saying. At 3 years old, you're born into having a multiverse reality of yourself, and you're not able to separate those two. So that's where you start seeing these kids committing suicide over cyberbullying. Like like us as adults, we sit up here and be like, "Oh, you can't bully me online." But when you live in that world, when your mentality is like, "Okay, everything revolves around this technology," then yes, somebody will be able to tap into your your mindset through social media, through your phone. You know what I'm saying? While your child might be going through a whole mental breakdown back there in their room on their phone, and you're in there on your phone, and you don't know what they're going through
Mm-hmm.
because they live in a whole nother reality online.
Yep.
Papa Rudy, can I ask how old you are?
I'm 28.
I thought so. Okay, so you're because you seem to think a lot like my son. He's 22, and that's what I wanted to touch on. So I had all the rules you can think of. I was actually probably too strict of a parent when when my son first got his Facebook account in high school. Um, the only way he was allowed to use it, even in the daytime, it didn't matter what time, is if I had my laptop open and I could monitor him as he was logged in. I know it's extreme, but I don't care because I was too paranoid about the internet, and I had all of the parental things set up on his phone and stuff too. But we kept running into issues. He would make different accounts that I didn't know about, and he didn't want, he always liked to have his phone on him. But he started breaking my trust when he was supposed to be getting off the phone at 9 o'clock. So in order for him to still have music and stuff like that, I didn't have to take his phone away. I had Xfinity, and I would cut the router off to his phone at 9 p.m.
Mm.
So that way, if he snuck another device in or tried working around it or whatever, I knew he wasn't getting back on the internet until the morning.
Right.
So you can also monitor it like that. You can just turn the internet off at a certain time, or you can have them turn their phones in. I a comment that said it was extreme.
But
One
this,
person said control issues, but you know what? My son had already gotten into some issues online that I'm not going to get into.
Mm-hmm.
I had a reason for being that extreme because it was for his own safety.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the reason I wanted to pop in real quick, because Papa Rudy, the thing is, when you start taking these devices away from your kids, even if it's what they're, or especially if it's what they're used to. And my son, he wasn't babysat by his phone or computer, by no means. But giving his him a choice when he did want to have some free time. That's what he wanted to do, like many of us that are on here right now. But he did get very depressed, and because he would push it to the point where he'd get his phone back, break a rule, refuse. Like, I would try to give him a chance so that he could continue to have his phone, but he just would not listen to me, so I had to take it away from him completely, and it caused him to be suicidal at one point. And yes, I took him to therapy. Yes, I put him in the hospital. Yes, we went through a lot of different things. So it is very real, and they
Yep.
do take it more seriously, like you were saying, Papa Rudy. They take it more seriously, I think, than we think, because like me personally, I'm 42. I grew up in the 80s. We didn't have all of this back then, but we do now, so we need to really understand that it is the reality.
Yes.
When I got on the internet, we had the dish and you had dial up on your computer. So I come up during that time when AOL was first coming out. So I come up during that time when the mom knew you was on the internet because it blocked the landline, and if she couldn't call when she was at work, you got in trouble. What you doing on the computer where you can't hear the phone ring? So the times have changed. But as a mental health therapist, our kids, even though they go to school, they are dealing with some serious issues because now we have image issues because they don't realize that you got a filter that you can make your picture look good and you might not be looking that good. So we have kids that those are the only friends they have because in school they're not able to communicate. See, the other side of this is they're able to communicate online, but they're not able to build friendships
That part.
in person,
Yes.
like they build online, because they're able to express themselves better online, and that comes from society. That comes from the time that we're living in. It's just a bunch of stuff. But I'll tell you, as a mental health therapist, what I do
Good
is
morning, everybody.
I require the children that I teach. I require them to keep a journal. When you come to my practice, I require you to write your thoughts down because I still think writing is important.
I do too.
But writing is important. So even in my mental health practice, I require get a notebook. What did you do this week between sessions and things of that nature? So it's ways to use technology, but we gotta really deal with some of the underlying mental health issues that's coming out behind technology.
Yeah, and that's such a good
DJ
point,
Lethal,
because
you can come in the box.
as far as like what you just said about the
You can
friends,
knock me out anytime.
Okay.
that's another reason I let my son be on the internet, is because as much as we like for them to play outside, and he used to have friends in person, friends he went to school with, friends that lived in the neighborhood, and that's what he knew. But then all those kids started getting technology before him, because it took me a while to come around, and then all those friends would then go home with their phones and their iPads and close up in their house, and he had no one to play with. So eventually he did get a phone and access to the internet, and it was scary, because I would, if you're paying attention, you'll check their browser history, and you'll start seeing them doing things and saying things they shouldn't. That is when I started putting stricter parental locks on, time frames. Like, I didn't just start out being, really strict with him, but I quickly learned that I had to be.
And then the other point that I want to bring up too, with sex trafficking, the way you can't really put your kids outside like we could when we were growing up, because now the kids outside, they subject to be kidnapped, and
But
and
but coach, they doing sex trafficking, honey, through the phones,
but,
technology.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
what
they'll get your child through the
Technology
I,
phone.
is big. Technology is big. It's bigger through the phone. Technology is sex trafficking is bigger through the technology than it is on the
but
damn outside.
but my
Better
point
watch Dateline.
that I was making though, you can't exactly like when we were growing up, we could go outside and be in the neighborhood. You can't really do that because you don't know who they talk to online. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Yeah, it does both go hand in hand.
So
I see what you're both saying.
I'm
Yep.
just saying you can't really put them out, because my grandma used to say, because I was raised by my grandma, go outside and get some sun, because you need some sun in your life, and you ain't sitting in the house all day. You a boy. Even though I was in a wheelchair, she'd be like, "You a boy, so go outside and do what boys do." But now you can't do that because you don't know who tracking your child's phone or your phone. Like, it's so different now. It's so just sending your kids outside, that ain't safe either. Because you
Yeah,
don't
and
know.
it is really different. Like I
I
felt
mean, but
like
even when you send your children outside, we're not saying throw them out the door. You
I
still
wasn't
got to monitor the damn. You still got to monitor your
right,
children.
I wasn't saying
right.
either, Diamond. I was just saying, it go hand in hand too.
Yeah, I see what he's saying because he means like, you could be meeting the kids could be meeting up on someone like a stranger online, messaging them, telling them come meet me at the
Mhm.
park type of thing.
Yep.
So the parents that aren't watching their kids very close, like now so many more people have access to our kids that never did before.
Mhm.
Before it was actually
That is because
the
of the
technology.
technology, and that
Right.
is because everybody that buys their children phones and tablets and computers, I guarantee you, they do not have parental control on there. Period.
Like they're not doing the things that you're trying to educate everyone
And even
on
and
doing with
even
their
so,
children.
if technology is even
No.
needed, y'all still have to have some type of structure, even with
Yeah.
technology. You know what I mean? To teach your
Yeah.
children not to have them phones in their hands all day. Like people, phones is addictive. We cannot
Yes.
function. When
Yes,
you
they
go
are.
places now, you don't even see people having fun no more or in the restaurants talking. Guess what? Everybody looking down,
Mhm.
everybody on their phone. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's like the phone is controlling everything. Like you got to have some type of structure. I need some damn structure. I had to make myself put my phone down sometimes. Let me tell y'all something. It's the way I hold my phone. My hands were starting to hurt the way I hold my phones because I hold my phone in my hand so much. You know what I
Carpal
mean? Like
tunnel.
you still got to control the take the tablets, you still got to control the cell phones, you know what I mean? Like take them damn
Yeah.
phones when they get out of school, you know what I mean? Like and you after 5 o'clock, take them phones away from their ass. Make them, you
Why
know
do
what I'm
they
saying,
have to
do
have
other
them?
things.
Play a
Make them, you
sport.
gotta make them. So, when you are blaming stuff on society, you also have to take accountability for what you're not doing in your household too.
Amen.
Oh, I agree. I'm just
Amen.
the
Now,
kids that
now, if you can't control that and you're at work 24/7 and et cetera, you know what I mean? Then okay. But a lot of parents, that are home, guess what? They're churning in the damn room with the door closed.
Mm-hmm.
The
Mhm.
mama in the
Yeah.
damn room with
With
her
her
door
door
closed,
closed.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
entertaining her man or her husband, whoever,
Mm-hmm.
and the
Mm-hmm.
children, you know what I'm saying, raising themselves in their room. Why your
Swiping
children
away.
Yep.
not up in their room every damn day?
but we can
Mm-hmm.
when I was growing up, you
You know
can't.
what I'm saying? Like take your ass in there, tell the children, you know what I'm saying? Be active.
Mm-hmm.
But Diamond, when I was growing up, you couldn't shut the door at my grandma's house. What?
Yep.
What's that?
Yep. Yep.
What? What you going through that you got to?
So yeah, so like listen, man, like when them children go in their rooms, they go listen, when they get out of school, if the parent is home and your child get out of school and he goes straight to his room and he stay in that motherfucker, you got a problem.
Mhm.
Sure do.
Your
Sure
child
do.
has a problem that you're not identifying with. Children are supposed to be sociable.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Children are supposed to be bubbly.
Active.
Children, you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah. Yeah.
children are supposed to be the kids should not be antisocial at 10 years old.
Mm-mm.
Should not.
No, God, that's way too young. They shouldn't be at
Preach.
all.
They
That's
should
young, young.
not be antisocial at 10 years old. If you ain't got time
Preach.
for your damn children or you ain't got time for a baby, don't have them. Don't have them.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
Cause
If
they
you
When
know
I
you entertaining a man and the man get more attention than your damn children, don't have them.
didn't
I
ask
saw,
to be here.
I saw somebody bring a tablet to a baby shower as a gift,
Oh my God.
yeah,
No.
when
What?
my son
and they thought
started
they was
getting
doing something
No.
good. Because in their mind, they think they doing something
No.
good. Oh, I bought
Mm.
them a
Mm.
tablet, but
when
really they
my
was.
son
To a baby
Good
shower.
morning, everybody.
antisocial, I would after school I would require him to spend some time with me out in the living room, even though I knew it upset him, even though I knew he was bored. I don't care. I made him come every day after school, take his stuff in, and he had to sit in the living room with me and talk. I wanted to know how his day was at school. I needed to.
Elena, so let me ask you this: did you instill
Uh-huh.
that in him from knee high?
Yeah, but when he was younger, he didn't have a phone and all that. He didn't try to go to his room. So when he started trying to um recluse, be a recluse in his room and try to stay in there all the time, I had to start making him stay in the living room and hang out with me, because if I didn't, he would just shut himself in the bedroom. Because he wanted to, hang out and talk to his friends, which is what they always did online. So I didn't want him to get deep down in that depression and being just so antisocial. And also, I mean, I
You
needed to
you
know
you
how.
you so let me tell y'all, for the parents that's buying phones, tablets, and PlayStations and etc. Like, put some boundaries and limits on that. Stipulation.
Exactly.
And just tell them, because your kids come, you got some parents that'll go buy this stuff for their children just so it can look good, so
Yeah.
they can
Mm,
look good,
I got my baby a tablet.
so they can impress this person over here or impress this person
Mm,
over here. You know what I mean? Like, so they can look good. But at the same time, you tell your child, if I buy you this iPhone, you have to sit with me such and such time. You have to do this and make them know what they have to do, or I'm going to take your phone from you, or I'm not going to pay your bill. Cut the bill
Yeah,
off.
that's pretty much how it went in my house. He had to do it. It wasn't an option. I knew he didn't like to, but look, I needed to know: is there any money you need for school? How is your health? How are you doing? Do you have any questions about anything? Like, there are still a lot of normal things that need to be talked about. He can't just go to his room every night, even as a teenager, and that's what I'm referring to, is when he was a teenager. Um, he can't just go to his room all night and not talk to me, because I'm still his mom, and there are things I would have never known about had I not made him stay out there with me. And sometimes we'd watch TV and hang out together,
iPhone
whatever.
will still work on Wi-Fi. It will still work on phones. Still work on Wi-Fi. Yes, they will. But I'm saying, you guys have to have stipulations before you buy them their phone. When
The other
children come to you, this is what I feel. I feel like in our culture, you know what I mean? Like, we don't make people earn things.
mm-mm.
We don't make people
Right.
earn. And that goes for children. That goes for
Mm,
men. That goes for women. Relationships, everything. Earn. Don't just buy a phone because that's the trend.
yeah. I want my child to have everything I didn't have.
Right. That's a trend. I want my child to have every. Don't follow the trends. Set the trends.
the the other thing too though, when you're asking your kids to come in the living room and talk to you, make sure you're ready. Make sure you don't overreact when they tell you the serious issues they're dealing with. Because there are some parents, Diamond, that come in my practice. They talking about their kid was abused, and they say, I try to tell mama start crying and all that. So when you're asking for those conversations, also be prepared for your reaction so that they will feel comfortable coming to you too.
Mm-hmm.
You
But
gotta
also,
get
because it's a lot of children that are being abused, and the parents, you know what I'm saying? Like, listen, man, protect them children, man, at all costs.
At
at
all.
all costs, man. Like I was so listen, man, and I was abused.
Right.
I was sexually abused, and guess what? It was by my stepdad, and guess what? My mama went to work. My mama was at work, you know what I mean, and etc. So when she wasn't at work, you know, I was getting abused because my mom in the bed sleep. You know what I'm saying? And he would come in my room while my mom was in the bed sleep. So and then so for me, what I did in order to protect my daughter, I didn't let my baby go stay the night at nobody's house.
Mm-mm.
And it was hard for me to bring a man up in my house. My children, it was just so hard because I had to protect my babies and I didn't know who was who. So when I had a relationship or a situationship or whatever the hell it was I was having with somebody, I had to have it outside my household because I did not want nothing to happen to my baby on my watch.
Right.
Good
On
morning,
my
Dominic.
watch, because
Good,
the first thing they'll say was, you know, well, and then we the first thing as parents, when if your child do come to you, if they do come to you and and tell you that they was sexually assaulted and abused by the man that you brought into that house,
Then you go through guilt, and then you
and
go
not
through.
only that, not only do they go through the guilt part, but they don't believe the children because
Right.
they so caught up in the pickle. They so
Mm.
caught up in the pickle.
And you probably was being grown and fast. That's the other thing. You probably was, you blame the child for being the victim. Oh yeah.
And I'm gonna tell y'all something, man. I remember when me and my ex would go through it. When me and my ex was going through a lot, and my grandson would call me and he would say, Grandma, can I come over? And I would say, no. I said, Grandma gotta work this weekend, or Grandma working overtime. I always made excuses why I didn't bring him over to the house because I did not want him to see me and my ex fighting, and it was toxic and etc. over in my house. So I did not I kept my grandson away from my house, y'all, for literally probably like 6 months. 6 months. He never knew why. You know what I mean? He never knew why, but I did not want him being corrupted on what was going on in my house.
That's good.
I had to protect him.
yeah.
That's good.
Mhm.
You
But
know what I'm
Good
saying?
morning,
So
Dominic. And
good morning, everybody. Oh, Melissa here. Go ahead, Melissa. Go ahead and talk.
um, when I was 17 when I had my son, and I had the discussions about teenage pregnancy because I was that teenage mother. My son didn't have his child till he was 20. And I agree with a lot of things that everybody that
Okay, later,
said
baby.
that was on the panel. So like, when you don't have those talks with your children, things will happen. And I didn't hide anything from him. And my mama was like, why are you having such an explicit conversation with your son? I said, because he needs to know. He needs to
Mhm.
know what the consequences are. You might not get a baby. You might go out there and contract something. You might come home and say, Mama, I think I might have something. I had to have those conversations with him. So when I had those conversations with him, he tread lightly. And anything after that, when he was 20, he came home and he was scared out of his mind at 20. And he should have been. So now you got a whole baby. You got to take care of it. You have to take care of it. When he was 13, I got him a cell phone because I was working a lot. I was getting up in the morning at 2:30 in the morning to prepare myself to go to work. So I had to make a choice. It's either I go to work early or I have to work late. So I took the early shift. So when I got off,
Melissa, how old is your son now?
oh, he a grown man. He grown now.
Because I know at a certain age, like we grew up on house phones.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I think.
And
Landline.
you know what I mean?
When
Like
he was
What happened to the house
when
phone?
he was
you didn't
young,
have to buy,
he
you know,
caught the tail end of he caught the tail end of us having rotary phones. So he knew what that was. But when he made 13, I felt like he was old enough to know how to handle a phone, because I was like, hey, these are the consequences, but being children, they be defiant and they want to try you. So while he's in school, he texting with his friends and this, and this. So I'm like, okay, so this is what you want to do? I'm gonna show you what I'm gonna do. So I suspended his service. He mad. I don't care about you being mad and upset and throwing a hissy fit and not talking to me. I pay these bills, not you. You're gonna do what I say. If you don't want to do what I say, when you get old enough, you're gonna get a job and you're gonna buy your own phone. And this is what happened. When he got old enough, he started working after school when he wasn't in sport activities. And he got his own phone. So when he get his little check, he got to pay his phone bill. I don't never have no money. Oh, well, that's your problem.
Welcome
That's
to
your
being an
problem.
adult.
Welcome to being a young adult now. Welcome to being a young adult. I don't care about you being mad.
But Chocolate Cream say, even though, hold on, Melissa, Chocolate Cream say, even without a phone, some kids or teens still do what they want to do. And that's on the parent.
And they do.
That's
and
on
they
the
do.
parent.
And they do. And they do. And being that, we as parents can't be at two places at one time. We can either choose to be at home and don't have no income and being on the system, or we gonna get up and go to work and do the best that we can. Now, if I catch it, I correct it. If somebody bring it to me and say, your son was blah, 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 I'm gonna get on him. But I still have to make the choice of going to work to take care of us. Now, when I got pregnant, I took accountability.
That goes back to self-inflicted trauma. That is what my topic was today. Self-infliction trauma, inflicted trauma. Because when we out here and we having sex with these men and we laying down with these men, you know what I mean? Like, make these men put a condom on, or take your ass down there and put some birth control or do something. Don't just be having free, you know what I'm saying, freestyling and casual sex and you know what I'm saying. You've been seeing the guy 3 months, and you've been seeing the guy 6 months, and all of a sudden you pregnant. Now you want to have a baby from a man don't even know if he want to be with you or not, or from a man you don't even know if you want to be with him or not.
And you don't know his family.
That was a lesson. That was the lesson I had to learn as a teenager. That was the lesson I had to learn. I didn't go out and make the second mistake or the third mistake, because my mama told me, she said, this first baby is a mistake. Go out there and have another one on. You getting out this house. So what I did, once I graduated high school, I went and got a job. I never got pregnant again, because I was scared out of my mind with the first one. I was scared.
Let me tell y'all something.
I worked during the summertime. Because I knew that's what I needed to do. Nobody didn't have to tell me anything. I figured that out on my own. When I graduated, I could have went to college. I could have did a lot of things, but I chose to work because my mama had took care of me, took care of my son, and I was like, this is time for me to take accountability for, me being a parent. I didn't go out and make the second choice or the third choice to have any more kids. I didn't do that because I had to put my family in enough, in a bind financially. That was my mistake. So when he got of age and started, dating and all this here stuff, I sat down and I had these talks. See, a lot of parents scared to have these talks or just really just flat out don't care.
It ain't right. It ain't that they scared. Some of them don't. Some of them because a lot of parents be in their own world. They be in their own world, and it's self-inflicted. You know what I mean? It's self-infliction. It's self-infliction because when you have a baby and you're making these choices of having a baby from a man that you don't even know is going to be with you or not, guess what you're doing? You're putting yourself in position to be a single mom. Right then and there.
Flat out.
Right then and there. You're putting yourself in position to be a single mom. You're putting yourself in position to have a stressful ass life.
Yeah.
And
You're
I'm
putting yourself in position where you got to take your ass to work.
Yeah.
You're putting yourself in position where you got to go in survival mode or have a mode where I got to do what I got to do to take care of my child. You're putting yourself in position when something when it could have been prevented.
That's what I was going to ask. I'm
When
listening
it
to a lot.
could have been prevented.
I'm listening to
And
you,
yes,
and
it takes two. Yeah, yes, it takes two to have it takes two to make a baby. But guess what? Women, we are responsible for our damn bodies. It's our body. This our body, baby. You can't tell me nothing about this here. You can't tell me nothing about this right here. It's my body. So guess what? You're gonna wrap it up. You know what I'm saying? Like birth control something. It's our body.
where the men at
Yeah.
in these pictures?
I went out.
So
My
you
son
know
got sexually active.
so then you know when you do, and then when you do put, like I said, and then you get pregnant from a man with that you only know 6 months. You're
When
bringing
my
a
son
child
became
into a
sexually
toxic
active,
situation. You
I
bringing
went
a
out and
child and
bought
then you
him.
worry about man, your ass don't even know. Make it make sense.
But then y'all
You,
drag that
and
man
and
though.
then you and even after a year, you with a child and you're sleeping with a guy and y'all only known each other for a year and you're bringing a baby in this world. Make it make sense.
It don't.
Just
But
like
why y'all drag?
Coach, what you were saying? You said they don't be knowing about the history. What you was finna say?
Right, you don't even know this man history. You don't know, you know what I'm saying, if he crazy or not, because every damn thing that man have, it's gonna be in your damn child. It's in his bloodline. It's in
And
his
then,
bloodline.
and then you wonder why you got behavior issues. Well,
And then you wonder why your child doing this, your child doing that, and this and that. Now look at his daddy.
My mama used to tell that to me all the time. My mama used to say, she used to tell me, she said, it's in his blood. And and at that time, I'm not understanding what she meant until I sat there and I literally, paid attention to when he was with his dad. I'm like, I understand now. I get it when she say it's in his blood. I
Yeah,
get it.
I don't have
I get
anything
it.
I'm cheering from
You
all these
have to
men that's
ask these
crazy and
questions.
shit.
You have
The
to ask
girls
them
saying,
questions.
yeah, the men's, you know what I mean? Y'all ain't protecting yourselves. Y'all getting all these women pregnant, and then now y'all got these stories. I'm on child support. She doing this, she doing that, and this and that there.
make it make sense.
You can't get pregnant.
Make it
You
make
can't
sense.
get everybody pregnant. Second of all, you should be, I feel like, again, we should have higher standards. We should have higher standards. I know, all right. For example, you got some men's out there that will flat out tell these women, I don't want no kids. Or I don't want no more children. These heifers go get pregnant and
The
get
daddy
pregnant.
got
Oh, I'm
sickle
having my
cell.
baby. Oh, I'm having
Not
my
knowing if the
baby.
daddy have a sickle cell trait, not knowing if the daddy have, just anything like you say in their blood, and then the baby is sick, and now you just finding out the daddy have a sickle cell trait. I literally sat and watched one of my friends with that
But let
same
me say,
situation.
but Melissa, when these men tell y'all they don't want no children, pay attention to that shit.
Hell, I didn't want no more kids. I didn't want no more.
Because
I
guess
was
what you're
scared.
doing?
I didn't want
You're
to have
setting
none.
yourself up. You're setting yourself up for your child to be raised a certain way. Because when a man tell you he don't want no children, you cannot make no man be no father.
Joe can't.
You cannot make no man be no father, and don't no damn baby keep no man.
Joe don't.
Stop having kids off of emotions. Stop having kids off of emotions because he told you he loved you.
That's a love lie.
Stop
Big love
having
lie.
kids. Stop having kids. You know, you know how many women are getting unalive because they got pregnant and the boy didn't want them to have no baby?
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
So what do you say about
Read the
that?
paper all the time.
Like, stop having these kids. Stop forcing, you know what I'm saying, these men. If they don't want it, they don't want it. Then you put yourself in a position to be the single mama. And then you got the single mama sad stories.
100.
Then you got the single mama sad stories.
Dragging his
It's so
ass.
hard. I'm by myself.
Diamond, thank you for the opportunity. I got to get ready for one of my
Yeah,
sessions.
All right.
me too.
But thank you.
All right, coach, honey, have a good one.
You too. Thank you.
That's all I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have the kids, it's over with. You know what I mean? It's said and done. At the same time, like, but prevent that from your children. Prevent that. You know what I mean? Like, stop. Listen,
Why is that fair to the child? How
and
is
it's
that fair
not.
to them? Like if a man, like you said, if a man tell you he doesn't want a kid, and you decide to have a kid, and you're basically saying I'm gonna raise this child on my own without even giving that child the opportunity
And
to
then not
have
only
both
that, you're
parents in it.
putting that child, you're bringing that child up in something toxic because 9 times out of 10, you're gonna have this baby, and you and the baby daddy gonna be arguing and fighting, and it's a
Hmm.
possibility the baby daddy ain't
Yep.
gonna be in that child's life.
Yep. All
You
of
gonna
that.
have to take your ass to work. Somebody else got to raise your children and help you because you done made a dumb decision to have a baby or have sex unprotected and etc.
Mm.
But you ain't gonna
You don't
tell
know
a
this man
story that
from a
that
get
man.
you 6 months. You 6 months. You don't know him from a can of paint. You a year with him. You don't know him from a can of paint. And then
Mm-hmm.
all of a
Yeah.
sudden, listen, I'm gonna tell you something. You got some relationships. You can have a good relationship with a person, a man, and guess what? Y'all, everything will be kumbaya. Everything is going good. Let your ass come up pregnant, and all that shit change.
In a
All that
minute.
shit change. Cause he didn't want that responsibility.
Let's see.
People, you know
All
what I'm
right.
saying? Like, listen, like for me, I like waking up to just take care of Diamond.
Oh, me too.
I like, you know what I'm saying, just focusing on Diamond.
Hmm.
A lot of single mothers are self-inflicted, you know what I'm saying? It's self-inflicted trauma. If you go through that one time as a mother, one time you're a single mother, one time. Why the hell you a single mother 2 and 3 and 4, 5 damn times? Please make it make damn sense.
Mm,
No.
mm,
Mm.
mm,
I knew
mm.
that's not what I wanted. I knew that's not what I wanted to do.
Me either.
After going through the experience I went through with walking home in a hot sun with a baby, picking him up from the his
And
babysitter
then
dry and clean, and I got a
and
ways to
and,
go
and
and get
then
home, and he pissy and his daddy riding, not even giving a damn. I knew that's not what I
and
wanted.
then ladies, if your ass got a college degree or something you got going for yourself and you in the medical field, you ain't got no children, and you living high on life, why you sleeping with a man with 4, 5 kids?
Mm.
Hmm.
And the same with men's. If you got your shit together, why you sleeping with a woman with X amount of kids, X amount of responsibilities, and X amount of baggage? Why?
Hero.
Set them standards. Set them standards high as hell. If you want your shit, you supposed to pick and choose a man that's on his shit too.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all can grow and build together,
Equally yoked.
equally yoked. That's all I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? If and even for me, right? For me, I ain't been married. I ain't never been married, right? And when I meet somebody, y'all, and just say he been married once. Okay. I still gotta look into that shit. I still gotta look into that shit. But if you've been married 2 times and 3 times, you cannot talk to Diamond. You can't even get my damn phone number. No,
You the problem.
not just that. Not you know what I mean? It's not just that, but it's like I don't want, you know, I'm not finna be wife number 3.
Mm.
When I ain't even, but listen, I'm not finna be wife number 3 to him when I ain't even wife, when I'm just wife number 1 to me. I deserve to be wife number 1. And it's men's out here that haven't been married. So I deserve to be wife number 1 to me and to him. And I deserve for him to be husband number 1 to Diamond.
Mm.
Set the bar, man. Like, set the bar. And ladies, if you have had a good man in your life, there's no reason why you should go from sugar to salt. Keep them standards. I am picky as hell. And it's okay to be picky, goddammit. I don't care what nobody said.
It's okay to be single.
Thank you.
I just went viral off of making a single post.
I seen the Papa Rudy.
You feel me?
Thank you, because do you know how many people are having goddamn listen, married people cheating?
Mm-hmm.
Do niggas stop cheating?
Mm-hmm.
What the hell you got married for? But you want the world to you want the world to see that you're married. Oh, I have a husband. It's kumbaya.
Mm-mm.
I was talking. Let me tell you, I went out on a date last night, field trip. I asked him. I said, "How do you feel about prenups?" This is the first date now. We was talking about stuff like that. Like, I'm asking. Listen, I want to know.
Hey, yeah, I wanted to add, Diamond, you were golden for
Yes.
what you just you were golden for what you just said about the whole, you know, basically, you know, the people taking accountability and on to, well, okay, if you know this about this guy, what are you doing laying with this guy unprotected? If you know you only know the man for a certain amount of months or this, that, and the third, what are you still doing laying with this guy unprotected? You know, like, to me, it's okay to have your little fun, but be aware of what's going on. And I think that's why a lot of these women fault the men, because, well, you knew what you was doing when you laid down with me, so now you got to take up for the responsibility. But now they mad that the man don't want to be a quote unquote man that they wanted them to be. You know, and
And
it's
now
like
they're bringing a child into into a toxic situation
right, and they faulty
because
you.
they're thinking
But
about
yeah,
when you're laying down and you're being active with a man or a man being active with a woman, y'all ain't protecting yourselves. Y'all ain't on birth control. Guess what? Y'all ain't thinking about no damn baby. Y'all ain't thinking about no damn
at all.
children.
So what do you say when women say, well, you knew what you was doing when you was doing it, so now it's
And
your
she knew
fault?
what the hell
So
she was doing too.
Mm-hmm.
I
That's why I
totally
said
agree.
it goes back to women. We need to protect ourselves. It's too many single mothers out here. We need to
I
protect
agree.
ourselves. Why you laying up? Why you laying
Right,
up with this guy and it's y'all 6 months and you decide to have a baby? You done got
right,
pregnant.
right. No, that's why that's
Why you
part
ain't
of
make him wrap up?
my message. But that's part of that's part of some of my messages. Like we know the men want the cookie. We all know that. So if it's your body, your choice, because it's always your body, your choice when it's in the best interest of you. But when it comes down to who you had it with, especially when it comes down to the what you're supposed to do, you're going to say, well, it takes two. But then when you don't want the child, you're going to say, well, it's my body, my choice, like what you wanted to do with your daughter. You know, they told you it's basically her body, her choice, and you couldn't do anything
Most
about it,
women,
no matter
most
how you
women,
felt.
most women like feel like it's their body, they're gonna have their child, they're gonna do what they want to do. And listen, so be it. So be it. But take accountability for them self-inflicted ass trauma. Take accountability for that shit.
You know, it's
Because
a whole
when
victim culture out here.
when you are a single parent, you know what I mean? 9 times out of 10, you and the kid's father ain't on the same page. But you still
Right.
chose to have the child, and you still chose to bring the child in the world, and now the child got to go with a daddy, he deadbeat, and you know what I'm saying? You got to work over here, the child raising itself, and all type of etc.
Right. Which contributes to the self-inflicted wounds, because you know that man wasn't
Yeah,
about nothing. He was staying on
you
his
know he,
homeboy couch, mama couch, and couldn't keep a car, house, this, that, and the third, and you still decided to have his child, and then saying, "Well, you ain't the man you supposed to be. You didn't require him to be the man from the beginning."
if you are a woman and you don't have no children, why you giving your peace cobbler to a man with a lot of children? Why?
Mm-mm.
Because in most cases, how they look at it is, and it be the popular ones too, the one that they know slang good, blah blah blah, and
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 and,
they
and,
they
and and also too, do y'all know the more children a man have, the less he is of a father?
Mm.
Do y'all know
it
that?
takes
Split the pie up too
right,
many
it takes a
ways.
lot of time. Yeah, it takes
Do
too
y'all
many
know
too
the
many
more
ways.
children a man have, the less he is a father?
Hmm.
And providing as well, because his funds is going too many different places,
Streets
so it's
killed
going
me.
to lack in, you know.
So baby,
But it's all about them though. But it's all about them. They don't care. You know, when a woman feels like, well, that's my child, my man, or that's my child, I don't even have to have him. There's nothing you can tell a lot of
hell
these
yeah,
women,
the
bro.
more because think about it. The more time, the more children a man have, if he's a provider, guess what? He gotta work. And guess what he gotta do? He gotta find him a job that's gonna put him in position to take care of all them kids that he have. And then now he gotta be away from them children and etc. Because he got to be at work to take care of all this damn responsibilities. You know what I'm saying? That he done fucked up and made, and that, you know what I'm saying, she done messed up and made. It takes two. Both of y'all together. But a woman, we can do, listen, we can go get on birth control. We can, if you crazy,
Yep.
if you feel some
Yep.
type of way about birth control, whatever your excuses is.
Ain't no excuses to me. Like there's too many ways, forms of birth control for a
Some
woman to
women,
get on.
oh, I
Well,
can't
it
do
don't
this with
agree with
birth
my
control. I
body.
can't
It'll
do
blow
this,
me
and
up.
I can't do that. Make her put a condom on. The condom ain't safe. You know what I'm saying? All type of stuff. So
I'll
whatever
get
your
sick.
excuses
My
is,
body don't agree with it. All that other crazy stuff. And the next thing you know, they pregnant. Well, it's your fault that I'm pregnant. Okay, so you're not gonna still help protect yourself? Well, you should have put a condom on. Why should I have to tell you to put a condom on? But you still let them get the cookie though.
Condoms used to be cool.
It used to be shameful for men to walk into well, not shameful, embarrassed. Men used to be embarrassed walking in. Hey, can I get a condom? Can I? And this is from an old school dude. The old school told me that. Man, we used to be ashamed sometimes or embarrassed to ask for a condom if we know we're gonna hit Keisha up the street. We'll go to a little convenience store, whatever, and you know we'll say, hey, give me that right there. He'll say, what? This?
it,
And he'll and it'll be funny.
if you're too side, that's it. You got to pass. You do what you want to do. You're too side. But you know what I mean? Like for me. I keep condoms in my glove compartment. So you ain't finna tell Diamond I ain't got no condom. Let me get one. I got it. Don't worry about it. I got it.
Right. Condoms are cheaper than diapers.
Yeah,
And I
right.
tell him
And
I'm not about to
18
play
years
with
of
you.
child support.
18 years. There you go. 18 years.
And on the 18th birthday, you find out it wasn't here. I ain't saying she a gold digger.
Nigga,
I ain't messing with no broke.
right. But yeah, but a lot of that is self-inflicted because you got the warnings. You've already seen the signs.
Self-inflicted.
You've seen the signs and you still doing it. But they'll still playing victim. But then when they then get mad at the man for not staying. But like I said, you got a lot of clowns out here
She said, why are
who
we not
don't.
pushing for the men to have vasectomy? Y'all know these
It's
men ain't gonna do that. You can push for it.
right.
Go ahead. But
Because they
y'all
have to
know
make
these
a
men.
small
If the
incision.
men, if the men's is not gonna get a vasectomy, so guess what? You still have to be in control of protecting you.
Right. Regardless of what they want to do, you still control what
You
you
still
can
have
do
to be
with
in
your
control of
body.
protecting you. If they don't do it, then you do it.
Yeah, because you the one that got to carry the baby. If the law don't make him stay,
This address just don't tell me you're spiritual and don't believe in being approved for multiply. Okay, well I guess I don't, Abdul. I guess I don't believe in multiply and etc. I guess I
see,
don't.
here's the thing. It's that, but it's not so far that in most cases. Because if they saying go forth, be fruitful, the law make it so that it's hard to go forth and be fruitful, if that makes any sense. Because the law
If you
wasn't infringed.
if you're gonna be fruitful and multiply
Make
and
sure you could
everything
provide
like that,
for it.
make sure you goddamn it could afford it.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Because back then, when you could farm and crop your own land, build your own house, this, that, and the third, government wasn't all into your business. You can do that with your woman or probably how many other wives you wanted. But now that okay, well now you got to have this register, that register. It takes money to have this house, this car, that car. Now the funds are starting to look low. So now you putting out all these kids you can't afford, and somebody's gonna be breathing down your throat. Well, you shouldn't have made all these kids. It's crazy. uh, there was a woman who made news saying somebody's going to help me take care of all these kids, and she had 12 kids on her 13th kid. Saying
Mm-mm.
somebody's going to help me take care of all these kids. They gave her a 6-bedroom house and a big ass van. Let a man say somebody's going to help me take care of all these kids, and he got 12.
Ooh.
He got two places: jail, or he gonna be homeless. But that's all I got to say about that. Good live,
After
Diamond. You're
Forrest.
definitely, yes, sir, Bubba. Yes, sir, Bubba. But yeah, most definitely, Diamond. Good live. You're awesome. You're awesome. I appreciate
Thank
you
you.
for giving.
I just, I just hate to see. I hate to see it, and I'm tired of, you know what I'm saying, seeing, women just, go through certain things, that they're putting themselves through, from
That they
self-inflicted.
can help.
Uh,
That
yeah,
that they can
that
help.
could be prevented. Like I'm just tired of that.
See, that go from, I think it all ties into the whole teaching and learning thing. Like, you know how families have like generational cycles where like one parent made a mistake, then the child will make the same mistake.
Yeah.
And it comes from like, a lot of people just don't understand until they going through it. We can sit up here and warn somebody till the cows come home, but until they actually going through it themselves and feeling that regret, that's when they're
But
gonna fully
why do?
understand.
But you know what, Papa Rudy? Why do we have to learn the hard way? Why? Why do we got to learn the damn hard way?
Because we always want to do what we want to do instead of
That's
what
what's
we
wrong
supposed to do.
with that. That's why we don't have no structure. We need structure. We don't have no structure.
Mm-mm.
I was talking about, the children and things that they need, and or I was giving advice, right? I was giving
Mm-hmm.
advice, and it was so many people in there, like in there was saying, oh, you know what I'm saying, you don't need to tell nobody how to raise their children. You don't need to do, you know what I'm saying. I was just giving advice. But you know, like it's not wrong with listening. At the same time, I know Miss Tracy is some people got to bump their heads, but damn, how many people got to bump it? How many?
Mm-hmm.
They said a smart person will learn from experience, but a wise person will learn from seeing everybody else go through it. You know.
That's all I'm saying. How many people got to bump it?
Mm-hmm.
Why is there so many? Why is there so many children born out of wedlock?
Because it ain't no rules. There are no rules. When you get a
Is that
system,
the trend? Is that, you know what I mean? Like,
it definitely
why is there
is.
so many? Why are
It's
there
not a
so many
shame
one
though.
parent homes? It's more
It's
one parent home than two parent homes.
there's no more
So they
shame.
got to bump. So they got to bump their head for that too.
That's no shame in it. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of pride in being single now. You know what I'm saying? Because like a lot of people, like there's nobody ashamed of being a single parent no more. There's like, you know, they cool
Yeah,
with
it's
it.
like
Like,
it's
okay,
a
I just
badge of
raised I just
honor.
raised a child of my own. I just seen women say that, hey, I don't really want a man, I just want a baby. You know what I'm saying?
I'm telling y'all,
Yep.
man. When my
Even
baby got
celebrities
pregnant,
say that
when my
shit.
daughter got pregnant, I was ashamed. I was embarrassed. I was embarrassed.
And I respect you for that feeling. I definitely do. I definitely do.
I was fucking
And
embarrassed, y'all.
you got a lot of them who don't feel that way. You got a lot of them who don't feel. They'll say, "Well, I'm a glam mom now," because they're young and they're still in their prime or they're still looking good. So now they're a glam mom. GLAMMA.
Things are
Glam mom.
way more acceptable now.
And I'm gonna tell y'all something. When my kids come to me, when they come to me, because they listen, when they come to me and they tell me, "Ma, you know I'm pregnant," you know what I tell them?
What?
That's your ass.
Mm.
I feel you on that. I feel you on that. Because it's too much stuff that they could have done to,
And
especially being a woman.
not only that, not only that, Blue Heart, I tell them that that's your ass because guess what? They ain't got their shit together.
Mm-hmm.
So why you know what I
I hear
mean?
you.
Why you making your life hard for you?
It's gonna get hard.
Why you doing that? You ain't got your shit together. You fine, just taking care of you. You only making enough money to take care of your ass. You only making enough money to
Yep.
take care of your ass. So why are you coming to me telling me you got a baby on the way? I don't want to hear that shit.
You ain't tell me when you was taking that booty call.
Yeah, you've been sneaking out. You wanna help me take care. You wanna ask me to help you take care of something where I told you to just be honest in the first place. Be honest, and now you can't be honest, and I gotta help you take care of your mistakes. And a lot of them will say, "Well, the baby here now, so now we got to deal with it," and that's
They
not
love
fair
to
to the
say that, and
person.
see, that's the mindset right there.
And
That's
that's
the
and right,
mindset
and that's
and
forcing
that's
people.
the mindset that they
Hmm.
forced to go into now. Okay, well, I'm pregnant now, so I gotta have a baby. So now I gotta do what I gotta do. So now I gotta figure this out. Now you gotta do this, and now you gotta figure this shit out.
Now what we gonna do? Well, if a man walk away, well,
And
that's
then now you
now
and
you're
then
not
now
man
you need
enough.
and then now you need support system. Then now you need family. Then now you need everybody else to help you.
Mm.
Now we gotta stop what we doing. We gotta stop our lives to accommodate you for the decision, the bullshit decision you done made.
Right. Now you
And
gotta
then
be
want you to
to
hold a
save a
kid.
person.
And then want you to hold a kid so they can go make a nerd.
Shit, yeah.
Hold a baby, mama. I'm finna go on a date.
And come back pregnant.
Mm.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, Papa Rudy. Luke.
Morning.
Come on
Good
now.
morning. I'm gonna drop down, y'all. Y'all go ahead and handle your thing.
All right.
Mm.
You know,
If you I'm gonna say this. If you have your shit together and your you plan your marriage, you plan, you plan who you want to have your children by. And if it's in a two-parent household, then yeah, congratulations. You got your shit together.
Mm-hmm.
Question for you, Donna, because you have sons. Do you teach your sons? Like obviously we all, we all teach our sons, hey, use condoms, right? Use condoms. But even going beyond that, do you teach them to pull out? Do you teach them, hey, don't let the girl on top?
Mm.
Now listen.
Things
I
like
I, ta-
that.
I taught my children. I taught my children to
I'm
use the
being
condoms.
real.
I bought all my boys condoms. I would get free condoms. Listen, let me get some of them condoms. I was one of those mothers that would reach in the bowl and grab a whole bunch of condoms. And I would take them home and I would put them on my children's dresser, my boys' dresser.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not
But
saying pull
they
and
ain't come to me. They ain't come to me and tell me when they was gonna be sexually active. So let me
Facts.
give you these
right,
condoms. They ain't come to me
right,
and tell me, okay, mom, I'm ready to go get some peach cobbler.
right.
You know what I mean? They
Mm-mm.
ain't come to me and tell me that. Now I taught them. My oldest son, listen, I was telling my oldest son, I would tell him, don't you put your mouth on no woman.
Mm.
I say, because you don't know what come out of their peach cobbler.
Mm.
True,
I tell
true.
him, don't put your mouth on a woman. You don't know what come out of their peach cobbler, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I told him that. I was telling him that at like freaking 12 years old.
Mm.
So guess
but
what?
but those conversations has to start. They got to start.
He don't eat peach cobbler, y'all. He said, Mom, you told me not to eat it. I don't eat that.
You know
He
what I'm
don't eat
saying?
it.
I mean, these are just real conversations, and I'm not saying the pull out game works, but at least gives you a damn chance. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
saying? If you're
Let me
not
tell y'all
going,
something. I taught my
but
children to
see,
use condoms and everything. My son pull out game is weak as hell. It's
Mm-hmm.
weak.
that's what I'm saying. I mean, did you teach him that though, or just the condom? People usually stop at the condom.
I taught him to wear condoms. I taught him protect yourself. He had a scare. My son had a scare. I remember he was in high school and he had got the girl pregnant and it was a scare. He was like, Mom, I don't want no kids. He was crying. You know what I mean? He was going hysterical. He didn't feel like he wanted to go to school the next day. You know what I mean? Like the girl mama called my phone and listen, I was being
Miss, Miss
a
Goddess.
freaking I was being a mama. So when
Miss,
she called my phone and she said, your son got my daughter pregnant, right?
yeah,
Here come Diamond. How you know that's my son, baby?
right.
Don't call my phone with that.
Mm-hmm.
Cause baby, I ain't wanna hear that shit. I ain't wanna hear that. My baby
Yeah.
in high school. I
Listen,
don't want to hear that.
listen.
But I told that little girl, I
I can
told
hear this
her
woman.
when she came to my house, every time them girls come to my house for my boys, I always told them, I said, listen, are you on some type of birth control? I would tell them that. I said, listen, I will talk to the girls. Are you on some, first thing I asked them, are you on convert? Are you on birth? No, first thing I asked them, do your mama know where you at?
Mm-hmm.
I would ask them, do your mama know where you at? I didn't like them little fast little girls coming to my house, y'all.
Wait, was it his?
Yeah. Well, no. See, we didn't know if it was his or not because the mother took she took her daughter and got an abortion.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
She took her daughter and got an abortion. And uh, when me and my son talk about her, I asked him, I said, well, that's how you talk to such and such. And then he be like, Mom, she married now, she got kids and stuff, she doing real good, stuff like that right there. But yeah, like when they come, I didn't want them little fast little girls. Because the reason why, y'all, because girls are more, they're faster mentally, and you know what I mean, than the
Right.
boys.
Listen,
Them the girls, they was, you know what I mean, they was faster.
Diamond.
Hey,
So when the little
facts.
girls
You
come to my house
yeah.
and y'all in high school, I looked at y'all as like a little fast little girl.
Mm-hmm.
There are
My
things.
my, my son bring the little girl home and stuff like that. My this such and such. I said, mm.
Ha.
Man,
Your
look,
mama know where you at?
I'll never forget. I was in
Your mama
eighth
know where you at?
grade. I'll never forget. I was in eighth grade. I used to have a crush on this set little group of girls that was in my classes, right? And I used to always wonder. They just never took me serious as like when I had a crush. When I had a crush on them, they just never
You
took me
just asked for the
serious.
girls. What about the boys?
These girls was 14 having sex with grown men. That's what I
Yep.
found out. They was
Yep.
dealing with high school dudes and dudes that
Sure
was
was.
grown. You see what I'm saying? So when they looked at
Uh-huh.
me, my 14-year-old self, I ain't had nothing to offer them. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't realize that until I was older.
But y'all
You know what I'm
have to
saying?
understand too. But them boys, they think when they cop, they pickle and stuff like that right there. But see, like I said, it's women. We have to protect ourselves. We got to protect ourselves. So them little girls was coming in my house. You know what I'm saying? Not only I was protecting my children, my boys, I was protecting their ass too, though. I asked them, "Do your mama know where you at?" Yes, ma'am. Are you on any birth control? No, ma'am. You know
Yeah,
what I tell them?
when you
You get
single,
pregnant. I tell them you get pregnant. That's your ass.
right? Well, listen, when you single and you raising boys, you got to tell them beyond the condom. There's a conversation that you're gonna have at some point. Yes, you teach condom, 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 right? There's a point where you go, listen, if it happens where you don't have no condom, first of all, you need to get before you stick it in, you need to get the pre-cum out. Get it out first. All you gotta do is pull on it, let it come out till you don't see no more. Then
That's
you
ain't
put it
nobody
in.
doing
Listen,
that.
let me I don't care. Listen, if you
Papa
have the
Rudy, you doing all that?
conversation, they won't know.
I've done it. I've done it because
They won't
I've
know,
done that.
Diamond.
He's
That's
right.
why, right?
He's right
Because
about
you
that.
know, you women, a lot of women won't. They just won't go beyond. First, they say abstinence. You need to do it when you're married. If you can't, have condoms, and it stops there. There's a serious conversation, and you never let a girl sit on top of you. Otherwise, you're gonna be pushing her off, and she falling on the floor and shit. And, don't do it on. Don't lay there and have them get on top if you ain't got no condom on.
Yeah.
Those are conversations to
But you know
have.
what? But you know what? Those are conversations that you can have. But Jeffrey, when you're in the heat of the moment,
Right.
But
that don't go
it,
that way.
but guess
Make it
what?
make sense.
Because I'm gonna make it make sense. If you in the heat of the moment, what if you don't know what to do? What if it doesn't come to your mind? Because if I'll instill it in your mind, it is gonna come to your mind.
Mm,
It is gonna come to your mind. If I'm telling my 12, 13, 14-year-old son that these are real things, listen, they already feeling on themselves. They know what the feeling is. It's like,
mm-hmm.
look, you know when you are going to come. You know that. When
Let
you
me tell y'all
first feel
something.
that thing, you pull out. These are conversations beyond condom. I'm not saying, all the stuff prior to that, yes. But talk about
Look,
what happens if you don't have one.
listen, I raised boys. I raised 3 boys, 1 girl. My boys, from the time they would wake up, I would see they little pickle sticking out
Yeah.
on hard. My grandson, same way I see little pickles. I said, what's that? They laugh and smile to my mom. Stop. Mom, go ahead. I said, what's that? What is that? My grandson say, I don't know, grandma. I don't know, grandma. They
But
got
those,
pickles sticking up, you know what I mean, out their boxes. They waking up on hard. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
I talk to my children, y'all. I be talking to my boy. What's that?
Yeah, I
But
mean, it happens. That's just natural. It just
yeah,
happens. But I'm just saying, have the conversation. And if you don't, make if you're a single
See,
mom, if you're a single mother, and you feel like a man needs to do that, then find that man, whether it be the uncle or a brother, your
but
brother,
I would
whatever.
ask my children, what's that? Not because I didn't know what that was. I was trying to see
to
that
jog
they
their
know what was
intellect.
going. I was
Right.
trying to see that they know what was going on.
Right.
See,
That's what
Diamond, and
I was
that's the
trying. I
thing.
was trying to see that they know that what was going on. You know what I
Ho-
mean? And we go to talking about it. And I ain't talked to my grandson about it. You know what I mean? But he's
Yeah.
only 10. But
Hold on,
I
Diamond.
asked them that, what is that, to see do they know what's going on.
Hold on. See,
So
and
no,
that's
no,
the
no,
thing.
y'all. I didn't ask them. Let me take that,
We can.
because y'all taking out the wrong way. No, I would ask them what that is, because then I want to know, do they know their little tallywhack is on hard?
See, and that's the thing, Diamond. You can see our boys' erections, but no one knows when the girl is feeling some kind of way. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Unless you're doing their
True.
laundry and you're going through their underwear to see, okay, it's about that time I got to start talking because the estrogen is
Right.
Right.
flowing. It's the security, you know what I mean? And
Right.
this is a definite way, you know. Like you said, the girls are a lot. I'm gonna say the girls are a lot faster than the boys because it's a unspoken certainty that whenever the girl wants it, she's going to get it because why? The men don't get it as much as the women could give it, if that makes any sense. You know,
Right.
sex doesn't happen unless the
That
women
bubbly.
unless the women, allows it, unless it's some type of essay or something like that. So our girls definitely control who gets it and who doesn't get it. So that's why I'm more strict on the girls to say, listen, I know when you're in the bathroom a little bit too long. I know what I see. I see what I know. And then especially, trying to tell the moms, oh, they may say, well, you probably overthinking things and this, that, and the third. But as a man, you gotta understand that we see certain shit that a lot of mamas don't see.
I think that as parents, especially single moms, like we all, I don't know about y'all, but I gave my children's uh pickles and peach cobblers nicknames. So my daughter, I would tell her, you know what that is? And she'll say, no, ma. I say, that's your cat. And I gave, my boys, they little pickles, I call them tellywacks. I said, you got to tellywhack. I still tell my children to this day. I still tell them, I
See,
talk to my oldest son. I said, what you doing with your, why you sticking your tellywhack all over the place?
now here's the double standard in that. If a man goes to talk to his daughter about certain things that she may not feel comfortable talking to her mama, now he's gonna be looked at as a creep or this, that, and the third. So now the girl can't be honest with her mama. The
Yeah,
girl
but you
can't be
can't
honest
you
with her
can't be
dad.
telling
And now
you
it's
can't be
now it's
telling a 12-year-old and a 10-year-old, you know what I mean, that's waking up. And if you want to listen, that's up to y'all, to each his own. But if you
right,
want to
right,
tell
right.
your 10-year-old, you know what I mean, that he has a penis or dick, whatever you want to call it, that's on you. You know what I mean? To each his own. That was just my way of, talking to my children and ease and stuff in. So that's just was me. Now when they got older, of course they knew, you know what I'm saying, what she had. You know what I mean? Of course they knew what she had. But I wasn't, like I wasn't condoning into certain type of language in my house. I wasn't mm-mm.
But let me say this: you have to teach
Hold on,
your
hold on,
sons.
wait. I'm
You
gonna catch y'all later. I'll see you later, Diamond.
All right, Pop.
All
you
right.
have to teach your sons. No means no. You have to have that conversation. You know, no means
Oh yeah.
no at all times,
Oh yeah, there. Mine no means no.
especially these days with this. This no movement. You got to tell them. I mean, really drill it into them. Like let's say she said yes first, and right before it goes in, she say no. You need to stop. Don't force it. Don't force it. No means no.
No means no.
Yeah.
I definitely get that. That's
Yeah,
definitely true.
because that was a conversation I never had with my parents. And these are new conversations that you have to have with your child.
Yeah.
And I think also telling your daughters that they are allowed to say no,
Yes,
no matter how much flirtation that she did, if she got undressed first, if she touched on him first, if he says no, you stop, and if you say no, he stops.
right. And come up with the scenarios. Let's say you took
Mm-hmm.
a girl out, you spent $600, $800, and she even invites you in, and it's 2 o'clock in the morning, and y'all going hot and heavy, and all y'all clothes is off, and the pickle is on brick, and she say no. what you gonna do? I mean, these are scenarios that you got to talk about and put it in their head.
But you know what? You could tell your children a lot of things to teach your children things at home. When they get grown, they're gonna do what they want to do because I know a lot of parents out here did not teach these men to rape these women. I know that they did not teach, you know what I mean, these basketball players and celebrities and stuff to take some peach cobbler.
I
That's
don't
true.
think.
And a lot of them be falsely accused by it, like the Brian Banks situation when he was in school. You know, that girl got over $1 million settlement for that false rape accusation, and he got to still recover himself from loss of 6 years of his life, and no one wants to give him no compensation of that false allegation. And that's what I'm pissed off about the law. Like the ladies could say, well, he did this and he did that, and it turned out not to be true. You can't get that man's reputation back.
And that's true. But
Yeah.
those are conversations to have.
Just
It's
like
it's
the, just like did y'all see the video that's surfacing around now? The Nicki Minaj, her husband was accused of raping a woman. Do y'all see now that the woman that made a video and she is saying that I lied about everything?
yeah. I mean, you're what you're doing is protecting your son and your daughters. Look, don't don't get in a trap. Don't get in a trap. You know what I'm saying? And so don't put yourselves in situations like that. At least have them they have the knowledge. Now they're gonna do what they're gonna do, but you've given them the knowledge to say, hey, this is what can happen. You know what I'm saying? Hey, sit down and watch the documentary with them. I say,
Hmm.
you see what happened here? You know, and especially our color, there's no, there ain't no sympathy. So,
Yeah,
let
it's
them
on
watch.
social media. It's on social media. It's on Instagram and stuff like that right there. If y'all on Instagram, the young lady,
Right.
she's saying that it was a lie and she made it. I don't know if Nicki Minaj done paid her off
See,
to say
and
it.
That's
that,
why I will not speak on
and
that situation because we don't know. She was bullied for years by not only Nikki but her fans. So that's that situation right there. I just will not even talk about because we don't know. You know, like what happened behind the scenes with that one. But I also wanted to what you just said about that the parents are not teaching them. Sometimes letting our kids be entitled to everything and the way that you're parenting them, never telling them no, allowing kids to get whatever they want, always letting your kid be right even when they're wrong, like you're mad at other people and not your kid. Raising them with a sense of entitlement that they deserve everything could also allow that behavior to happen when they're older. Because
Very
if
true.
they never got told no as a child, when they get a teenager, never got told no when they're adult, they're not going to respond well to some woman or anybody telling them no about something because they've had everything their whole life.
That's true. That's very true.
And also I like with the whole body part thing. I know like a lot of people, it's definitely happens a lot in the Black community that we raise our kid with like pet names for their body parts. But it's so important, especially like nowadays, with the young kids that's going to school, going to daycare. It's so important that you teach your kids the correct name to their body part, starting like when you're changing their diaper at 6 and 8 months old, that you're like repeating them that body part and where someone is not allowed to touch, and you make sure your kid knows what consent mean, not only sexual consent but consent to hug people, consent to give people a high five. Never force your kid to hug anyone, high five a stranger, none of that. Like it's so important from the my child is autistic, but when she was able to understand me, like I made sure she knows this is her vagina, this is her butt, that she knows the correct name. So if anything ever was to happen, she's not going to tell anybody someone took her cookie or touched her cookie, because a stranger might not know what that means. Because my goddaughter, when she was touched, She told her teacher for a year straight, was trying to tell her teacher that something happened with her cupcake, and her teacher never understood what she meant. And my goddaughter never opened up to anybody in the family besides that teacher that she felt extremely safe with. And she kept telling her about a cupcake. Had my baby
She said
knew
somebody she said that she told the teacher somebody touched my cupcake.
somebody touched her cupcake, never
And the
pointed
teacher should
to it.
have asked her, where's your cupcake?
She would never point to it. The teacher asked her all kind of questions. She would never point to it, but kept talking about a cupcake. And when eventually the teacher brought it up to her mom called me, and I told her, this is what I've been telling you, to never tell her that this is a cupcake and not do pet names. And when we went and went to the police station and everything to do the investigation, she still would not call it her vagina. She still would not point to it, but she was able to tell us what happened, and we knew what happened, but she kept calling it a damn cupcake and
Cause
never
baby,
pointed to it.
My,
yeah,
my
because if you
daughter
tell
my
me
daughter
somebody
says
touched your
pee pee.
cupcake,
You know,
you say somebody touch your cupcake, I would naturally catch on. I know what you're talking about.
Well, it
Cause I
sounds like
know,
the
cause
teacher
I know
did catch on.
nicknames. I know nicknames.
It sounds like the teacher did catch on because she voiced it.
And we like
but
that's like, as adults we don't know what signs we can miss because everybody is not like you. And especially with teachers that's not just not black, they don't know that we use pet names for stuff like that. Like it just wouldn't, it didn't correlate to her teacher that this could be what she's talking about. And it's just like since then, like I just realized how important it is to teach them the correct name for body parts. So if you have grandkids
What y'all
now,
mean Jasmine guy passed away? What you mean?
huh?
They put some gossip in here. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you fine, you fine.
Yeah, I saw that too.
She passed away? Why? Was it time for her to go? Well, I mean,
Well,
it was
I
time
just
for her to go. It was time for her to go, but I mean, like, cause she still was like, what she was in her 50s, her 40s.
I think she had to be in her 50s.
mhm.
She
Yeah,
must have had an ailment or something.
she had to.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Shar.
Oh no, I'm done. Oh yeah, she was sick. Like looking at a picture of her most recent picture, she had to be sick.
Oh, okay.
But
Damn,
I don't
girl.
see anything about her death though.
Okay. ETY said she was 60.
and I want us to understand, like, we got to get our children into the notion that knowing that they're growing up and not just using them being grown or growing up as a benefit to them, because they'll say, "Well, I'm growing up and I deserve this and I deserve that," but then a dove back into saying, "Well, I'm a child this and I'm a child that." They like to pull and pick when they want to be, kind of like a lot of our our adults do. You know, well, I'm adult this, but I didn't know any better. But now, how when you've interacted in it, you know?
Right.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So what else Jeffrey do? And Shar,
Yeah, it got quiet
what
after that Jasmine
so
God thing.
so Jeffrey and Shar, what else do 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 everyone has to teach their children?
I
um,
Yeah, go
go ahead.
ahead. No,
Oh,
go
okay.
ahead.
I was just gonna say, look, like I say, as far as sexual thing, you know, the important thing is no means no. Obviously use condoms. You know, um, You know, you start the conversation, and like you say, Diamond, you know, you could start to ease it in, even like Shar said, when they're young. You know, you start the conversation off right, and that nobody's allowed to touch that. And if somebody does, you know, you come and tell me those sort of things, and then you just, as they get older, you start to ease conversation in. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's going to be.
At what age do you feel like they should ease the conversation in?
It's interesting because it's, you know, I think it depends on the kid. It's kind of developmental. What are they? If you're in tune at what they're exposed to, then you want to bring conversation in. And there's certain conversation that you bring in very early, and then you know, you progress that. You know what I'm saying? They got to know what their private parts are very early, right? They don't have to know about sex. They don't have to know where babies come from at the age of 2, but they should know their private parts. You know what I'm saying? Those sort of things. You know, you just start to ease that in. If you start to see certain signs, like, okay, they're in the restroom a little long, you know what I'm saying? And after they come out, you go in, you know, there's no smell or anything like that. You know, there's certain, just look for the signs, you know, to where it's like, okay, I need to have a conversation. If they have phones, go through their phone. Go, you know, do a period, you know, do a check in their rooms. You know, I don't get where parents, oh, they need their privacy. Okay, they can have the privacy, but guess what? When they're at school, I mean, you turn that room upside down, and they don't even have to know that you've been in there. They don't even have to know that if
They
you
don't,
found.
but Jeffrey, they gonna know you've been in there when you find something that ain't supposed to be in there.
Well, if you
But you
find
have to
something,
address it.
so guess what? If you find something, you don't have to address it. You just put it back. You just keep a mental note. You know what I'm saying?
What?
If you find something, like for instance, you know, with my
I
ex,
agree with I agree with bro. I'm sorry, I don't
right?
want to interrupt you, but I
So
agree.
You
if you
find,
find
You,
some, if you
hold on,
say
Diamond.
for
Hold
instance
on,
you
Diamond.
found some, say for
I
instance
give
you
you an
found
example.
some marijuana, you gonna put it back?
so guess what? I did find marijuana.
No, that's
So
different. That's
yeah,
different.
that's different. That is different. You gotta strategically pick and
I say
choose
that.
what is concerning to you and what's not. You know what I'm saying? I
Right.
turned my son's room upside down. You know, when I say upside down, it's not, you know, you're just looking everywhere, you know, not to the point where he knows you've been looking. So I went through every pants pocket, every drawer. I, you know, lift up everything, try, you know, find any hiding space, and I found a coat pocket, and there was a little package of weed in there. You know what I'm saying? So I took the weed and I said I'm going to have a conversation because I think that was concerning, because that he was, you know, he's 15, and that's my first time, you know, him, you know, seeing this or finding this in his room. So that was a conversation. But I also found letters. I found letters, you know, that girls would give boys at school. And I mean, I mean, a lot of letters. And these girls were saying what they would like to do with him. You know what I'm saying? Now, with that, I didn't um I didn't address that I found the letters. I addressed, you know, more of the sex education part of it. You know what I'm saying? And so, but I didn't say I found letters. Now, if the letter has something really revealing that, hey, we had sex, my thing is okay, did you use a condom? Did you know what I'm saying? It's those sort of things. But not letting them know I went through his room. There's some things you can say, okay, that's a mental note.
Right, right. Yeah, there's definitely a way you can um, be proactive without saying that you violated their privacy, but then
Right.
actually putting in terms or available for these children to say, okay, I know what you're going through, so I just want you to know that you know I'm here for you whenever you want, you know, basically whenever you want to talk. But I don't,
Yeah.
you know, with the whole weed thing, of course, talk to them when they get home, blah, blah, blah. But as far as anything personal, you develop an inventory to make sure, okay, it was just a coincidence. Okay, that one time it was a coincidence. No,
Right.
you be quiet, you make a mental note, and you jot it down in your mind to say,
Yeah.
okay, first time, second time, third time. Now it's repetitive. So now my child is really doing this or feeling this way. So now I'm gonna have to have this conversation because it wasn't a coincidence. This person really does this. It's a
Right.
difference.
Exactly. Exactly. Because you want to keep a mental note so that way, okay, I'm aware. I'm silently aware of what's
She
going
say
on.
sound like a great parent. Jeff don't have no kids, y'all. Jeff
I
don't have
have
no
listen, I had stepkids. So and I I was with my ex for over 20 years, and I raised them when they were 10, one was 10, one was 11, and went through that whole period of till they were grown, you know. So um, in that aspect, I took mental notes, and then you want to begin to you want to see more signs, because if you don't know what you're even looking for, your kid could be going through
Right,
something you have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
So you
right,
take those notes and
right,
you go, okay, that's another sign based off what I already know. So it's time to step in. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, if they
right,
had diaries, I sure would read the diary. But I would keep it within
right,
myself. I may
right.
never have to say I read that diary ever. You know what I'm saying? But
Exactly. It's like
if I
having cheat
saw
codes to your child. It's like having
right,
cheat
Yeah.
codes to them.
basically that's
And then
exactly
also, I think like when you first find, something in their room or behavior that's like alarming, but like they both said, you want to keep being able to see these behaviors. You don't want them to start hiding it. If you go and say, "Hey, I found this in your room," or "I found this here,"
correct.
you look at what's in the diary or in these text messages or in their room, and then you start like having conversations, and like Jeff said, explaining situations, like in teaching them through whatever you found. But you don't have to come out and say, "Hey, I found this in your room,"
Correct.
because you don't want them not to trust you. You want to keep that open door
Right.
communication open.
Exactly. Listen, I found well, we're all adults here. I found cum rags, but I wouldn't say anything. It's like,
Hmm.
well, they're 15. Of course, you're gonna find stuff like that. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? But you can mention in, hey, so tell me what you know, what you know. You know what I'm saying? Or are you, it just so you know, if you are being sexually active, you know what I'm saying? Make sure, you know what I'm saying? It's just things like that. You want to ease in and drill it in their head that, hey, you know, make sure this is happening. Make sure that
Right.
no means no. Make sure that, you know what I'm saying? So because I know you don't want a child at 16.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
And then
saying?
also, if you have boys, just like you have to talk to girls about older men, you also have to talk to boys about older women.
Correct.
I think a lot of people in our community forget about that women can prey on young boys and be predators also. So
Right.
you have to make your boys and girls aware of older women.
Correct. And what they'll, entice you with or groom
Yeah.
you with. Things
Yes.
like that. It seems glamorous, as a girl to have this
Right.
20-year-old come with this fine car, come and picking them up from school and
Mm.
all of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So, those are things you have to make your kids aware of. And don't be afraid to have those open conversations.
Especially when it comes to the peer pressure too, because they see their friends doing it. Oh, my
Yep.
friend said they mama this or they mama that, or well, so and so's dating somebody and he's in the 11th grade or the 12th grade, and I don't see why I can't. But I really like him, and I really like him, and and then letting your children go to other people's houses as well too. If you don't agree
Mhm.
with what their parents got going on, don't let them go. Period.
That's true.
They
Even
just
if
gonna have
you
to
agree.
sacrifice that friendship. They just
Right.
Yeah,
gonna
even
have
if
to.
you agree.
Right.
Even if y'all parent to like keep your kids home where you know they safe, you know what they're doing. They can meet out at the mall or do something like that, but don't ever let your kids sleep at someone's house. Like even be careful with family members.
That's true. That's true. You know, they don't have to have sleepovers, and guess what? You don't have to host sleepovers
No.
because if something happens with another person's kid, you know what I'm saying? You don't want no parent coming to your house
Hmm.
throwing all kinds of stuff at you, accusing you. So, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Nope, no sleepovers. Sorry.
And I'm the only child like from my mom, but her brother had 5 kids when I was growing up, and he raised like he always had 4 more of his kids 2 years at a time. So they would go 2 years with him, 2 years with the mom, and so I always felt like I had siblings, and they are a mix of boys and girls. And one thing my mom made sure, my mom and uncle made sure of, they raised us. It was like we had 2 parents, even though I didn't have a dad and their mom wasn't in the house. My mom was still there as a mother figure, and my uncle was there as a father figure for me, and they made sure to raise girls and boys the same. We all started cooking at 12. Girls take out the trash, the boys take out the trash. We learned how to mow the yard. We learned how to change tires at the same time. The boys knew how to wash clothes. We all shared like all kind of chores, taking out the dogs. It wasn't no the girls do this and the boys go outside. No. We were
Right,
all raised the same, and they had a complete open door policy. And we had a rule of not dating until we were 17. And even when my cousin, I think, liked her first boy at like 15 years old, she felt comfortable enough to come tell my mom, and all my mom had to do was remind her, well, you're not 17 yet, so we're not doing any dating, but it's cool that you like somebody. And
right,
my cousin and the dude waited until they was 17. They was friends at school, and nothing was done outside of school. And then when they were 17, they started dating, and they're still together now, like 15 years later.
right.
And
Listen,
and, and the hold on, and the piggyback on the sleepover thing, ladies and gentlemen, it's not always going to be the opposite sex that's going to fondle with your children. It can be the
Hmm.
same sex as well. These
absolutely.
girls sleepovers.
Yeah,
You're wondering about a little boy tampering with your girl. Their best friend could be tampering with them as well.
Hmm.
yeah, exactly. You know, uh, uh, that's why we never agreed to have the boys sleep over anywhere.
Especially with this whole pride culture too. We got our teenagers happy, pride this, pride that, yes this, yes that, with the whole pride thing. So
Yeah.
if I've seen and heard some shit now.
Yep. Yep. Exactly right. So you want to have just have listen have talk to your kids if
That's
they
the best
don't
thing
if
you
they
could do.
say again.
I said, yeah, that's the best thing you could do.
Yeah, if they don't want to open up to you, like I say, do a spot check in their room. You know,
On the phones.
yep. Look at their phone. Look at what they've seen on their computer. You know what I'm saying? And
Just like somebody said earlier, they should be more aware and more literate on those phones than these children are. It's sad that we got to go to our children to ask, what this does or how to do this and how to do that, which means that our children can hide more shit under our noses than we can imagine.
right,
Hmm.
right. There are these websites where these kids be talking to other kids, showing their body parts on the websites. There's all kinds of things like that. You just think they doing homework. Okay.
Yeah.
They invite somebody over. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no closed doors. Don't be closing the room door. Don't be closed.
Especially letting them go in the bathroom with their phones as well. You don't know what they taking pictures of, having, what type of video, especially if it's them iPhones too. That
Yeah.
hell, any phone, period. Ain't no telling who they on the phone with and showing this and showing that and then deleting it afterwards. Parents will never know.
Yes. Yep. And we all take our phones in the bathroom,
Yeah.
so that's so common.
Right, right.
Well, they on the toilet, so they're gonna have their phone. But you don't think of what are they looking
And I think also you have to not don't parent your kid out of fear of what you did as a child or fear of what you saw your friends doing or what someone else is going through as a parent. All
Well, hold on,
kids
hold
are.
on. Somebody said, don't be Inspector Gadget. Talk to him. Don't be Inspector Gadget. No, after you done had that talk to him, you still got to go in there and inspect. That's a part
Absolutely.
of being parenting. That's a part of the, because a lot of shit can go under our noses. If
Yeah,
you don't think your
Casey,
child is,
let me tell you.
if you don't think your child is being honest, sometimes you may have to. But go ahead, bro.
Yeah, Casey, you can talk to them. They may not tell you nothing. They may
Mhm.
tell you a lie. Talk to them. Yeah, sure. You're gonna talk to them. You better be an Inspector Gadget because you don't want to be on the news saying, "I had no idea my child was dealing with depression. I had no idea my child was so sexually active." What do you mean you don't have no idea? There's always
Right,
signs. There are
right.
always signs if you look for them. But you gotta look for them. You have no idea. KC, have you ever went into your kid's room just to see? Just to see. It's just a one. You could do it once a year, whatever. But I mean, go to look in the back of the dresser, pull up, pull drawers out completely out. They don't have to be in disarray. You're just looking underneath mattresses, bedposts, underneath the bedposts, shirt pockets, coat pockets,
Exactly. Hey,
drawers,
listen, because
closet.
I
Look,
know I used to
knock
hide
on
shit from my mom.
baseboards, all kinds of stuff. You don't know what
I
these
know where to
kids
look
are.
because I used to hide shit from my mom.
Right. So, you find a dirty magazine. Okay, it's a magazine. But they have it. But you don't have to admit, you know what I'm saying? Whatever that
We
is.
know it ain't we know it ain't magazines no more because they can
No,
easily delete a
you're
lot of
right about
stuff.
that. But or the phone. Look through their phone. Have parental thing. Guidance on the phone, computers. And let me tell you, boys are sloppy with their stuff. Girls are probably a little bit better, but boys are a little sloppy. They will leave their computer open. you know, I mean, it's just you'll see signs real easy.
Right, right, right,
They just sloppy with their stuff. You know what
right.
I'm saying?
And you could tell, like, even if you decide to take your kid's phone and they start freaking out, that's a clear sign that they doing something they ain't got no business doing.
Right.
Clear
Yeah,
Now,
and my
sign.
mom.
So now
before
that raises your intent.
before you give them a phone, you have an open conversation that anytime I want to look in your phone, I have permission to look at your phone if you want a phone. You know what I'm saying? Have that conversation
Make sure they hand it to you right then, or just go in
right
there
then.
and take it.
Correct.
You
Or
just go in
just
because they can go in. Oh, let me delete, 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 delete.
right.
Yeah, my mom. We had to have our phone in by 9 p.m. every night, like right when it's bedtime. The phone has to be awake every night because kids most likely sneaking and doing this stuff,
Yeah.
talking to people during the nighttime. So our phones was taken away until we were like 16, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
And parents know their kids, right?
Hmm.
You see something's off, okay, it's time to be Inspector Gadget because they ain't saying nothing, but you know something's off. It's time to do a pop quiz. Hand me your phone. Open it up right now. You know what I'm saying? It's just time to do that when you get a hint. I mean, just a hint. You smell something bad. I mean, it's time to do something here because prevention is so much better than being reactive.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? It's called a prophylaxis. Okay. Some people need to do a prophylaxis on their kids.
Right. One ounce of prevention can save you a whole gallon of pre.
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Would you rather get ahead of it or be behind behind it?
Mm. And I think a lot of kids sitting around idle and bored at home causes a lot of this stuff too. Um, like people don't really put their kids in activities anymore. People don't go out and have fun, with the kid. I know life is hard. Everybody has to work, but we still have to make time to make sure we're having fun with our kids and making sure we are constantly feeding their minds outside of school and putting that energy into something positive, whether it's sports or something academic outside of school, volunteering, something.
Correct. You know, you see a grade slip. It's like, wait a minute, got all A's. Now that got a B showing up. I mean, just start to question. Maybe you've been working a lot and you really haven't been involved with the kids, but they seem normal. Just just do a spot check. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I most definitely agree. Um, so especially when it comes to, like, let's just say the step kids or anything, you don't want to cross boundaries, but sometimes you got to say, hey, you know, I notice certain things, and hopefully the other parent don't get offended. But it's hard to try to tell another parent about what your child could be doing or their child could be doing. To say, hey, just keep your mind out or whatever. And sometimes they may take offense to it. They may say, well, you think my kid is a bad kid or whatever. And it's not that. It's just being proactive. Like, open your eyes in most cases. Not saying your kid could be bad, but just understanding that you're a female and your partner is a male. If he realizes some shit, or even if the mama realizes some shit, pay attention. Understand that this person could be coming from a place of concern with a lot of love, like, and trying to help them not be a teenage mom and or teenage dad. Like, it's all, it all ties into it.
Right.
They say you're not crossing boundaries. The stepchild is yours. If you're married, the stepchild is yours. But
Yeah.
you got some mamas out here that you can't tell them you better not touch their child.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I didn't I didn't touch the boys. Um I let her be the disciplinary because of that conflict. Comes up, well, you ain't my daddy, all of that stuff.
Right.
You know.
But then, all in the same token, they'll still want you to do for the child, but then tell you, there's still
Right.
restrictions on what you can say or can do with the child.
Right.
And then they'll fault you on if how the child came up. They'll probably, well, it's your fault the child did this and the child did that. But if there were certain restrictions or restraints of what you could do with the child, then I guess to a degree you enable that child to be or act the way they act. But then again, it's all parenting is just hard, guys.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
And then I get the step parent thing to some extent, but um God God forbid me and my dude don't work out. But if I was to ever like get with somebody else and they're the stepdad to my child, that's the one thing that I won't tolerate is anybody spanking my child. Because I don't
Okay, thank you.
condone spanking
See
at
you later.
all, and I don't want anybody thinking it's okay to whoop my child because I don't even do it.
Yeah, and that's a conversation to have, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so what we figured out was, okay, listen, I'm not going to even tell them a disciplinary. I'm not going to discipline them. I would say, Shar, I'm going to take you behind closed doors and I'm going to tell you the situation. And I'm going to just see how you handle it.
Mm-hmm.
Saying. And so, that's just basically how it is. And then there's consequences, to the child after the fact. But I'm gonna stand back because I realize, as a kid, they 10, 11 or whatever the case may be, I'm not gonna try and come into your household and run like, okay, I'm daddy now. You gonna
Yeah.
do what I tell you to do. No. You know what I'm saying? Because I wanted to be more of the support system, and not to define it as their friend, but just be, just teach them, encourage them, and be that support system. If I see something wrong, I'm gonna tell your mama. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you behind closed doors, this is what's going on, yada yada yada. How do you want to handle it? Because it needs to be corrected.
Yeah.
And then, they gonna listen to mama. So, that's how I did it. You know.
Yeah, it's just a lot. I
I respect that.
raising kids is just tough. There's definitely a wrong way to do it, but it's basically we just like going off what we know, and I think parents always need to continue learning, like especially when it comes to discipline and just being a parent in general. Like it's okay for you to, you have one child. When you have that second one, it's okay to go take a brush up on the parenting class if you need it. Everybody are not, we not all great parents.
Yeah.
Take some advice from people that have been there before, and it's okay to take a parenting class or two to learn how to discipline your kids.
Right. Right. Because let me tell you, there's things far worse than whipping.
Hmm.
Far worse. Take that PlayStation cord. Change the Wi-Fi password. I mean, there's some tough, lessons that they gotta learn,
Hmm.
and that's worse.
Yeah.
Uh, you tell them, nope, you can't go with all your friends are going. Well, you ain't going. you know,
Yeah.
you can't even do your homework. So, I mean, just things like that. You know, it don't take a beating. You know.
Someone say when a step parent has a problem with not being able to discipline, that's a red flag.
You know what? It depends on. First of all, it depends on the age of the child. You know what I'm saying? And to some people that may be a red flag, but it's what the natural parent is allowing the step parent to do. If the natural parent allows them, then that's a conversation you're going to have with your kids. You see what I'm saying?
That's why you need to have these conversations with
Before.
people before you even bring them in your damn house. You
Hmm.
need
Absolutely.
to, if you got kids, it's certain conversations y'all should be having on the first date about your children. Like, how do you feel? Because you got some men don't even want to be with a woman if he cannot discipline her children because you got some children out there that run over their mamas.
Right.
A
Yeah.
lot of kids run all over their mamas.
Yeah.
And a lot of men, some men will sit there and watch that shit. You know what I mean? And he don't give a damn. You got some men that can't take that because that ain't how they was raised and stuff. You know what I mean? And then they're supposed to protect the woman that they with at all costs.
Right.
So hey, you're not gonna talk to her like that. You know what I mean? In front of me.
Right. Right. And
But then turn
and
around
you
and the mama want to say, oh well, you don't talk to my son like that.
right. That's what I was just gonna say. You
And
need
then
permission.
that's when the man should exit,
Yep.
leave the damn
Exactly.
house.
Right. That is a conversation to have as coming in as a step.
Because she wants you in there to do all of this and do all of that, but when it comes to the children, you don't have no say so.
Correct. And that's a conversation to have. Discipline.
Y'all
How do
supposed
you
to have
want to
a conversation for y'all to bring somebody in the house. That's
right,
how I feel.
mama, how do you want to disciplinary these kids? Do you want me to do it? Do you want to share this responsibility? You know what I'm
And
saying?
when you have teenagers in the house,
Yeah.
that's a
That's even
whole different
worse.
ball game.
It
Yeah,
is.
that's
I
even worse.
had teenagers. And when things went rough, they want to go to their daddy's house. I'm like,
Hmm.
My
"Oh,
my
you want
but my boys was not letting. My boys was very protective of their mama. You know what I mean? And my boys was not. They weren't even letting a man in the house.
right." But see, here's the
Boys
thing.
don't play that. Boys is very protective of their mama.
They are.
My,
No,
my
girls
son
too.
will knock at the door. He will answer the door. You
Yeah, I
knock at
was.
that door and you talking about you coming to see my mama. My oldest gonna tell him you must be coming to see all of us.
And guess what?
You're not coming to see my mama. You coming to see all of us.
That's right. That's right. It's
That's
what the
exactly.
it's what the mother allows.
Hmm.
Right. Yep.
It's what the mother allows. You know what I'm
And that's
saying?
how it is
Y'all know
too.
us mothers. We have a different type of love that the fathers have.
Right. Right. You know
But
what I'm
if you
saying?
can't tell a woman about her children and you can't discipline her kids, you don't need to be with her ass. Leave her ass right there with her damn disrespectful ass children.
Right. Exactly. That's exactly right. You know, it's a
Because it'll
con
cause strain on the relationship.
right. Because
Oh,
see,
absolutely. Hell yeah.
we we agree that she's going to be disciplinary, but we also agreed that hey, if I see something that's out of order, she's got to handle it.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? And it
But you
was
got some
rare.
men that'll come over there and pretty much be with the woman and lay up with her and
Right.
don't even see about the children. You be surprised.
Right. And
Yeah.
that's all on the mama. That's
Mm-hmm.
all on
Because
the mama.
she allowed it. Yeah.
But she allowed it. Because if you're going to bring in a man that's just only going to accept you, okay, you could deal, your selfish ass can just deal with him and deal with your kids too.
Mm-hmm.
And watch the repercussions. Because I invested in her kids. I invested. I mean, I spent thousands of dollars on her kids to make sure that they become successful,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and spent
But you
thousands.
married her though. You married her, Jeffrey. You was with the lady. You married the lady. I
I
mean,
did.
you married her. Do you still have a relationship with the children?
No, not really. Not after the divorce.
Why?
Not after the divorce. They chose their mama. They're gonna choose their mama. So
'Cause
what can you do?
some children still have a relationship with the step parent. Like my
Absolutely.
dad, I remember my dad having a girlfriend, and I remember she came into my dad's life. Well, she came into, I met her, and I had to be no more than 12 years old. I am 46 years old now, and still to this day, that's still my mama.
Yeah.
We
Mm-hmm.
still have relationship, a bond, and etc. She never married my dad. She was, they went their separate ways.
Yeah.
Like, and she still have that, that bond with me. She still consider me as her child.
And let me tell you, we got along very well. Her, me and her boy got along
So
very
that's what I mean. Like,
well. But
hey,
now
Jody, that's what I mean. For y'all to get along so well, why, you know what I mean? Like, they still don't communicate with you.
they're grown. They're grown. They're in their 30s. One of them have kids, and really, be honest with you, that's probably what hurt the most because her kids, or I should say, his kids, was calling me grandpa or whatever the case may be. But I'm not gonna force myself to be a part of their lives if they're not, reaching out or whatever the case may be. If I reach out today, they'll respond to me. They'll respond, but I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, I mean, it's just part of the whole process of it. But maybe when they were, if we had, split
So
up,
they're grown though. Why you can't
they're
reach
grown.
out to them?
I can, I have reached out, and they, when I say reach out, it's not, I'm not saying a come to Jesus moment. It's more like how you doing. They'll respond back. Everything's going well, yada yada yada. But it's
Uncle Bernie say the cash stop, they stop.
well, the cash had been stopped because they're successful. You know what I'm saying? I was a big part of putting them on that path. You know what I'm saying? A really big part of that. He's got a master's degree in engineering. He married a nurse. They own their own house. You know, and the younger one has his own business. You know what I'm saying? I put them both on a path to be very successful.
Yeah, I was just about to say, and you never know. Divorce affects, everyone differently. They could
Yeah,
be only talking to the mom just because she their mom. They could not like her and not like Jeff too.
yeah.
You know what I'm
But
saying? Like you just really never know.
right, that's every dad's position at that age. You're right, but not every dad does that, especially a stepdad.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't about cheating, but it was a trust issue. There was no cheating in the relationship, but it was a trust issue. I was traveling a lot, and that was probably the beginning of the end when I started traveling. And when I say travel, I traveled every 2 weeks. I come home and get ready for the next one and be gone. 2 weeks off, 2 weeks on, and that was the breakdown. She was going through menopause. that was another breakdown. I mean, it was just like, those sort of issues.
Do your kids talk to their dad, Diamond, now that they're grown?
When they ain't mad with him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when they not mad with him. My children's dad and we created monsters.
No,
Hmm.
they don't felt abandoned because they
So
didn't
we have
feel
to take
abandoned.
accountability for that. So yeah, they talk to him when they ain't mad with him.
They didn't feel abandoned because they're grown. It happened. The divorce happened when we were grown. They were in their 30s. So I married her. She was 11 years older than me. So I could see us getting back together, but I don't think it's going to happen. And that's a long process. That would be a long process to mend the children relationship, the kids relationship. You know what I mean? It would be a long process. So, but it is what it is.
Yeah, you can reach out to them.
Yeah, I was just
I
about to
could,
say.
I could reach out to them. I mean, and I could. I mean,
You
it's
sure can.
a lot.
You can
Because
let
if,
you yeah. So it's you can reach out to them and let them know that you're here and et cetera. Whenever they're ready to come around.
Yeah,
It's a way of going by doing it.
true.
But you can reach out.
You're
yeah,
right.
because even though the phone works both ways,
Why you
they'll
got your ass
always.
on here trying to tell somebody how to discipline their damn children?
Yeah, Jeff, I think it'll be beneficial to them to reach out.
And let me tell you this too: as if you're grandparents, you have to be careful when you are how you interact with your grandchildren.
Mm-hmm.
You
You say
know,
what now?
you have to be careful the way you interact with your grandchildren because parents, when they become children, when they have children, and you're now the grandparent, and you're trying to discipline the grandchildren, a lot of times that doesn't work.
Mm-mm.
And then it's like, Mama, I got this. No, you apparently you don't. Okay, and then all of a sudden, they're not allowing you to see them. So you gotta. I used to tell my ex, I was like, hey, when we go visit them, we would go into their house for Christmas or whatever, and they're like,
Yeah,
hey,
I know. I went through that with my daughter.
yeah,
Um, and so now
yeah,
what I do is I let her raise her son the way she want to raise her son,
right, bye,
and I
yeah,
don't say nothing
yeah,
just so I can still see him because
exactly,
again. You cannot tell people about their children. They don't want to hear that.
nope,
Everybody think that their parenting is right.
yep,
Everybody think their parenting is right. You can't tell them shit.
right,
So I,
especially
I just I just sit back and just let y'all just fuck up your children. Just fuck them up. Go ahead.
especially when you have boys and they have children. That woman, being a woman, and you got to deal with the daughter-in-law. You don't want that. You don't want to go through that. And because I
Yeah,
used to tell my ex,
I just when I get my grandson, I don't I be definitely careful of what I say to him
yep,
or ask him or anything like that because it's sad how and mamas do this. Mamas do this to the baby daddies and everybody. It's sad how they drill the damn children on what did you do at your dad's house this weekend?
yep,
What did the dad have somebody over there like y'all doing too much?
yep, yep,
Y'all doing too much. You're putting the children in the middle of y'all bullshit. Then you're teaching the children to gossip. Then you're
yep,
teaching the children to take all their daddy business and bring it back to your ass
exactly.
because you know what I'm saying. You are a fucked up mama.
Yeah.
I used to tell my ex, listen, we going over to their house for 2 weeks for Christmas. I said, you see them kids do anything, jump on the couch, roll on the floor, knock over something, don't say nothing. I said, let them do it. I said, if they're not in danger, just let them do it. And I said, don't offer them nothing to eat unless, like, if you're eating like some candy and you want to give your grandchild some candy, tell them go ask their mama. Go ask your mama to make sure. Listen, because and guess what? Mama would go, of course, of course. Why you asking? But if you didn't ask, the mama's
It'll
on.
be a problem.
Well, yeah. Well, we don't have candy after 3 p.m. I don't know why she get. You need to talk to your mama. You know what I'm saying? And it goes there. Just let them be. Let them kids run around, scream, yell, whatever. You just there. You
Yeah,
invigilator.
before my daughter was born, I had a conversation with my mom and we discussed like boundaries and the way that I was going to raise my kid. And then when I found out that she had disabilities, I made sure to tell my family that's around me often the way I was raising my kids, what she's allowed to have and what she, can't have, what she's allowed to do and what she can't do, but still give them the free reign like when they have her, but with boundaries. So she's not allowed to have candy.
Thank you, Alexis.
She can't have drinks with sugar in it, certain foods that she can't have, but I still allowed them to do, like I
Yeah.
trust them to keep her safe.
Right.
And I think a lot of moms like have a problem with letting that go, even like Diamond said with the dad.
Uh huh.
As long as these people have your child's best interest at heart, like there's no reason for the moms to be like that.
Right.
No reason.
And as mothers, you have to give your grandparents the permission,
Mm-hmm.
set those boundaries so they know their boundaries instead of because if it happens, now you pulling the child away from the grandparent,
Yeah.
and that's so hurtful because that's part of their offspring, that's part of their legacy, and they want to be included. And you know what I'm saying, now if the grandparents are out of pocket, okay, that's a different story, but at the same time, allow the grandparents to be grandparents, but set those boundaries so they know what to do and what not to do.
Yeah.
Look at Uncle Bernie.
Good morning, sir.
What's happening?
Diamond, thank you for the opportunity to come into the box. Oh man, life is grand, no complaints.
Right? We know,
But I
we
will
know,
say, huh?
we know your philosophy with kids.
Oh, my philosophy is, hey, it won't be no candy and no PM on my watch. I ain't gonna take nobody no candy, or they ain't offer no candy. But look, matter of
Hey,
fact, hey Jeff,
they
hey,
look, Bernard. They be lucky to meet you.
they would, they really would, like a lottery. But look,
Right?
hey Jeff, hey,
Yeah.
hey, no, but I was this is not advice. This is just another perspective on your behalf. And first of all, you're a great stepdad, and I hope my kids had a great stepdad like you. I don't know if they did or not,
I
but I'm sure they
appreciate
did.
it.
But so you're a great guy, but I would now. Is the biological father still available?
Is what?
Were the kid's biological father still available?
Yeah, he was, but he was like,
Oh yeah, yeah.
he was no good. He was no
Oh
good.
yeah. Well, they
And
all been no
and
good. I had them all in together, no good. I
Why
said, look
was
here,
he no
champ.
good?
so one, he would let them do whatever they wanted to do when they came with no discipline at all,
Right.
um, no investment at all, none. In fact, he would ask them, ask your mama for some money and give me, to give it to me. You know what I'm saying? Would instill he wouldn't impart in them. He wouldn't instill any good thing in them. He didn't make sure they were successful or at all or anything like that. And they never got along. Him and the oldest one, they can only stand each other, a good hour.
How many children? So all of them had the same dad?
They had the same. It was two kids, and they had the same dad. Yeah, just trifling. It was the typical.
Oh,
I'm
he
coming to.
trying. So he trifling,
Oh yeah, it was the typical. I'm coming to get
but
you.
she ain't trifling.
Well, that's a whole other process there.
I'll wait.
But I'm just saying during the
So
marriage,
trifling, sleeping with trifling.
during the marriage, whatever, what I'm saying. So, he never really did his job as a father, you know. So, he just, it was more, doing stuff for spite. Like for instance, we didn't want our kid, it was the youngest kid, to have a tattoo. He asked for a tattoo. No, you can't have no tattoo. Okay, he went over his daddy's house and got the tattoo. Came back with it. Just stuff like that. Um, so
Yeah. See, he was well. He'd have been with Dad's house from the jump, but. Had he had opportunity to stay, he'd have definitely been at Dad's house.
Yeah.
Came by the tattoo. And I said, oh yeah, you make that U-turn, go on back over there with
And let me
trifling.
tell you,
But
so something broke down in the household, in our household, and
Hey, everybody.
he did go live. The youngest one did go live
yeah,
with his dad. Okay, and guess what? Didn't graduate the high school. Didn't finish high school. Okay, got into some trouble, hanging out with a bad crowd. Went to jail. You know what I'm saying? And dad, when he went to live with his dad, he was with his dad for about 6 years, 6, 7 years, and never had a bed. He slept on the floor for all that time. You know what I'm saying?
that wouldn't be man. Wouldn't have
Um,
been my problem. Wouldn't have been my
So what do
problem at
the
all.
kids? So what do the kids do now?
well, the oldest one is he has a master's degree in engineering. He works for the Air Force as a civilian. His wife is
Dang.
still in the Air Force. She's a nurse. And then the youngest one. So let me tell you, when the youngest one, when he got into trouble and went to jail, he wanted to come live with us. And I said, well, first of all, you got to pay your restitution to the state of Texas. When you finish doing that, you can come. So he did. He was on probation. He finished probation. He finished paying
I
off the
don't know why I
probation.
just so so.
The very last day he had his probation, he went there, had his meeting with
Hey,
his
every day.
parole officer. He got in the car and drove to Cali. And when he drove to Cali, he wanted to become a barber. So we put him through cosmetology school. And now he has his own business, has his own shop, and doing that. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, hey, you would have been started way earlier had you not, did what you did. But
Thank you for subscribing.
he was always welcome to come back home, but he knew what it was when he come into our house. That you wasn't just gonna sit. You're gonna get into something, and I'm gonna allow you time to do that. I'll feed you. I'll put gas in your car, but you're going to school. You got to be doing something, and but he did. He graduated, and he got his own shop, doing
now,
what.
Jeff,
Now he's got his own place. You know what I'm saying?
I want
So
to advise if you reach out to them, and this is my only advice, and I know actually a suggestion. You have to take it for what it's worth, and you do it. But if you reach out to them, I would reach out to them. Like, I would just come over and told how much money they owe me, whatever I contributed to making their life. Whatever I asked them, do they want to reimburse me that amount? That's all right. But I wouldn't reach out like to no friendship or no, like because they reach out to you and they can find you. I can find you if I came to Joe if I wanted to, with not even your last name.
Yeah,
But
because
if
I
they
don't
don't,
understand, Jeff, if you was in the children's life and everything was so good and, yada, 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 they were still, and they're grown, you know what I mean? They would still reach out to you even if they go behind their
no,
mom's back.
no, because they still got trifling in them because they got their part of their dad in them, so they still
that's
trifling.
true. That
But
is true. And
Yeah.
my family wonders the same thing. And I promise you, I'm not giving you some tutti frutti sugarcoat life. It
right,
it is what it is. If you talk to them today, they will tell you what I did for them.
right.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know if I was talking to them. They got a check for me. They got no check for me. I ain't looking for them.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's your call.
Yeah.
you know?
But at the end of the
But
day, they're mama's boys. They're gonna stick with their mama.
right. Oh yeah, yeah.
So and that's and that's what it is.
I might call your mom and say, look here, if they send you any money, you better send my cut. But other
Eh,
than that, but
Right. And if I start talking to them, I know she's gonna get upset. Oh, so you talking to my boys now? Oh, so
right,
what kind of all of that.
yeah, yeah. So you better stay by your
She
lonesome. Like you
sounds
better
trifling.
stay with you and the dog. Yeah, you and the dog, y'all men investors by yourselves, be together, me. but
Well, it's that she feels hurt. She wants me to hurt. Why should my life be hunky dory if she's hurt or her
but
You
perception?
taking up for her, Jeffrey?
it's
No, I'm not taking up for her, but I'm just saying, like I said, if she's feeling, and let me tell you, we I understand. I understand. If you hurt, you want the other person to hurt too. I get that. But you know what? I never treated her. bad. I never treated her bad.
So how
Well,
could
Jeff,
she?
you
So
might
how
you
could she try? So how could she try to be so hard? So how could she try to tear you down so bad?
because Jeff treated you too good. See, sometimes you treat somebody too good,
Because
you
she's
get that
trifling.
you get the opposite reaction.
That
Yeah, treated too
yeah,
good. Yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
She's
No,
trifling just like a baby daddy.
so what Jeff was doing as he was doing this large amount, she wanted more. You know, I mean, let's just say that, but I don't know the lady, but I just know the
She trying to
landscape.
take
But yeah,
everything from Jeffrey.
yes, you're right,
Yeah,
Bernard.
I don't like her.
She wanted more. You know what I'm saying? It's you know, I don't know. It's so tough.
yeah. But the beauty of it is, Jeff, though, hey, you had that experience,
Yeah,
and I'm sure you did everything you wanted to do to her from an intimate standpoint. You should have. I hope you did. And yeah, just right it off as new beginnings, and now, man, you in Georgia. I'm saying, boy, you in Atlanta milking honey in Georgia. In Atlanta, boy,
but you know, listen.
you should be telling me, man, when you get, I got a pleasant, but not anymore. I mean, but when I was on
Let
my
me tell you,
when I was on my little wild stuff, I could say, Jeff, you can say, man, I got a harem over here, man. Just get on over here when you get
Right there.
listen. I met her when I was 25 years old,
here. Hmm.
and we married when I was 30. And you know, the divorce just happened. You know,
Yeah.
basically last year, right? So
Hmm.
it's very difficult. 20 something odd years to move on.
And you better
It's
take you a good
very.
shower
Jeffrey, you taking up for her.
I'm
take a
not
good
taking.
shower.
Listen,
Take a good shower and move on. That's what I did. Shower and move on. But I had to, get in the shower and move on,
but
baby.
you know, it's not that I'm taking up for her, but most of those years were very good. I would say
And for her to treat you
20 of
the way
those
she
years
treats
were
you
20 of
after
those years were.
divorce
But right, right,
is bonkers to me.
yeah. And let me tell you, I'm still like I'm still me. You know what I'm saying? I'm still making sure she has insurance, you know, things like that. I'm still taking care of some things.
Oh,
You still
hell,
paying on
Jeffrey,
insurance? Why you
what?
gotta be?
Yeah. Yes.
Was that part? Was that part?
That's why I
Was that
still
Diamond,
part?
need you. Why you
Jeff,
Diamond.
still
Jeff,
paying
was
for
that
your
part?
ex-wife?
Jeff,
I
Jeff,
got
that part of your
divorced.
decree?
I'm supposed to take that on insurance.
Was that part of your decree, Jeff? Because you got to do 3 years. You
Get
do
that
three
wrong.
years.
You failed to mention that.
You doing 3 years or 2 years? That's sometimes
Say
part of your
again?
decree. Is that part of your divorce decree? Are you doing 2 years or 3 years?
No, it's not even part of the divorce decree.
Oh, okay.
So how long do you plan on paying for her insurance? Like it's
All right.
Jeffrey, this is why
I
I'm
mean
trying to
it's
tell you.
nice of
You still
you,
paying for
but
insurance?
Yes.
Jeffrey, you failed to mention that. You might
Slow
well
down,
just
damn
think
it. Slow
about it.
down. Slow down. Stay where you are, Jeff. This is
You
getting
still paying
interesting.
for insurance? The children that need to speak to you can't reach out to the children that you say you have helped make successfully.
He's not insuring the children. He's insuring the mother. What for the children? The children going on. This is getting
You
Yeah.
still
interesting with the
paying
mother.
for insurance. And you mean to tell me if you reach out to the children, she's gonna have a problem like, why are you reaching out to my kids? Bitch, I'm paying your insurance, ain't I?
Yeah.
Why
Yeah.
I can't talk to the
Yeah.
children?
No,
And
no, Jeff, don't we
and
don't.
I take
Jeff,
and I take out flex and give her a
leave the
card
kids
so
on.
she doesn't have to
Leave
pay
the
a
kids
copay.
alone. There you
oh
go.
god.
Oh, you give
But
her a card
Mm.
and everything. That's why I cannot do. I cannot be with your ass. Like, you're doing too much.
well,
No, you're doing great.
Diamond.
No, Diamond, you don't understand, Diamond. Diamond, you have to realize there's an interesting part of this process, and you have to go through a divorce to figure it out. But it's like an amino, it's like an what's what I'm looking for? But it's like an
No, but
amicable
she
type
has
of
to be just
no,
like miserable as hell.
no, that's okay. But
It's only been a
again,
year though.
yeah, and
Huh?
usually like,
It's
and
only
I'm
been a
telling
You
you.
said,
year.
Diamond, here's the thing what
but
Jeff
they
did.
done got a
I don't.
divorce though.
No. But
But Diamond,
Diamond, Diamond. I'm telling you what Jeff did. If I can guess, and I don't know. Jeff tell the truth.
She
I mean, I'm just saying
used
Jeff
Jeff.
was. No. Diamond. Sometimes you're divorced. If you say
And Jeff
I'm gonna
is a
pay for,
widow in it.
no, listen. If you say I'm gonna carry my ex-wife on the insurance before and not have the judge order it or not have the other side ask for it, that works out for you in the decree. And I mean, even if you just if you offer to do it and then it's not ordered. You know what I'm saying? It's not ordered. It's not an ordered process because they've already known that you got that worked out. Okay, he's gonna take care of insurance. Okay, I'm not have to order that. That's checked off the box.
Right.
I don't know if he did that or not. I think he
No
may do that in
alimony.
the mediation.
No alimony.
But
Right.
yeah,
Hey,
correct. Yeah, yeah.
question. Jeff,
So Diamond, so it's not a wrong move. He did it right. That's the right move. I mean, don't come down there, man. I'm
Cause
telling you, yeah,
well,
Jeff's pretty smart. Jeff's
don't
not an
yeah
idiot.
don't
Yeah.
yeah
Jasper,
because
y'all don't know. I mean, Uncle Larry,
no, no,
Uncle Bernard, them, y'all don't know the story.
I know we
No,
don't
but
know the story,
Jeff was
but
let me
doing
ask
that.
you, Jeff.
Jeff ain't going out to eat with you no more.
Jeff, Jeff,
oh, well,
Jeff.
Yes, you are.
First, I want to
Jeff,
know.
hey, Jeff, I go out to eat with you.
now
I'll
what
be
if
there.
Diamond,
I'll be there September 7th.
what if whoever dating your ex now is doing that about the Netflix, the fact that you still on his account?
So here's the thing, right?
There you go.
Don't
Here's
try
the
to
thing.
get that away.
So no, listen, right? I did not make, I'm not upset with my ex, right? I
Mm-hmm.
did a lot for him. And I helped him be the man he is today.
Mm-hmm.
So he's mad with me. So I look at it like, don't burn your bridges. You know what I mean? So if the girl come up to his house and she said something about the Netflix, like,
Take you off the Netflix.
he could even lie to the health and tell her that's my sister.
I think that's a little too late for that
She
one,
don't
Diamond.
own her
But
shit.
That line
hey,
won't fly.
hey,
But keep
hey, let me
going
ask
strong.
Jeff.
What else you got out
Jeff.
there?
What's up, Uncle Larry?
So let me ask you now: is it life insurance or health insurance that
It's
you?
all of it. It's life,
Oh
health,
yeah,
dental,
keep the life. Yeah, keep
vision,
the life. Keep the
Well,
life
copays.
because
insurance.
my
Oh,
my my
Jeffrey, you ain't
ex-wife,
tell me all this. You ain't
Co-pays.
tell me get out the phone. You wait till we end this live. You ain't tell me all this.
me
You
Diamond,
wait
because
till
Co-pays.
Diamond,
we end
Diamond.
this
It's the
my
live.
benefit.
ex-wife,
It's the
my ex-wife
Diamond.
and
It's the
myself, we still
benefits.
have
Benefits.
life insurance on each other. You know that we do, but
Yeah,
not
keep
no
that.
health insurance.
Jeffrey, you done pieced me out.
Jeff said co-pays.
No, Diamond. Diamond, because it's part of the flex. Hey, Diamond, it's
Oh,
okay.
okay. You said
All of
flex.
it. All of it.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Diamond. Hey,
Gotcha.
Diamond.
That's where the
Diamond.
flex comes in. The flex card
Yeah.
pays for the copays.
Oh,
Okay,
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 yeah.
okay. Yeah,
Hey,
that makes
Diamond,
sense.
this is great. This is great. And I'm trying to tell you, Diamond, this is what when you men go through a divorce. I'm trying to tell you, this is a smooth sailing divorce because you want to do things that you don't have to make the judge do, and makes you look responsible. Now, although no matter what the relationship is in a marriage, but this kind of thing Jeff has done, that's a responsible man. Now, that's a true man. So, and Jeff, I take back
Yeah.
saying you're a boy. Jeff, I said you're a sucker earlier about the kids, but I still wouldn't give no kid no money to go nowhere. But you did. That's all your thing. But what you did in your divorce, that's primo. That's beautiful. Hey, Diamond,
Right.
I'm trying to tell you,
Mhm.
Jeff divorced well. Don't
Excuse,
you can't shut him for that. He did a beautiful divorce.
Divorce,
That's
wait,
beautiful.
And it's only been a year.
Yeah, he divorced
In
well.
5
Trust me.
years, he might
And
not.
and, and
He might.
and see, yeah, that's why I said y'all don't know the entire story. That lady is trying to
no,
tear Jeff's life apart.
that's okay.
I
That's
don't
okay. Hey,
like
she is. She is.
hey, Diamond.
She is.
Diamond. She can, but guess what? She can't do anything. She's trifling. If she was smart, she could, but she can't do anything. She's trifling. Only thing Jeff got to do now is just move his shoes from under that bed and find a new bed to put his shoes under. That's all.
And so
If I live in Atlanta,
you don't think this woman saying this sucker still paying my life
nope,
insurance?
nah,
This
not at
stupid
all.
ass? Yes,
Not at
she
all.
is.
Not at all. No, Larry.
Yes,
No,
she
I'm trying
is.
to tell you, Larry.
Yes, she is.
Larry, I'm not sure how you did your divorce, but I'm telling you, Jeff
I have to say, Diamond, if you and Jeff get married, then he can eliminate all of that. I'm not marrying Jeff with all these red flags.
That's one
Diamond.
red
Hey, Jeff
flag.
got. Hey, Diamond.
All
Jeff got
these
check.
red flags. What
Jeff
what
got
are the
black and
red
white flags.
flags?
Jeff on the Indianapolis circuit, and he got gold flag.
Jeff,
Jeff
And
got
that
gold flag.
shouldn't be.
Hey,
That shouldn't be a red
go.
flag.
Hey,
That you failed to mention. That's a red flag right there.
hey.
Paying
No,
for her
Jeff
stuff
Eve.
that you failed to mention. And not only that, this woman is being very nasty to you and dragging you.
No,
And you are
Diamond.
tolerating that. I am not being with someone that
Diamond,
is tolerating that.
Diamond,
That's a red flag.
Diamond. You can't bother that. Diamond, you just leave that alone. That's not even part of your process. Hey, look, Jeff got checkered flags and green flags. Ain't no red flags on Jeff's track. Go,
Yeah.
Jeff. Go. Call him an IndyCar racer. Get out there, Jeff, and go, baby.
Because how can Jeff move on to another relationship when
Easy.
he still got
Hey,
bullshit going
easy,
on with him?
easy. No, he
How
don't.
much she get
That
in
Diamond,
money
that
box?
Diamond, Diamond. Life insurance is a benefit. If the woman
yes for
expires, that's a
him.
payday.
Yeah,
That's a
the life
payday. That's
insurance,
money.
yes.
No,
Yeah. Hey, it's a package.
he's doing more than
Hey,
just life insurance.
it's a
He's doing more
package.
than just life insurance.
It's a
He's
package.
paying for health
It's
insurance.
a
He still
package.
have
It's a
It's a
everything.
package.
package though. He said he had.
Diamond, it's a
It's a
package. Diamond, it's a package. If
But
he
he
take
was
anything away from that
divorced.
package, Diamond, it doesn't
that's
matter. He got
part
a
of the
pack.
divorce.
Diamond.
Maybe he
Yeah,
agreed to
she's
that.
no longer my beneficiary on my life insurance,
Right.
but
But
I
you're
am
her.
the beneficiary
He
for her
benefits,
life
right. Right.
insurance.
Because
It's a
But
he paid
benefit to
for it.
Jeff.
Right.
right,
Let me
Diamond.
tell you
That's
something. This lady, Jeff is doing all of this. Jeff, let me tell y'all something. Jeff was in a marriage with this monkeypox heifer, and then on top of that, he
wow.
sat around. He was doing everything for her. Jeff was doing everything for her, and Jeff walked away from this marriage. This with not a dime. He did not have a dime for himself. He did not have a safe haven for Jeff. He did not have anything for
Hey,
himself. Not
hey,
$1.
no,
hey,
because
Diamond.
I took care of everything. I took care of
Right, because you
everything in
took
the
care
house.
of her and she allowed
Hey,
that. But yet
hey,
you said that y'all had a business and y'all was bringing in a certain amount of money with the business and you were still working. So why is y'all bringing all this money in the business and then turn around and you still got to give up your entire paycheck?
hey, Diamond. He's recovered. Let him be. This is
Yes.
She
what
was
divorce
He's
men
draining
he's
you.
do.
She
past that.
draining you.
Men, Diamond, men who do this. I've been through divorce. Men, he wasn't bothered by it. I don't bother you. That man. Only thing he bothered by is him trying to get acclimated back into the dating scene and find a woman.
That's
That's
right.
what I see.
That's
And I don't
exactly
even know.
right.
I mean,
Which
but
is
I'm saying,
very
but the bond,
difficult. It's
right,
very difficult. I was
for
with this
him,
woman
for
since I was
him.
25.
Because he has emotions and all that, but he can rid of his emotions,
Very
and he'll be out
difficult.
there slinging and dingling.
But
I'm trying to tell you,
but
partner.
Jeff,
Hey,
Jeff,
Jeff.
I think if you come and tell another woman that story again about you still taking care of this and that for the ex-wife, you still gonna have that problem.
No,
That
No,
he's
you're not.
her
Hey, Jeff.
beneficiary. Like
Jeff.
it's a
Hey, Jeff.
benefit for
Hair
him.
hair
no,
replacement.
hold on. It's not just the
Y'all women don't go for
beneficiary.
that.
It's not
Don't give
just
me
the
that. Women don't go
beneficiary.
for that
It's
bull
not
crap.
just the beneficiary. Jeff say he is paying her. He's still paying for his health insurance, her health insurance flex card. She's
It's a
It's
still
all
going
package,
through
Diamond.
stuff,
together.
It's a
and he's
package,
paying.
It's
Diamond.
all together.
It's a package. When you have those kind of benefits, Diamond, you get like it's like three options. When you get the total
And do
option,
y'all know this lady? This lady, do y'all know when Jeff? Let me tell y'all something. She
yeah,
filed the
sounds great.
divorce, then turned around and wouldn't let this man take his car, his clothes, or nothing.
Right. But hey, Diamond, he got
Yeah,
clothes
but
now.
Jeff moved on
I see him in
though.
sport coats, suits. I see him in sport
He's,
coats not long ago.
Jeff
T-shirt and
ain't
top, he
moved
had
on.
chain
He ain't
tie.
got no woman. Jeff
yeah,
That's
but
all
I'm
lonely.
right.
saying
The hell
he's
y'all
not
talking about?
harping
Jeff
on what that
lonely.
lady.
And
Yeah,
Larry,
he's
that's his
moved
next
Moved
on.
move.
on.
And
He's not
Larry, that's
harping
his
on
next
what
move.
that lady did to
Larry,
him.
Yeah.
He already threw his fish hook out there and is out there waiting for the fish to jump on it. I'm trying to tell, hey, Jeff, I got a sister here. She's 50, I think she's 50 years old, 48, I don't know, but she petite. Come on, get this woman, man.
Bernard give the worst advice. I'm sorry.
Uncle Bernie always trying to listen. Uncle Bernie always trying to get his sister away. His sister must don't have a man. That's his sister's a red flag.
No, the problem is she got too many young guys. She somebody with benefits. She got these guys that got no benefits or nothing. All they got is a stand out in the driveway waiting for her, or meet at the corner. But yeah,
Well, what you think?
they
Well, why do you think she want Jeff then?
Nina, she didn't
XO, she
let
was
him take his clothes and the car and the belongings because she was being nasty. Why
XO.
you gonna beat him getting mad? She was being
that's okay.
nasty.
She was older, yes. She
Yeah,
was
that's
11
okay.
years
She was
older than
being
me.
nasty. You're the one
Nah,
served this
hey,
man with divorce papers. So when she
hey,
served him with divorce papers, Jeff said, "Okay, I'ma leave."
She playing the game. That's all. Now she played her game. She's trifling. That's what they do,
And
Diamond.
she's
This is
still playing her game. I ain't playing the
no,
game with the
no,
answers. I'm not
But
playing
look,
no.
with
you
my
see
with
what
both of
look
them.
Hey,
what look
Diamond.
what B Dennis just said. How much he paid
$60 a
a
month. Listen,
family
I pay
package.
I pay
Big
$400.
Dennis is married to his wife.
You pay what
Jeffrey
now, Jeff?
is
Wait,
divorced.
wait a minute, Diamond. You pay what,
I pay 400 a month
Jeffrey?
because
I would with you. I would.
I take out the best option.
Y'all missed the point. Y'all missed the whole thing. He has a package. You can't beat that. You cannot beat
That's
Show
that.
that
not
damn package.
that's not in the package for the divorce.
No, that's the
No, I
no,
mean
no.
the
You know what I'm saying to you.
insurance.
It's a
The
package.
medical.
But I'm saying, but all that's a package. But the deal, Diamond, is that again, when you divorce, the best thing you can do as a male, you go in with your thing set. Like if you go in there with everything responsibly planned, don't worry about the woman doing. You go in there, your lawyer says to the judge, Your Honor, my client has agreed to do A, B, and C, D, E, F, G. Okay, it's not part of the decree because it's what he's agreed to do. You don't want the judge to put stuff in a decree that you can already do yourself. And be it that it was not a problem for him anyway, because it runs together. It's not a problem. It doesn't it
Jeffrey,
work?
don't call me for a whole week.
Diamond, it don't impact Diamond.
Stop.
It don't
Don't
impact
do that, Diamond. That's so
Diamond. It don't impact dollars coming in, Diamond. It don't impact the dollars coming in. Diamond. Think about it, Diamond. You talking about all together maybe
The dollars, Uncle Bernie. Jeff ain't took me out on a big
Diamond.
old date. The what?
Diamond. You talking about $15, Diamond, on a month, on out of a month. You talking about $15 and $17 a month. I mean a day out of a month. It's $15 and $17 per day out of the month. I mean, so it's not a big issue about that. But see, y'all look at the big number,
it's not
forget the
affecting
smaller
much.
number. Right, it's not affecting much. It's like probably part of it's less than his lunch money. That's what I mean. So that's how you look at it. But I'm trying to tell you, Jeff
Now
came
I
out.
know, bro. I'm gonna
Jeff has
block Jeff today.
Now,
No, you're
Jeff,
not.
if you
You
ain't
better
I
got
see
not.
it,
Jeff. I see Jeff at my meet and greet.
You
you
better
better put
not.
a big. You better put a big
I'm gonna
arrow
block
saying
you.
one way, Jeff
No,
one
you're
way this
not.
way. That's what you need to
Watch.
do.
You better not.
Jeff, if she block you, call her from another number.
Yeah. Listen.
Hey Don, don't you ever go on a horse race?
I'm gonna
You
call
pick
the
the wrong
police.
horse. I'm telling you. You're not a good horse. You're not a good horse racer first. Don't ever go to the horse races. You're a horse every time. I'm trying to tell
She,
you.
He
Bernie,
is
you
my
better shut up.
manager.
You gonna get her kicked out
He's
the
my
bar.
manager. He is my manager. But still, though, I still, I still will protect him. Like I don't like what she's doing. I
That's
don't like
okay.
that. I
Hey,
don't
hey,
like,
hey,
and I
Diamond.
don't like the fact that he's allowing her to do it, and I don't like the fact that he is having self-infliction trauma.
Hey, one step at a time. That's all. That's all you need. That man going in the right direction. If I thought, hey, Diamond, I would clown him if I thought he was doing something wrong. I would be clowning him right now. I'd be having a fun day with him, but I can't. Jeff got everything in the right perspective. I mean, for what I know is a divorce. So I've been through a divorce. I know. So I understand it very well. But again, Diamond, here's the key. Jeff's a prime example. When you talk about recovery, like one time you had some men talking about it's hard for men to recover. Now, it ain't hard for men to recover out of divorce. You just have to have your priorities straight and have everything in a responsible fashion. Now, if you go in there not well coached or not well researched about divorce, then
I
you
think
don't
she
recover
is
well.
not the white. I mean, I'm not finna marry him because to just freaking have some control over what the hell he got going on with him and her. I can't do that shit.
Nah, but hey, Diamond, you have to text that. You have no involvement with that. It's already done. It's set. Why bother it? You don't need to disrupt that. That man looking for a partner to go to the forward, not to go backwards. He don't want you to go backwards. He wants y'all going forward.
And it
Yeah,
won't
but he
affect
got too much.
anything in your relationship.
He got too much baggage right now. He got to clear that shit up.
Nah, nah, it ain't no baggage time. That's not even lunch. That's not
Got
even a
to
lunch
clear that
bag.
shit up.
That's a plastic gallon bag. That's a gallon bag.
That
That's a
ain't
I ain't
plastic
got to deal with
bag.
that. I ain't got to
ain't
deal with
even a
that.
Ziploc bag of stuff. That
That's
ain't
it. There
even
you
a
go.
red
There you
flag.
go. Yep.
That
Listen,
It's a
but
red
Jeff is
Diamond,
a
flag.
good man.
Why you
Di-
didn't tell me that? Why you didn't tell
Diamond,
me that?
she ain't on,
Hey, Diamond.
she ain't on my Netflix.
Per Jeff.
I got that
It
locked
doesn't
up.
matter. Now
I got
she
that.
on Netflix though.
I
Bitch, you
got
pay
that
for that
locked
Netflix.
up.
Shit. I ain't. She might as well be.
No, hey, Diamond. She and
Yes,
the
I'm
bunny.
fine.
Her and
She
that
on
bunny ain't
everything
bunned up.
else.
They're not bunned up watching Netflix.
Right. You ain't watching no Netflix.
So y'all take a survey. Take a survey of all the
uh,
women that
Ain't no
think
survey. Hey,
Jeff
Larry,
is doing good
Larry, you can't take a
of
survey
being
because they
right
don't.
and
Larry, they probably don't
Right.
understand divorce. Larry, they don't understand divorce. You gotta understand divorce, and not only that, you gotta understand where Jeff came from as far as
hey,
what was available to him as options in his benefits package. So that a lot
Uncle
of things
Barney,
people see.
Uncle Barney, I've been divorced too,
Yeah, okay,
and I ain't
and
doing none of that.
but you made Subway sandwiches. But this man, I'm just kidding. That was kidding, Larry.
See,
Abdul,
No,
you have
no,
life
no,
insurance,
no.
and I'm
Uncle Larry,
divorced.
my
You have
wife
life
wouldn't go for that at all.
no, ain't gonna learn. Ain't gonna learn. You know why? Because you're not.
Well,
See, you're looking
listen,
at you're looking at the wrong math, and you're looking at the wrong process of that process. Is
right?
I'm
Because
trying to tell you. Go ahead, Jeff. You got
if I
your thing.
found someone, then obviously it would change.
Right,
You know what I'm saying?
right.
But why
Now,
you
if it was me, if it
you
was
got to
me,
change it when you find someone?
Hey,
Say
Jeff,
again?
Why
how
would
about
you
y'all
just
say?
change the name now?
No, because Diamond, he stands to gain if anything she expires. You don't disrupt. That's money in the bank. That's what
Yeah,
life
for the
insurance is
Jeff
for.
thinking about the long run.
Yeah. So y'all
That's
looking at short.
beneficial to him.
Y'all quarter horse. Jeff is a half mile
What,
horse.
what long run? The woman is trying to tear him apart, and they
That's
even
okay.
divorced.
I
Y'all
know
Okay
don't know
then.
the story.
Hey,
Y'all,
life
Diamond,
y'all don't
Diamond,
know
insurance.
the story.
don't need a
Y'all don't know
story.
the story.
Don't need a
Jeff
story.
is
We know
Real
the
her.
though.
benefits. We
Yeah,
don't need a
Jeff
story.
is
We know the
her
benefits. Yeah.
beneficiary. She isn't
Yeah.
his.
Right.
Whoever he's with next, whoever he marries next, is going to be his beneficiary, but
Right.
he's still
The
going to be
story ain't gonna help
hers.
us. Hey, Diamond, she can
Right.
knock on his door right
And
now,
not only that,
we're trying to get ask for money, but that ain't important. The story is this: he
Oh,
has a
she's
well
very
planned process.
controlling.
That's okay.
They ain't together no more, so she ain't controlling nothing.
Oh, she controlling some shit.
Okay, but Diamond, it doesn't matter. Hey, if she inspired, if she
She's
fall down and hurt
controlling some
herself,
shit. Y'all just don't
if
know.
she if she hit her head, walk down some steps, and don't make it, Jeff stands the gain. That's all. I mean,
That's why she.
hey,
That's why she deserved monkeypox.
hey,
No, don't
hey,
say
hey, 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 Diamond. Hey, look, I pay my wife's ex-wife life insurance, and my current wife loves it. She thinks it's a great gamble. My ex-wife had a heart attack already, so so the next thing is like, hey, looking for the next move for it to expire. I mean,
what
she's
would
still
be the
alive,
difference? What would be the
but
difference if you met a man that's divorced and he has to pay alimony? What's the difference?
hmm
Who me?
right,
Yeah, what's the
yeah,
difference?
what's different?
Oh, I'm not putting myself in that position.
So,
I ain't got time for that.
But
so,
that has nothing to do with you.
so you wouldn't be with a man that is divorced and has to pay alimony,
Yeah, I don't have to do. I don't have to do. I can pick and choose. I do have a right to what I want.
right? But what you're saying is you would not pick a man
Mm-mm.
that has to
No,
do that. Okay, okay.
Jeez, Diamond.
Your list is
Mm-mm-mm.
for
long.
that.
Your list is long.
Diamond, I'm gonna tell all I can tell you, Diamond. Do some research. That's all I can tell you. I'm leaving that part alone because you got the whole facet. Look at. I'm trying to tell you. Hey Jeff, good job what you did, man. We're
Yeah,
glad to hear
yeah.
that. Yeah.
I mean,
That
You already know it.
there was men out there that have been married and that is not paying no damn alimony.
Yeah, but
that's
they were
true.
tired. Hey,
But
So
Diamond, they were
I
tired. They
don't.
worked at
So
hey
I don't
Diamond,
have to.
They
So I
changed
don't have to
tires.
put
They
somebody
worked at a
that's
gas
paying
station.
alimony when it's men out here that is not paying
Diamond,
alimony.
those men
But
worked at
see that
McDonald's. Diamond,
Listen,
Diamond, you can't
y'all listen. Y'all can't tell. Listen, I'm gonna have my high expectations, and it is what
listen.
it is.
yeah,
Oh
that's
yeah,
fine. You
hey, that's
deserve
right, that's
everything
right.
you want.
Yeah, do what you got. Yep.
Thank you. Alimony means less money in a household. Exactly.
No,
That's
no, it doesn't.
baggage.
No, it doesn't. No,
That
it
is
Okay,
doesn't.
but
baggage.
Jeff
Listen,
don't
I'm
get
not dealing with
alimony,
that.
so
listen. You counting the wrong money. Why count money
exactly.
that's already has a destination? Don't count
That's
destinated
already
money.
allocated. Yeah.
Right? You don't count allocated money. That's the whole thing about life. That's how he recovered. You don't count allocated money.
hmm
Listen, I don't have to deal with that. Y'all cannot make me settle for that.
No, you
Nobody.
can't.
No. Oh no. Hey, Jeff, I got plans for you. Shoot. Don't settle for that diamond.
right. So
Okay.
what motivates me, Chris, is that I we spent we spent over 24, 5, 26, basically 27 years together, and I feel like and we didn't have no drop down, fist fight, slamming doors, divorce, and I feel like that is the least
Y'all didn't have
that
no
I could
drop
do.
down fist fight divorce because you did not fight.
No, we
That's
didn't.
why.
No, we didn't.
She fought and you just let her win the fight. That's why.
Well,
So don't go there.
No, she didn't win the fight.
Don't call me for a week.
Mm-mm-mm.
girl, I'm gonna call you as soon as you end your live.
I ain't answer my phone. I'm gonna block you.
Hey Jeff, hey Jeff, that might be that's a lucky resolve there. Don't call shoot you lucky. But anyway, I was gonna say sorry. I lost my thought. I had a thought, but
Oh my goodness.
yes, man.
So,
Shoot.
being that I gave her, Chris, so much, we spent a lot of time together. Um, it's like that's the least I could do. That's the least I could do.
Yeah, because after 20 years, you feel like you still owe her something.
Right.
Sound like you still love her to me.
It's not. Well,
Hey,
there's still that.
Diamond, it's been
I
a
don't know. It's hard.
year.
It's hard to explain. It's
I
not the
just say,
it's not the in love. It's not the in love. But I still have a love for her. A love. Yeah, we're going through this
Like,
process, but listen, we spent a long time together. A long time.
Uncle
You know what I'm
Bernie,
like
mute
saying?
your
she's a
mic,
Like,
part of.
please.
Huh?
Mute
I'm
your
making
mic.
noise.
You got a lot
Hold
of
on.
background.
you know what I'm saying? So, it's hard to just like cut off what all we went through and what all
Because you still love her. You're still mourning.
you know
You're
I don't know
still
how to
mourning.
I don't know how
Just
to
just
define it,
just accept it. You're still mourning.
but I don't know how to define that because it's like,
No, you're
hey,
trying to
do
say
you
it.
want
You're just trying to find how to say it.
do I want do I want to still be together? No,
It's
no,
like
I
she's a
don't.
part of like the distant family.
It's
So
that
that,
yeah, I don't know what it is. I
yeah,
don't know how to call it.
I mean, if do you still want to be with her? I think if she come back around, even though she filed a divorce, she did a lot of things she still did. If you're still doing certain things for her and you still feel something for her, if she come around, you will accept her.
It's like you know, I take vows serious. I take my words serious.
The vows,
So
y'all the divorce. Ain't no
the
divorce. Ain't no
vows
vows no
dead.
more.
the
Ain't
vows
no
is
Can I
vows.
dead,
say?
right?
Can I
Y'all
However,
say
The
something?
vows
divorce.
are dead.
however,
Hey, but behooves me about this whole process though, and this is what's interesting. Jeff did the things that you ladies all talk about, whether before and after, but he did the things that man is supposed to do when he enters and exits those relationships. He did everything to the
That's what I'm
T.
saying. Yeah.
right.
And
If I
respect
care
and
for
But
respect
you
Jeff,
don't
respect
then
on the
help him
same
get
page,
through
and,
this.
Diamond.
I'm gonna just say, if I care for Jeff, help him get through this. Jeff putting his own stuff through that. I'd be a
no,
damn fool to
hey,
go through that
Damn,
stuff.
Diamond! Damn!
Diamond,
Damn!
Jeff's
Really? Really, Diamond?
Jeff's through it. The finance
Jeff,
piece is
listen.
covered.
Jeff putting himself through the misery. He not finna pull me through that shit
No,
too. The
He's
no,
hell?
not miserable though.
Somebody
That's the
got a damn
thing.
Diamond,
somebody got to be happy
Diamond.
out here.
Dang,
Diamond,
I ain't miserable. Good lord.
unless Jeff
He's
had two
not
personas,
miserable.
he's
Yeah.
not miserable on this live. Now maybe he's miserable in your conversations, but
I
No,
can't
all in
no.
believe
all,
you trying to tell
Jeff,
me
Jeff has
to be
planned this process well.
shenanigans.
And this is what you're saying. Women, y'all say man don't do right when he leaves his woman
Charge
when he leaves a woman.
Right. That's
But
true.
you gotta make your mind up. I mean, but Jeff has done the right thing. I'm gonna tell you, Diamond, I'm scandalous in my divorce, but Jeff and I have the same similarities in our divorce and our setups. I was very scandalous. Jeff did a great job. I mean,
Jeff did a great job
I'm a,
because he still loves this woman. He still loves
no,
monkeypox.
no,
No,
And
it's
no,
that's
because
her
he's
name,
a
no,
good
monkeypox.
person.
Diamond. He
It's
played
because
within the
he's a good
guidelines,
person.
and a good person. But he played in the guidelines of divorce. I didn't play in the guidelines. I hid stuff. I did all kinds of stuff. She came out okay, but I owe her
Well,
more
and
too.
this is what we're gonna
But
do. This is what
nonetheless,
we're gonna do. Because Diamond know her worth. Diamond deserves better. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna let Jeff get over monkeypox. When he get over her and break off all the ties with her, if I'm still available, then I will be here. If not, it is what it is. But right now, I don't have to take that. I don't have to accept that. I don't have to deal with that. He still love monkeypox. Let him love monkeypox. It is what it
hey
is.
Jeff, hey Jeff, you got monkeypox beside you in the box. It's going crazy.
So you,
Hey,
Ah.
Diamond, Diamond,
so he needs to.
come to reality, Diamond. Come back to.
So Jeff needs to stop paying her insurance to show that he moved on.
He needs to cut
Nothing
off
else
all
shows you
ties. He needs to cut off all ties
if it's
Diamond,
beneficial to him to pay it. Why would he cut that off?
right?
because she
That's
is
Diamond,
what
still
I'm.
because she is not beneficial to him.
Jeff,
She's
Not
still being
her, but the
vindictive.
policy is. The policy is
She's still
beneficial
being
to him.
vindictive. She's still being evil. She's still
that's
being,
okay.
it's a lot.
Diamond, Diamond, he ain't got time to teach all that. He's not a teacher. He's just trying to move on with his life. He ain't trying to teach the woman to be not vindictive. He took care of his business in the courts. That's all you got. That's the only thing that he's mentioned. His
Well,
business taken care of. It's all court stuff now. All
Yeah.
you got to do
right.
is look at the pearls going forward. Diamond, Jeff is what I speak about. He's a man who took divorce and recovered. Jeff ain't
Listen,
homeless.
with
Jeff Jeff
Gypsy,
Jeff Jeff
my
Jeff,
Netflix
Jeff
is
ain't
not an
Jeff ain't
issue.
staying
My
outside.
Netflix is not affecting me and
No,
Jeff.
no,
Jeff
no, no,
ain't, it
no,
ain't, Jeff
no,
ain't missing no,
no.
no
Hey,
meals.
hey, hey,
I
hey,
ain't
hey,
missing
hey,
none.
hey, 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 Jeff ain't went on Netflix. Jeff ain't staying outside asking people for donations.
If Jeff
Jeff ain't
have a
putting
problem
Jeff.
with the Netflix, he can pay for him. He can pay for it. If he get tired of seeing the name up there, he can pay for it.
Right, he do all that stuff. But in the meantime, though, Jeff is straight. Hey, Diamond. Jeff straighter than most men who talk about the other men in the comments that
I
talk
just
about
don't
divorce.
think like y'all want me to. That's why I
No,
said I
we're
have
not
to be.
telling you. We're
I
not.
have to be with my own husband. I have to be with a man that has never been married before. I am not taking along all this extra
Oh,
baggage
here we
that
go.
comes with the shenanigans. I'm not doing that.
You must have catch it come out of the mama's womb, because
And then
just about every man.
Jeff ain't even tell me all of this right here. So you hid this stuff from me. That's a red flag. I'm like, Miss
He didn't
Tracy,
hide. He didn't
I
hide
be
nothing. This
with
ain't no
you,
hidden.
and then
Diamond,
This ain't.
I find out this stuff later.
Diamond.
Damn, the man
No,
divorced.
I
The
didn't
man been.
hide. I'm not hiding nothing.
Oh, now you want to turn the camera on like
I'm turning the camera on.
I look at you.
I'm turning the camera on.
Hey Jeff, keep your camera on, Jeff. I think that's poetic. Hey, Diamond, I'm gonna tell you, hey Diamond. Now you know Diamond. If I thought I would call Jeff a
What's
snake, I
up,
thought
me?
it was a snake with no problem. Jeff is a good dude. I'm here to tell you. Jeff has done all you're supposed to do and what he's done. Hey, primo Jeff.
Yes,
I don't care
he
nobody else
is.
say
Yes,
Jeff.
he is.
Yeah, there you go,
Exactly.
Austin.
Tell her.
Primo.
Tell Diamond. Tell her.
Look, I'm Team Jeff. But look, Diamond, if you really care for Jeff, the
Thank you,
only
Mimi.
way to help him
Just
out right now is to get married to him. All of that goes away.
that's true. That's true.
That's right.
I am not marrying him to cut down a damn bill that he accumulated.
Hey, well, put it like this. I put it like this. All right, put it like this. Get married to him. Stay married to him for a year. Then y'all go y'all separate ways.
Arthur,
I'm
But
not
please.
doing
That is
that takes
that's
him.
right.
that.
that takes him off the hook for her.
No.
I'm not putting myself through that.
Because if I know Diamond can work a system.
Yeah,
So
I don't have
Diamond,
to
is
deal with that.
that your new rule? Like for real, you won't date a man that's been married before?
So I didn't meet.
Diamond got all.
Yeah, she just said that today.
Cause
Diamond got all
I
kind of
ain't never
rules.
heard of this one.
I
Listen.
mean, but Shar, listen, like there is men out here that have not been married.
Yeah,
Diamond got
no,
more
I know
rules than
that.
Uncle Clifford.
She got
I'm
a lot
So
sure
of
why
you
do
can
rules.
I have to
find
settle
that.
for the one? So why do I have to settle for the ones that have been?
No, that's
Listen.
not what I'm saying. I'm just
If
saying, like, if
Diamond walk in your house and she see a picture of the ex up, she don't want to date you. If
well, you
Di-
Yeah.
shouldn't have a
if
picture.
you're watching Netflix and the ex got an
And
account,
fires.
she don't want to date you.
No, that
Oh,
can't
Yeah,
be
one
true.
second,
That
y'all.
can't be true.
Yes,
it's
ma'am. Let me
true.
get a
About the
number one
Netflix,
It's true.
original.
Arthur,
Yes,
could you mute?
she'll get
We
up
can
and
hear
just
your
walk
whole
out.
order.
Sorry about that, y'all.
Diamond, how
No,
could you
if
do
I
that?
walk,
That's
no,
that's
Shar,
double
Shar, Shar.
standards.
If I walk in someone's house and they still on their ex Netflix or whatever, I don't have a problem with that because I'm still on mine.
Oh, okay. I was
Yeah,
okay.
I don't have a problem
I
with that.
knew that
Okay,
wasn't
you
real.
didn't say that earlier.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. If he
You
got a
you
problem,
said
if
you
he
said they better take that shit off.
I'm sorry
if
about that, y'all.
he have a problem with me being on my ex's Netflix, then he need to
You
pay
could
for
pay
that.
for hers. Yeah.
Well, that's easy. I just put you on my account.
Okay.
No, because
Simple.
then, but one thing about it, I don't know if you can cut me off at any time. My ex ain't cut me off yet.
So see, so you wouldn't take it off.
That attachment.
My goodness. Ooh, Diamond is complicated. But,
Listen, I'm just telling y'all, like,
but Jeff,
listen, the more and
she's
more I
workable.
talk to y'all, I pay attention to red flags. What y'all want me to do? You want me to pay attention to red flags, or you want me to overlook? What you want?
Well,
No, we want you to pay
it
attention.
depends
Well,
on
you
what
can
you
pay attention to
consider
red
a
flags, but
red
don't
flag.
act on them.
But
too
I don't think that's
fast.
a red
Oh,
flag.
you got to weigh the value of the red flag.
I have to pay attention to them and move out the way. I am not putting myself through that. I'm not putting myself through self-inflicted trauma.
That's not trauma.
There go my
But
Jazz.
how
I
would
know
you
Hey
she
y'all,
finna
how y'all
speak some
doing? Jeff,
wisdom.
I got
Yeah.
one
have you
question.
Yes.
Is her Netflix account just like my picture on my wall?
No. Yes. Yes. Take that. Take it down. Take it down. Take it down. It's just like that picture on that wall. You know. Look. Take it down. Take it down. That's exactly what it is.
I ain't doing it.
Lord, Miss Parker had to get in the box and tell you
Hey,
about that one.
look, like Jeff need to get for some Netflix. That's right. They say my
Listen.
was a red flag, so your Netflix is a red flag this time.
Listen. If I
That's
found
all I had to
someone,
come do a major bye. See y'all later.
if I found someone, then obviously the ties would be cut. You know what I'm saying? Me paying for her insurance. She's a diabetic.
So when would the ties be cut? How long this person got to be with you for the ties to be cut?
Not long, but as long as we're exclusive and we're dating.
So when someone is dating you, you're gonna cut the ties for someone that you don't even know if y'all gonna be together a long time or not.
Yeah, because if we're exclusively, and we've been dating for a good amount of time, then and I'm not saying a year or anything like that. It could be as little as like six
Now
months,
let
and
me
then
tell y'all something. If Jeffrey and her ended up on a good note, and Jeffrey, you know what I mean, her have things going on, and it's she's not hurting him and trying to hinder him, then I would respect that because that's before my time.
I'm not paying for
But
anything.
so you
this woman is tearing him down. Like y'all still don't know the other part.
yeah,
I
I
know what
understand
you're
that because
talking
you
about.
see, yeah,
Y'all
you
are
see
on the
how much.
outside looking in. It's still this woman is tearing Jeff life apart, even though they are divorced. Like she's still on the bullshit. And I don't have to Jeff to sit there and take that bullshit. I ain't gonna take that bullshit with him. Then I got to deal with Jeff, you know what I'm saying, going through depression stages and he ain't happy one day and this and that. She done called him and done worked his nerves and etc.
Okay,
And
Mo.
then I got to no, I ain't dealing with that shit.
Yeah,
Hell no.
My ex
I
is
let
not. Wow.
I'll let Jeff go through that battlefield by his damn self and then meet me on the other side.
No, Casey, I'm not paying for anything else. It's just the insurance. That's it. Nothing else.
Good question, Jeff.
Yeah,
Why do you need to be paying for her insurance if you're not with her?
because I was with her,
You
and
heard me?
huh?
Yeah, he heard you.
Yeah, I
That's
was,
I'm listening.
Pat,
but I was with her for over 20 years, and she has business.
no
It's a
excuse.
small business, but you know um, she needs health care. She has diabetes, and
That's
She
not your
got
problem.
monkeypox.
but see that was
That's not your
but
That's
Jeff,
problem.
not
that was
your
a part
problem.
of the decree, right?
That's not
it
your
was not.
problem. She is not your problem. She is not your problem. You are making her your problem. She
Yeah,
is
that
not
is not your
your
problem.
problem anymore.
I know that's not my
That
problem,
is not
but
your problem.
Diamond, can I say something? Diamond, can I say something?
Go ahead, Uncle Arthur.
Now, if you and Jeff were to hook up, by you being a business owner too, you knock her completely out the box because why? The wife, there are a lot of powers that the
No,
wife
that
has.
doesn't matter.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah, you
I'm not
do.
going to be knocking no woman
Yeah, you
Diamond,
out.
do.
I don't have to
let
do
me
all
ask you
of
this.
that shit.
Diamond, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this real quick. Diamond, let me ask you a question. Is that the
Thank
reason
you,
why
T.
you
He's
choose
still
to
in love with her.
cancel
He
because
still has
she
love for
still
her.
has
He's not
affiliation?
obligated.
say it. What you say, Jazz?
Diamond, is that the reason why you're not committing? I'm asking Diamond, is that the reason why she's not committed?
No, that's not the reason.
Jeff, how you answer my damn question?
I know that's not
How you know? Yeah, because I just found this shit out today. I
right.
just found this shit out today. Jeff been hiding stuff from me.
I'm saying, y'all know I gotta go hide. I can't be in here trying to talk to y'all on the floor.
They've been divorced.
He was not hiding it from you.
So
It was an
Divorced.
overlook,
Like, how
oversight.
long y'all been divorced?
Say again?
They
Thank you,
asking
baby.
how long you been
I'm on
divorced from her.
TikTok.
How long I've been divorced?
Yeah.
Well, the divorce just came through like a couple months ago, but we've been separated for quite a while now, like 3 years, 4 years.
Yeah. So what you just said y'all been separated a year ago.
No, we've been separated quite a while. We got back together for a short time, and was that, and then it's been a year now since I've been gone. We got back together for a short time.
So that's what I'm saying. So y'all want me to help him get through this? Monkeypox can drop. She can come back at any time. Pay attention to the signs, ladies.
Oh my God! Stop it! There ain't no sign. Come on.
Boy, I'm so glad I'm strong-minded over here, babe. I ain't doing that shit. But
So
listen, y'all. Let me tell y'all something though. Jeffrey is a very good guy. Okay, and me and Jeffrey is not in a relationship, but I love
I
Jeffrey.
agree.
I love Jeffrey. You know what I mean? I love him. I love his personality. I love him as my friend, and I don't like the way she is handling him. So, you know what I mean? Like, that's why I I feel like this. You know what I mean? Because I care about him as a friend, and so you care about your friends when your friends is doing something, when he's getting dragged or something is happening. So
Well,
yeah,
Diamond, can I say this? Can old Uncle Art say this? All right, you don't like the way that she's doing him, but you right now have the opportunity. You right now, hey, let me turn my camera on. I want you to see this. See my face. You,
see mine.
my niecey poo, you have the opportunity to eliminate all of that. You do.
I don't have to settle for that.
And you won't be settling. Now,
First of all,
you know what? You will not be settling.
First of all, he's still fresh with her. He still have feelings for her. I don't know, like, what type of woman. Like, I'm not that type of woman, babe.
Diamond.
You listen. He needs to.
I know.
He needs to get over her. He needs to get over her and get himself together mentally and swing the block.
I think he's over. I'm sitting here looking at this brother. I'm sitting here looking at this brother.
Did you just hear what he said?
I think he over.
Well, y'all.
I think he over.
I think he over.
I think he over.
No, damn well.
I am.
Yeah, you just said that you still have feelings for her. You still got love for her, Jeffrey.
Yes, there's a type of love, but it's like I'm a love you from afar sort of thing, not like, oh, I want to be back with you type of love.
Jeffrey, you still care about her. You are still worried about her being a diabetic. You still feel like you have to take care of her by paying for insurance.
I want to leave her back whole, not leave her torn apart.
She's tearing you apart.
There's nothing wrong with that.
And guess what? If me and you got together and it's separate and everything like that, I'll leave you whole. You know, I left her with everything in the house, everything, and we had a lot.
Jeffrey,
Yeah,
Jeffrey, you know what? Okay,
but
you want to leave her whole.
I'm gonna
Go
leave
ahead
you
and leave
whole.
her whole. You
Right.
cannot
This
start
is
a relationship.
it's only
You
a matter.
cannot open another door until you close that one.
It's only a matter of time. That's all. It's just a
Well,
matter.
Diamond, you are the doorknob to that
I'm not trying
relationship.
to.
No, no,
I'm
no,
You
no.
are
not.
the.
I'm not a person to
Yeah,
drag
you are.
anybody through
I
No,
think you
anything.
no.
are.
I'm a type of person. You do me wrong, okay, that's fine. But then I'm gonna walk away. You're not gonna do me again.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? In any relationship. So I'll leave you whole, and I just say now we're done. And if you can't
You're gonna
recover
leave her the way
what
you found her. Right.
right, if you can't recover from that, then I'm sorry. You're on your own now. Because I left you.
Jeffrey, y'all. Jeffrey does not. It's not alimony, y'all. He is not paying her alimony.
No, it's not alimony.
Jeffrey is not paying her alimony. Jeffrey said he
But if he
wants to.
was to cut it all off now, she can go back and she can go back and ask for alimony,
She could.
and which
And she
would
is.
be more.
And she is. She
So
is.
if he wants to cut her off now,
You
she
see
can go
what I
back
mean?
and. So if he
She
wants
is.
to cut her off
Now
now, she can.
the only way to nip that in the bud is that those two people right there above me were to form a union. That's the only way you can stop that
That doesn't
So
make
you
sense.
mean to
and
tell me?
eliminate.
No, let me. So
No.
let me bring it to y'all attention how broken we are. So you
Right.
mean to tell me how broken y'all is? Because I ain't broken. You mean to tell me y'all want me to marry a damn man because so to make it easy on him with his ex-wife and etc. That's what the hell y'all
Yeah,
telling me
that
for.
makes
No,
that don't make sense. That's what you're telling her though. That's what you're telling her
no.
though.
We're saying to marry the man that you love.
I'm not doing that, and then his problems will become mine. I ain't doing that shit.
No. It's not a long term problem. That's a problem. That's a problem that'll go away
I'm not
within
dealing
6
with a short
months.
term problem. I'm not dealing with a short term problem.
Hi, everybody.
Oh Lord,
I can't
Ooh,
believe y'all trying to get
my
me to
niece is
separate.
so difficult, y'all.
We are.
Say hi
My
to
niece
I
is
Gypsy.
so
can't
difficult.
Me, Gypsy.
believe y'all
You
even
know what?
thing.
You know what? When I get to Atlanta, what was that? Next week? No, when I get to Atlanta, week after next, on that Wednesday, we gonna sit down. Me and my niece gonna have a long. We gonna spend that whole week together. I'm gonna be sitting in the car while she at work, co-hosting. I'm just playing.
What's up, Gypsy?
But
I'm at work.
I will be in the A that
I'm at
Wednesday,
work.
coming up to the
I'm at
10th.
Hold on,
I'm,
Arthur.
I'm at
What?
work really quick. Diamond and Jeff, you cannot put that on Diamond that if you
Mm.
guys get together that things will change because it will not. I was in the same situation. I was married for 18 years and then my only husband, right? My first man, whatever. And then I got into a relationship probably 3 years after my divorce. And I dated this man, and the ex-wife was just always, and he kept telling me, if we get married, if we move in together, it's going to stop. The drama never stops. And you have to completely cut ties. And she was always interfering, always. And his family would tell me that woman will never let him move forward because she's always meddling. And it's true. It's never going to stop until you put the stop to it. And it's not Diamond's job
Mute
to
button.
make things better. No, no.
Well, that's the only thing that has that we have ties is the insurance. We don't talk. She doesn't call me. I don't call her. You know.
Yeah, but you have that
What y'all waiting
connection.
on?
That connection is always going to be there, and she is always
Well,
gonna, need you for that.
if I cut it off, then it is what it is. Because so and saying if I cut that off, she's not gonna. She's not gonna call me.
Mm-hmm.
But it's over, so you need to
Hey,
move forward, and that's
But
it.
But you said,
Well,
but it's.
Jeff,
I think what we're
well,
missing out
Jeff,
is that it's in.
even when you do cut it off, keep the life insurance policy.
That's what I'm saying. But if he has it as a package, what's the point of cutting it off? If he's the beneficiary, what's the like? What would be the point?
Jeffrey, let me ask you something, right? You have her down on your insurance, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And the beneficiary. So if monkeypox pass away today or tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Monkeypox.
And y'all are not married, how will you
He
get her
still get
death
paid.
certificate? How will you get her death certificate?
Wait those 12 days.
Yeah.
Wait those 12 days to become public.
Yeah,
public,
death certificates are public. Yeah, that's
information.
Yeah.
Yeah. Surely can.
So you mean to tell me? So you mean to tell me that anybody can put some insurance on somebody and y'all
Yeah,
could get a death certificate and cash the insurance in?
if you're
Pretty
the
much.
beneficiary, me and my boyfriend aren't married, and I'm his beneficiary, and he's mine.
Yeah. Pretty much.
All you gotta do wait those 12 days.
Well, I tell y'all what. I'm putting insurance on everybody that come to my meet and greet. I'm gonna make sure I'm good.
Thing is, you gotta have the signature though.
Yeah, you gotta have the signature.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta have a signature from who?
From the other person.
From the person that you want to insure.
Right.
Oh, okay. So, but what I'm saying to you is, so y'all can have. I thought you need a death certificate to show that.
Yeah, once you claim,
But
when you claim the insurance, if you're the beneficiary,
yeah, what's your name?
You send in the death certificate, and then the insurance pays out.
So death certificate is public records?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Records. Yes.
So death certificate and birth certificate.
So it's marriage.
So is marriage certificates.
So y'all telling me that?
Yep, sure is.
So y'all telling me that anybody can go pick up my birth certificate?
Yep.
Surely can. Go right down there. Go right down there where you were born.
And they don't need my permission.
Nope, sure don't. All they need is that. Let's see. For your state, I think it costs around about $20.
Divorce decrees, death certificates, marriage certificate. That's all public.
Yep, it's all public records.
Yeah,
surely can.
Thank you, Heather. Not in Florida.
Not in Illinois.
In Florida too.
Not in Illinois.
In Florida. That's federal. That's a.
No. I don't believe that's true.
That's right, y'all. I'm from Florida. You cannot do that in Florida.
Go look it up.
You cannot do that in Florida.
I don't believe that until you show me the receipt.
You cannot do that in Florida.
But no,
hey, I live in New York and I live in Tennessee.
Those states are.
And those two states I know for sure.
Yeah.
Anybody can pull anything they need to know about me.
Every state.
You cannot do that in Florida. Can't nobody come in and walk in there and get your birth certificate or whatever the case may be. Like, you cannot do that in Florida.
That's possible. That's possible.
But you know what? They can get your death certificate.
That's the state thing, but I'm gonna look at it.
They can get your death certificate.
But it doesn't matter. He still can get a certificate to certify to satisfy the if he's the beneficiary. So it doesn't matter. That's a little minor stuff.
If Jeffrey want to still so you're gonna still. You're gonna still be paying for monkeypox because you care about her well-being, and so you want to be the beneficiary and get the insurance, or whatever the case may be. That's fine. Just don't tell your new girlfriend, whoever you be with.
You see, Diamond, death certificates are public records.
You hard.
That's why he didn't tell me, because he thought I wasn't going for that shit. I'm tired of y'all men.
What?
And Jeff, don't use those conditions that if we get together, it'll change, because no, it'll just get worse, because they know that you're with somebody and they try to be more controlling. So have something written in stone, cut and dry, and move forward. You care about her, but you're moving on with your life. That's it.
But if it's
DQ, you decided to come in my live today?
Well, keep in mind. So
and let me drop down so you can answer that.
Okay, I'm out of here. I'm at work. Bye. Love you guys.
All right, see
I'm
y'all
on
later.
my lunch break.
But Diamond, I'm in Florida too,
Again,
and we could get
yeah,
anyone's death certificate in Florida. It's public record.
yeah.
It's
I'm,
just,
I'm
I
You
looking
don't
think,
right
need
here right now.
anything
it looks like,
special to get somebody's death
And
certificate.
what all they does, Dime, it comes back without saying cause of death. Other than that, you get death certificates.
Yeah,
And by Florida law, the cause of death is considered confidential, but he still get a death certificate. So, but he's not in Florida, he ain't got to worry about it. So
But
right.
he's in
It
that
says,
is
California,
not
he
it
still got
why.
to
says,
Listen to
go.
me, y'all.
it says
Y'all
family
are sitting
members.
up here. Y'all are sitting up here making excuses. That is not why
No,
Jeffrey still have her on his stuff. It ain't
it
got
don't
nothing
but
to
matter.
do with no
Hey, hey,
damn
hey, hey,
money.
hey,
I
hey, hey.
understand both sides. I
The man,
understand the
the
fact that
man
she's
acted well.
diabetic.
The
That
man
that
acted
she's
well.
Jeffrey just
diabetic
said he
too.
care about her well being because she got monkeypox. He just said that.
Hey, but that's
Yes,
okay. But
diabetes.
Diamond, he
Diabetes.
doing he doing what a man he's doing what y'all talk about.
That what happened before the monkeypox came about, though, Diamond.
Cause Diamond, you would
Huh?
want.
Well, let me get,
He
hey,
had that
listen,
established before the monkeypox came about.
really quick. The state of
So first
Florida
of all, it wouldn't be.
offers,
It's not that sharp. I wouldn't want. First of
diamond,
all, I wouldn't even be trying to open up one door and I ain't close another.
diamond,
That's just me.
diamond. The state of Florida offers
Yeah,
There
every
need to be more people in
individual,
this world like Diamond.
then we'd all be
Y'all
single
slipping.
and
I
unhappy.
understand both sides.
Listen, I'm just, when I leave, I'm just trying to leave her whole. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less.
You
Hmm.
trying to leave her whole and she trying to leave you empty.
Well,
But he's not gonna be
Make
trying.
it make
vindictive
sense.
and a
She's
bad person like
trying.
he is.
So
Huh?
I'm not a vindictive person. Okay, so since you
Yeah.
do that to me, I'm gonna do this
You
to you.
think you don't have to be you listen, you not being vindictive. Y'all are divorced. You don't owe her shit.
I know that, and I don't owe
So
her
how are you being vindictive?
because if you try to take somebody and leave them empty, that's being vindictive.
Listen, y'all are not together anymore.
I understand that, but that doesn't mean that this is gonna be something forever. That's all.
Okay, well you deal with your
Hey,
shit. Don't
Diamond,
call my phone.
Jeff, here's what y'all can do. Actually, it just makes more sense. And by the way, whoever giving out tokens or gifts, thank you for the gifts. Please give the gifts to the host. That'd be more admirable than giving to me.
But you can
I
give them
ain't
to
seen
All
no
me.
gifts,
gifts all
to the
day.
host.
I ain't seen no gifts all day
You can give them to me.
for that.
but
I'm mad with all
I
y'all.
may have got by mistake. I may have got by mistake. But anyway, but look, Diamond, the best
Here,
thing y'all can
diamond.
do, and
Have
this
some
is
cake.
it makes more simple. Go sit down with a planning person.
Jeff, I don't want
What they
that
call
damn cake.
go sit down with a planning person and work from there.
Look, she don't even want the she want guests, but don't want my cake. You don't
You
want
did, Jeff.
you don't want a piece
Oh,
of cake.
I ain't see it.
You don't want a piece of cake. Diamond.
Thank you, cause y'all ain't send me no
Diamond.
gifts.
Let me send you one more.
Diamond, the only thing it is all about what he doing is creating wealth. That's it. See, that's the part you're not understanding. It's not just the principle of what the past held. It's just a simple principle of if he leave, he leaving something to somebody that meant something to him because it's not there no more. Don't
Oh,
mean that
she's
he
not the
can't be
beneficiary.
genuine.
She ain't the beneficiary though. She's not the beneficiary on my insurance, and I take out more insurance. I don't just take the minimum. So
Dre,
I take,
Dre, listen.
but
What I'm
she's
trying
not
to
the
tell you
beneficiary.
is it's not about the beneficiary.
Yeah.
You're not
It's
listening.
about it's another woman. That's what the whole thing is. You know what it is. Come on now, just chill out.
It's not about the beneficiary. It's about the fact that he still feels like she owed him. Now, like I said, she treats Jeff like shit. She's a horrible woman. I'm glad she got monkeypox. So at the end of the day, like
She
she treats him like shit.
you know,
But wouldn't
but
this just like show you how good of a person Jeff is and make
I would have
it
done you
more
the same
like
way, Diamond. I
First
would have
of
done you the
all, it ain't
same.
about him being good of a person. It's how you let someone handle you. I do not want to be with that you not. I'm not being with that. No, you too weak for her. I ain't doing that.
Because he don't return the same energy that she's giving. He weak.
Make
Listen,
that make
she's
sense.
doing a lot. We're just not speaking on it. But
I know,
she's
but
doing
the
a whole
relationship
lot
is
more
over,
to
isn't it?
tear him down.
But
But
Jeff,
is
can
she's
it
I
not
say
over,
it?
Jeff?
succeeding though.
Jeff, can I
She's not
say it?
succeeding. That's
No,
the
don't
Can
key
I
say
to
it.
say
this
it,
Don't
whole
tell
Jeff?
us. No, no,
Can
no.
I say
Don't
situation.
it,
tell
Jeff?
us.
No,
Jeff, let me
no,
say
No,
it.
don't
no,
tell
No,
Let
us.
me
no,
say it.
no. We don't need
that's
Diamond.
not
Listen,
fair by
Nah,
if
you.
we don't
you let
That's
me
need
not
it.
for
say it,
everybody
Hey,
if
ears.
you
Diamond.
let me say
Diamond, we
it,
don't
if
need
you let
it.
me say it,
No, we
I'll
don't need
unblock
it.
you.
No, don't
If
tell
you
us.
let
You
me say
better
it,
We don't
not
need
I'll
it.
unblock
unblock.
you.
You better
If
not
you let me
unblock
say
Hey,
it,
me.
Diamond, we
I'll
don't
unblock
need
you.
it. Diamond, we don't need it because Diamond, again,
Oh,
That
y'all
ain't
do
that
need it.
ain't
no,
Y'all do
no,
Jordan.
need it
hey,
No,
Diamond,
because
that's
Diamond,
personal.
y'all do
That's
need it.
Diamond,
personal.
Because
Keep
if
that
Diamond,
y'all
over there.
listen,
Keep
if
that
y'all
over
y'all
there.
do
Diamond.
need it because then y'all will
No, no,
understand.
we don't. No, we don't.
But
No,
I think
Diamond.
They get the
That's
picture
an
though.
allocated
They get it.
situation. That's a prior situation. That situation's in the past. That man's on new beginnings. We don't need none of that stuff that man has going on from that process. That's not necessary. That man has this stuff in order. That's all I can tell you now.
I got it. I got it. Don't worry.
Diamond just look at the fact that it's another woman, and that's what the she can't get over.
Yeah.
No,
I
Yeah.
I don't care about that.
I
Well,
got
why
it.
you tripping for then? Why you
That's
acting out
what
then?
Dre.
Why
That's
are
what
you
y'all be.
acting out?
Dre,
Why
listen.
are
That's
you
where y'all
acting
be.
out?
That's where y'all be wrong at. Y'all always think I'm not one of those women that think about. First of all, I have to love Jeff a certain way to be worried about her. I just said to everybody that was on here, I care about Jeff as a friend,
Right.
and I do
We
not
got
like the
that.
way she's handling Jeff. She's
We caught
dragging
that.
the shit out of Jeff. Y'all do
We
not
caught that.
understand. Y'all do not know the full story.
That's all right. But Diamond, it's no different than the other story. We caught all that. That ain't necessary. That
But
man's
that's
business.
not
That man's affairs in order.
right. That's not your problem to worry about those type of things when he has those things in line. Just let it be what it is. You know what I'm
Right, and
saying? And
that's
it's gonna
not
play
right. You're
itself
right.
out.
That's not my problem to eat, and that's not my problem to accept him and be with him either.
That's true.
Okay,
You're
okay,
entitled to do what you choose. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna leave that alone. We're gonna let that be. Yeah, we're gonna change. You know what I'm saying?
Diamond.
The
What do you
name of
not?
the conversation.
What are you not accepting?
I
I'm
think
not
what
accepting. I'm not
Let's pivot the
just being.
conversation because
I'm
that
not
ain't
accepting
going.
just being.
Nah.
I'm not accepting just being his baggage.
because
No, no.
I feel like what
Okay.
Diamond is saying is it's not
I'm
about
with,
like how much money that he's paying out. It's about how
Dre
she
got good
feels
advice.
like the
Good advice,
that
Dre. Good advice.
that the woman like is still dragging him through the mud, and he's still being like a stand up guy, still paying for her insurance when she doesn't really deserve that because she's been a horrible person to Jeff. So she feels bad that Jeff is allowing that. So I see both
No,
sides of the.
But that's personal perspective though. That's not from
yeah.
Jeff's perspective. I can't tell Jeff what he's feeling and how he feel about a situation, even though we have conversed about it. But it's a reason, a purpose of why he doing what he doing. So
Yeah,
you
of course.
can't get in the mix of what he doing, and reason why he doing what he doing. See, that's the understanding part. Why? The why. And once you know the why, you just let it be. And it is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
We are gathered here today on TikTok.
I have a question. I have a question. I have a question. If you could
No, I
be,
don't listen. Hold on. I don't regret anything. I don't. First of all, no, we don't tell the whole story, but you guys get the gist of it. I pay for the insurance, and in a relationship, I left her everything. Okay, but in a relationship of over 27 years, I decided to carry the insurance for a certain period of time. And once that
Right.
time is up, then it stops. And that's it. It's just enough to, like, hey, I'm gonna take care of this insurance part. Once everything is together, or once you're whole, once you've set, then that gets cut away. So and there's a time limit on it. So that's
Yeah.
just all. That's just
Which is
what it is.
which is the part
Even the more better, Diamond.
which is basically a part which is basically his plan his divorce decree plan. Instead of having somebody order it, he put it in play and he's good to go. It's a
Right.
package.
No,
Exactly.
lady K, because I feel like Jeff cannot lead me because Jeff is making a decision right now off of emotions.
Wow. That's
No, it's not.
extreme.
not so much
That's
He's
that's
making
emotion.
crazy.
decisions right now off of emotions.
Nah, no,
And
he's not.
from the
No, he's
time
not.
y'all filed
No,
that, from the
there was
time
no
when she
cheating.
filed that divorce, and y'all are divorced, you don't owe her shit else. But because you still care for her, you are moving off of emotions.
Huh. I don't think he is.
It's just more of, you know,
I don't think he is, Diamond.
Listen, Jeffrey ain't getting shit out the deal.
You don't need another deal.
You ain't
That
got to
man
get
moved.
somebody to deal
He's
all the
recovering.
time.
no,
So
He's
therefore,
recovering.
so no, listen to
because
me. So what I'm trying to tell y'all is, so therefore he is moving off of emotions right now.
I'm just making sure that
Y'all got divorced.
I'm making sure she's left whole. I don't want to be that guy that Tracy is going through. I don't want to put nobody through that. You see what I'm saying? And just I do
And
you the
you
same. I would do you the same way. I would do you the
just
same way.
I'm tell it,
Say again.
Don't you dare,
tell
Diamond.
it.
Don't you dare. We don't even need to know.
I would do you the
Jeffrey
same way.
is letting this girl, he's letting Mikey Pops get away with murder.
You know. I mean, I spent we had a lot of years together. So I'm not gonna drag her through the mud.
Okay, that's fine.
Right, Faith. Paying it forward. Because look, you're not gonna find me doing somebody dirty. You're not gonna do it. I'm not that person. Because I believe that it does pay forward. And I believe good things happens to me because of it.
So you guys
But
listen.
then another thing though,
I have
Diamond,
walked away
also it
from
ain't like
situations where I've been treated really bad, and I did retaliate. So I get it, but at the same time, you're not gonna treat me bad and then expect me, and then then I'm still doing stuff for you to benefit you.
Right.
it's all about allowing the person time to establish themselves into a new situation.
Exactly.
He's
Let it,
trying to break him, yes, and he's allowing it. I got time for that.
But you can't break something you don't have no control over.
that's true.
Bernie, I think
She
you
can
might be
request.
echoing.
She can request all she wants. I don't know. That might be Bernard. He's always into something. Bernard Mutual. Oh, well, that got eliminated.
All I'm saying is, y'all, like, all I'm saying is, Jeff's situation is not even healthy for him. So, with that being said, I have enough common sense to not put myself in that situation with him.
To
Hey everybody, I just wanted to come in and say one thing. I'm in and out. But Jeffrey, the only thing that a lot of guys don't know these days, if you was to take her off your insurance today, she could sue you today.
That's
They got up to a year. See, Diamond might not know this, but she has up to a year to sue you and make you keep paying that insurance.
So
true.
Right or
therefore,
wrong.
right? So therefore, again, so Jeffrey should
That,
not be. So at the end of the day, Jeffrey should not be trying to open up no doors with nobody else when this lady and you still got extra shit going on.
Right, exactly. Absolutely.
At the end of
that's
the day,
not
like,
extra because he's
I want
taking
to
care of that
extra
issue.
part.
He's taking care of the issue, so how is that extra?
Dre, I'm not dealing with that. If he drop, okay. So first of all, you're paying $400
That
for
ain't the
the
principle.
insurance.
That ain't the
Okay,
principle.
Jeff. I mean, look, body. But Dre, fix him up with your sister then.
About having your shit in line. That's what matters the most.
Okay, well he can get stuff in line by himself.
Pivot the conversation, please.
She still get 90 days prescription meds after he cuts off.
No, she'll get a whole year. It's gonna take him a whole year to even for her not to sue him. He
So
got to
so
wait a
so
whole year.
she makes so Jeff make one false move and she could sue him.
She can sue him right away. As soon as he take her off, she can sue him and make him pay it
You
for another
think
however long, for the rest of her life.
see that Jeff got baggage.
That's not back. That's just handling business according to what said the rules and regulations to that business. That's all. That's not baggage.
Y'all done made Jeff drop out the box.
So we change the conversation then.
Nah, nobody wanted to tell Diamond the true story about that
Dimes
low
ain't gonna
key
hear what we saying.
lawsuit. No, she didn't know nothing about that low key lawsuit and person she can go take him to court just because he took off the insurance.
Man, listen. What thing you gotta understand though about Diamond. Diamond is Diamond. Ain't shit finna change Diamond but Diamond. So that shit there
It's
don't
not.
mean
It's
nothing to
not that.
Diamond.
It's not that, Dre. It's just that I'm not settling for certain stuff.
But you're not willing to be understanding of it either.
I don't have to understand that. That ain't my problem. That's his problem. Why I need to understand that, and then whatever his problem is become mine. Why?
Because if you understand his point, you know he's an outstanding guy to handle those type of situations accordingly. So that should give you validation on his character, his morals. So that should tell you a lot. That he's not gonna be the one who just willing to throw this on you and allow you to, you know what I'm saying, handle those type of situations when he's doing something in the aftermath to show you
It's
that
already
I'm gonna
becoming
take
my
care of the
problem because
responsibility.
Jeffrey ain't tell me all this. Jeffrey, he failed to mention all that shit.
Because why would I speak about something that I'm handling? He has no reason to speak about those things when he's taking care of that business.
But the law jumps in. It don't have nothing to do with what he say. It's the law.
Hey, Diamond. That law, his decree is settled. He don't have. There's no law that she can come up because she's benefited. She got all the property. There's nothing that she can stand to gain beyond what he's already given her. You know what I'm saying? So his decree. Once you have a divorce decree, she ain't got no law to stand behind. She can play games all she wants, but she's gained the benefit of the marriage. So I mean, that his he's good. He's solid. I'm trying to tell you, he
Nah,
did a good job with his plan.
nah. Even if they're married and they get a divorce, and then she say, "Well, we went back
They
together.
are
We went
already
back together."
divorced.
Right? They're still going to say, "Okay, well, y'all still dating." Even if you're dating, the person don't have to be married to sue. They got up to a year to sue
Hey, you can sue anybody, but she has nothing to gain. I mean, that's you. You talk about some things on TV. They diamond.
on
You
TV.
say,
That's life. That's real life. What
say
the, man? I
diamond,
didn't spend. I didn't master it, man. I didn't
Right.
study. I
She
didn't
do
study
have
it.
she do have
I'm
stuff
trying
to
to tell
gain.
you.
That
Hey,
she do.
Diamond. I tell you what. Talk to a plan administrator with Jeff, and you get the insight of what's going on. Everybody here, we all giving you nuances of what they done mastered and what we done researched. At the end of the day, you gotta follow through on yourself with this because our information is not helpful to you in this process. But you and Jeff need to take this to another old circuit, and like Dre saying, probably move this to another medium or something. What you say, Dre? What you call it?
Pivot the conversation.
Yeah, pivot. Take a pivot. Yeah. Do a
Yeah,
pivot on the field.
because
Hey, big boy, and no disrespect to
that's
you, I'm
like,
just saying,
yeah, right,
Jeff,
right.
I don't know what part you came in on, but Jeff got a whole thing already set up. Jeff good. And
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Right.
I already could tell Jeff's a good guy. But what I'm saying is,
not this guy. I'm saying his process is straight because he did things that you do as a man with a judge, so they don't have to order it. You say I'm doing A, B, and C, which your lawyer presents to the judge. It ain't nothing she can
right?
say in the game beyond. I mean, Jeff Spears gave the farm away. He could go back. He could go there right now and knock her off, and she can sue him all she wants. She's not getting nothing. She just opened her legs
No,
for a
no.
good
See,
jolly
that's where
ride.
you're wrong. That's
Huh?
what I'm trying to
Good.
tell you.
I'm trying to tell you,
See a
it's a
lot of
good
you
jolly
guys.
ride.
A lot of
I've been
guys haven't
through it.
been through. No, you haven't been through finding out that
Oh,
because
I've been
when
through
I
it.
found out, it shocked me. I was shocked. I was like, wow, I'm in my late 40s and I'm just now finding out that I'm dating a woman and she can come back and sue me just because I left her or broke up with her. She can sue me. You
You
see, a lot of guys
start.
don't
No,
know
I mean,
that.
I'm
anybody,
not. You start
But that
but
depends
no,
on the
no, but
state laws,
anybody,
though.
but anybody,
with someone else.
but anybody can sue you. And it also depends on what the government state. But anybody can sue you.
Anybody can see.
Any random, yeah, anybody can file a job and sue you. But if the question is, you have to identify. Well, first of all, are they going to hear the matter? You got to have something that shows that whatever took place impacted you or took something away from you
Well, he
that you
has it.
could have
Well,
gotten.
his insurances shows it. If the date is showing that he's been paying insurance up to this date, and then he takes it off, she can go tomorrow and say, "Look, we've been dating. He's been taking care of my insurance." They're going to go for her.
Can
No,
can I
because
tell?
no,
Can
no, 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 no. We'll tell you why. Because that. But what he did is he presented it himself. So no, a judge didn't order it. He presented and said, "I
No,
would
it
do
don't
this
have,
for a
the
time
judge don't
period."
have to order it. No,
No,
I'm speaking on
I don't.
her.
No. I'm saying, but what he did, he didn't have to. It was not made an order. He said, "I would do this," and he has a period of time to do it.
No, I'm saying she can lie. What Diamond was saying, the
Oh yeah,
girl is shiesty. The girl, right? The girl is
yeah,
shiesty, and she dirty.
yeah.
She's treating him wrong. She's gonna do everything she can to keep that insurance. She's gonna lie and say, "No, me and him still been dating, even though we got a divorce.
Right,
Look, he's
right,
been paying my insurance.
right.
He's been paying
Yeah,
my insurance since
yeah.
yesterday.
But
Now he want to
hey,
leave me. Now he
right.
wants
They
to leave
dating.
me, and then the
They
judge is
dating.
gonna take her hands."
Right.
nah?
Nah,
Not if they wasn't married.
nah.
Ain't no. That's not if
They're in two different states. First of all, they ain't
right.
she got proved that he was
Shit
coming out there to
changes.
spend time with her. It ain't nothing
No,
happened about
no,
that one.
no, she don't. No,
Nah,
no,
it's equal
I
rights.
found that. I
Listen. I'm
found
gonna tell
out.
y'all
I,
this.
I don't
I'm
want to
gonna
see
tell
my
y'all
ex.
this.
I don't want to tear my ex down.
I'm gonna tell you this, Diamond. I don't know what's going on over there with you and Mr. Jeffrey, but that's a good motherfucking man.
Yeah,
You short,
he's a good guy.
you short, he tall, and because you just don't wanna you just wanna do you and you just wanna be combative and shit. Well, go ahead.
Combative.
No,
I
just
had
be
to let this
combative.
laugh
Just do
out.
what you wanna do. You know what I'm saying?
GQ,
But my thing,
Combative.
GQ, let her
don't
know,
I
tear my
want to
man.
be.
man
I
down.
want to be combative
I'm just saying, you want to be.
because you said Jeff short. I'm Jeff tall. I'm short. Me and Jeff same height.
Hey, let's change it. Let's pivot, man. Let's
No,
pivot.
y'all
Let's pivot. Hey, if you could be any animal, what animal would you be?
No, hell no. How am I being combative, GQ?
I'm
If
saying
you
you
could be
being
any
combative because you
animal,
argumentative.
what animal would you be, and
You
You
why?
said you just
trying to me with somebody that got some shit going on,
right. That's what I'm
and
saying. You
y'all trying
saying
to
he
be
got some
like
shit
y'all
going
trying to
on.
be like y'all
Uh,
trying to be.
well, I'd be a bear. I'd be a bear.
I can't hear. Somebody got some kids in the background. Who over there
I'd be
babysitting?
a bear.
So with that, no,
So
y'all
you
trying
say
to
he
be
got
like
some shit going on?
you listen. I know damn well you ain't come in there in this box and sit there and come at me and don't know the damn story. I know damn well you ain't do that shit right there.
No, I know. Well, look, I'm just saying the man is a good guy.
I know damn
You
well you ain't getting this box and don't know what the hell going on. Please
I
make it
do
make
know.
sense.
I'm gonna make it make sense right now. This is what I'm gonna make it make sense. I'm gonna need you to accept some proposals and shut the hell up.
How you want me to accept? What you mean accept some proposals? I don't accept for anything. I'm not desperate all around here.
Hey
I
yo, hey Diamond, it ain't
don't
about you being desperate. It ain't about you being desperate. It ain't
So
about you
why do
being
I have to?
combative. It
He
ain't
don't
about
have
you
kids
being
from
that.
her.
Huh?
No, he don't have any kids, Nicole.
Who? No. Look. It's not about me, GQ. It's about you, Diamond. Cause I need you to tighten up. I need you to get on the ball. You know what I'm saying? Even if it ain't looking good for you, you accept it. Now you don't want to settle, but you're gonna have to settle.
That's bullshit. You got that.
Shit. Shit. You know what, Diamond? I'm tired of hearing this combativeness from you.
You're not hearing this combative. I'm not being combative. I'm combative right now because you're getting in my box and you are attacking me on some stuff, and you
I'm
trying to
not
tell me
attacking you.
you're
I'm a
trying
friend.
you trying to tell me who to be with and settle for some shit. That was you. I can't believe that shit. You go back
Right,
and
right.
you settle for the woman
Who said right, right?
that you settle for your like the ex that you was engaged to that got pregnant on your ass and had another baby. You gonna settle for that shit.
No, hell no. I ain't gonna settle for that.
So how the hell you gonna ever tell China what he got to settle for?
Hey,
Because that
hey,
bitch ain't bring me no
hey, Diamond,
ring.
GQ, hey, GQ me, Will.
No, no, no. If the bitch would have brung me a ring, I might have settled for it. But that bitch ain't bring me no ring. She ain't bringing nothing to my table but another baby. So this is what I'm saying. If you have something that's going on, but you can't settle, I can't settle. I just. All right. Well, meet me in the streets, Diamond, with your short ass. I swear to God, you meet me in these streets.
I'm gonna meet you in the streets and what's gonna happen?
You ain't gonna like it. You gonna run to Jeff. You gonna crawl to Jeff on your knees.
First of
Oh
all,
Lord, oh
GQ,
Lord Jesus. They
GQ,
get.
I don't deal with men's that call women bitches and stuff.
I wouldn't call you one.
I could never meet you. I could never
First
meet
of
your type
first
in
of
the
all,
streets.
I won't call you one. I wouldn't call you one. I wouldn't call you one. So you would never know.
She's saying any woman.
What you mean I would never know?
You would never. Let me tell you something, Diamond.
First of all, I'm single for a reason because first of all, I'm pretty sharp up here, so I'm not settling for what's out there and what all that's out there and what y'all bringing to me. I ain't settling for that.
All right, look, me and men like me gonna have you crawling to a Jeff. Men like
No,
Jeff. That's all I'm gonna say.
I ain't gonna
All
be no
right,
man like you. Listen,
all right. I'm letting you know. I'm just letting you know, and that's it. I ain't got. I ain't, look. Men like me and me is gonna have you crawling to a nigga, and men like Jeff. That's all I'm saying.
Jeff got to wait a whole year.
I ain't trying that shit.
He got to wait. He gonna have to be single for a whole year to come in Diamond's life because that girl, she got a whole year to sue him.
Man,
If you
we
don't
don't
know
know
that,
about
you
that
don't know the
situation.
law.
They just spoke
No.
bits
I
and
think Jeff.
pieces of it, and
Yeah, I think Jeff.
that's why I was like pivoting the conversation.
Yeah, he's been a
Mm-mm.
year. He's been a year
Jeff made
already.
a decision
He just got the
to
decree.
carry that burden, yeah, to a first extent to so she could establish herself to carry that herself.
Well, make
Telling
them make
you
them
what I
crawl,
know,
fellas.
man.
Make them crawl.
Different. That's
I'm
all
not
I say.
pandering. I'm not pandering to no woman. Put it like that. Fuck them.
Y'all forcing
They
her
don't want
for
to be with
failure. I
me.
don't
If they
get
don't
No,
that.
want to
I
be
Y'all,
with
ain't
me
speaking
y'all
on
come
for
on
who
her
I
what
am,
platform.
should be done and what can be done.
if they
Y'all
don't
come
want to
on
be
her
with me,
platform
if they don't
to
want to
push
be
her
with
for
me for
failure.
who I am, fuck them. I'm not pandering to shit.
Man, y'all ain't
Wish I
been through.
You
would.
got
Y'all
no
ain't been through
GQ.
hell.
Hey, you got no GQ.
Wish I would.
We're not pandering failure because we don't never know actions until it happen. You know what I'm saying? We can always say it's a possibility, but you never know what's gonna
Look,
happen until it happens.
I could
Jeff,
love
Jeff is a
Diamond
good
for every.
guy.
I could
Jeff
love
is
you
a
and
good
Diamond.
guy. They'll make a good couple, but Jeff has a psychopath woman, and that girl, I'm quite sure she know the law that she can hammer him.
You can't love me. I'm too
Yeah,
strong minded for you.
but
Listen,
but
Diamond. I don't care about your strong mind. I don't care about your degrees.
It take a strong man to be with me.
Diamond, I don't care about none of that. I will break you down
Jeff
and build you
is
back
not
up.
You
You
would not break
understand me?
me down.
That's
You
the
can't
type
break
of
me
nigga
down.
I am, Diamond. Diamond, I will break you the fuck down and build you the fuck back up.
You can't.
Okay. All
You
right.
can't.
Keep playing. Keep playing. Keep
You
playing out
can't.
here in these streets. Keep playing out here in these streets.
Listen, listen,
Too
Diamond.
fast.
listen.
I'm too fast. GQ,
I,
first of all, in
You
order
know,
to
I,
break me
Diamond. You know
down,
GQ. So
in
why
order
you
for you to
indulging in
break me
that?
down, I have to be one of these women out here that believe everything a man say out his mouth. I ain't gonna believe shit you got to say from the gate. You gotta
Diamond.
get,
You know.
you gotta get in my head. You gotta get in my world.
listen.
Ooh, I got
GQ.
to
So
get
why
in
are you
there.
indulging?
I got to get in there. I got to transfer my world to
And
your
on top
world.
of that, when you get in there, you got to travel through other men that's already up in there.
Fuck them niggas. What you? What?
Uh,
I wish I would compare to another nigga. I am
So
how many
God out
men?
here. You crazy?
Listen,
How many
this
men?
is listen.
Diamond.
Hold on,
How many
hold on.
men?
Hold
How
on,
many men
Man,
got
hold on,
traveled
hold on.
through?
she's
This
speaking
is
through man. I'm
this is
God.
just.
She
It is
already fucked up.
just. Hold on.
Hey,
Listen.
God.
Look. It is just health insurance. That's all it is. It's just health insurance. That's it. There's no other ties. When I'm paying alimony, I'm not trying to take. And I think everybody in here knows what men do to women in a divorce. Take
Exactly.
every goddamn thing. Look, they'll take your groceries. They'll take your groceries. They'll leave you with nothing and the kids.
I'm a
They will
taker.
leave
That's
you
right.
with nothing. That is not me. And we don't even have kids together. They will
Mm.
leave you with nothing. Me, I'm a type of man. Guess what? You don't want to be with
one
me?
thing
That's
about it,
fine.
one
That's
thing
fine.
about it,
Listen, you don't.
if you take the groceries, you ain't got to worry about taking the groceries no damn more. We ain't got shit else to talk about.
Right. But here's the thing. I'm not going to be just fighting you. I'm not going to leave you down in the trash because
He's
you
a
know we
man.
filing a divorce.
Right. He's a
I'm gonna
man.
leave you whole. Okay, I will leave you whole so you can get your life back together. And
And
if
And
you
Jeffrey,
then
want
that's
to,
leave
not
and
what
if
and,
she's
you want
doing
to,
to you.
guess what?
and then
If you
leave
want to
me
do that to
alone.
me, if you want to do that to me, Your
That's
Honor,
right.
I left
Go
her the
ahead, Jeff.
house. I left her everything in the house. I'm paying for her medical coverage. She's got everything she needs to become whole again.
Hey
No, she
Jeff,
Your
didn't.
show
Honor,
the
I
No,
didn't
backyard. Show your
ask
backyard
for
right now. Show your
anything.
backyard.
I didn't ask for half the business. I didn't ask for. I don't ask for the cars. Nothing. Nothing. Start over and leave her whole.
Jeff, show your backyard right now, because you got another house. God damn it.
I do. Listen, God has
Exactly.
blessed me.
So show your backyard right now.
God has blessed me. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying?
Hey,
Listen,
God bless good people and good
God blesses
favor.
good
You
people. Listen,
Oh,
heard?
I have
I
been
don't, I don't
blessed,
know about
and I
I don't
will
know about God, Diamond,
listen.
but
I will
he's recover
continue to be blessed.
he's
I'm
recovering
not changing. I
because
just listen. I'm not a vindictive. Fuck
God
you.
God might
You
be
and then
hoe.
handicapped
I'm
with
not blowing up your car. I'm not
yeah.
stealing your car. I'm not taking anything from you. I'm just gonna leave. That's just it.
My man.
And that's
Now
what it
guess
That's
is.
what?
just it.
Now
I'm
You
that's
just
kill
gonna
them,
Jeff,
you know what I'm
and
saying,
that's
by
me.
leaving humbly. You kill
so
them
Look,
what
by
I'm gonna
leaving
do is,
humbly.
so this is what I'm gonna do,
I'm crashing
right?
your
and guess
car.
what?
You let me
If me and
borrow it.
Diamond never,
I'm gonna
if me
let
and
Jeff
Diamond,
talk. I'm gonna let Jeff talk because y'all don't know what I know. So I'm gonna let y'all
That's
go
We
right.
ahead
don't
with
need
this.
to know what you know.
We
We
don't
don't
need
need to
to
know
I
know.
know
what you know.
Diamond,
here's the
You know
thing.
history. You know history, Diamond. Yeah, you don't know anything going forward. You just got history.
There you
Listen,
go.
That's all you
There you
got.
go. There
if
you go,
That's what
B
if
Mac.
y'all think.
if
That's what y'all think.
There you
That's
go,
what
B
y'all
Mac.
Diamond,
think.
I'm 5'10",
Diamond,
but if me and
Diamond.
Diamond never work out, there'll be
Right.
somebody else. I'm okay with
Exactly.
that.
I got you.
That's
Jeff. I
okay.
got one for you, Jeff. I might have two of them. I got two. I got
You
definitely
said
one. I
what?
got two.
You said what, Jeff?
I said if me and Diamond don't work out, there's somebody else, and
That's
I'm
the
Of
okay
baller.
course,
with that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
of course,
You think
there is
Diamond?
somebody else for Jeff. There is
Hey,
somebody else for Jeff. Jeff is a
hey.
good dude. He
Yeah,
Yeah.
is.
you know what I'm
You think
saying.
I'm
Diamond
Look,
something,
listen.
boy?
I'm
So
not.
Jeff.
so
Listen. I am not sitting here holding Jeff back on anything. I am not doing that. I'm just telling you that Jeff got some things going on right now that I refuse to deal with.
right, and somebody will.
yeah.
Somebody
But
will.
why is
And
there's no
somebody
And guess
grace
will.
what?
period
And
though?
guess
Right.
what?
There
Why is
you
no
go.
grace period
And
And there
guess
you
what?
established?
go. And
It ain't
somebody will.
somebody will, and I'm
But
okay with that.
all
And
right.
guess what?
Somebody will, but
It
the
ain't.
thing
It
is,
ain't all right.
Diamond,
It ain't.
Diamond, the man is looking towards you. Why can't you compromise? Not settle. Not settle. We ain't gonna say settle, but compromise with the shit.
called creating a grace period. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
You
To
got
have
you
those
gotta
things
you gotta
established
have a
and done with.
medium.
First of
Everything is not
all,
always high or low.
first of all, she
KC,
Right.
have
5'10".
she have a lot of control, and I don't want to deal with that.
Absolutely.
Hey, Diamond, did you deal with it before? You were in court. Were you in court with him before?
Tammo said Jeff don't got monkeypox,
You
god
say
damn it.
what?
No.
Were you in court with him
Tammo
before?
crazy.
Did I what?
When he put all this together, were you with him before? Were you with him when he put all this together? When he put this together?
What you mean?
Because
Was I
you're
with her before he put all this
Was
together?
was you in the
playing
courtroom?
in the courtroom.
First of all, when I met Jeffrey, Jeffrey told me he was divorced from her.
Right.
Facts.
I did not know about a lot of other things that's going on now that I'm finding out about.
Okay.
So,
Hmm.
like,
Now let me ask you a question.
Because here's the reason. I don't
Will that
lay,
stop Jeffrey from
just
buying you
like
a
in
tuna fish
any
sandwich?
relationship, you don't lay everything on the table. As you get closer, then
Right.
things get revealed as you get closer.
Facts. Because
You
that's what
you
people
don't
do.
lay everything out. Here I am. You know what I'm saying? Here's my flaws is on the left side, and my good stuff is on the right side. Now,
Which one you gonna choose? Pros or
do you
cons?
want me? You know what I mean? I mean, you just untouchable. No, because we are not together. So, you don't. I don't listen. I don't know anybody that's gonna lay everything. I don't know anybody that's gonna lay.
Time on I tell you, just
But
Netflix and chill.
as you get
I think I just picked the wrong person. Where's
closer,
she at?
you
There she
do.
go.
You say, hey, here's something here. Here's something here. As you start to get closer, but you ain't gonna just lay everything out on the table. Who does that? Who does that?
Nobody.
You meet somebody,
that's why
and
it's
here's
a
my
lot of
table.
women. That's why it's a lot of women out here that are selling and hurt and damaged because when they meet these men and they fall
They
for them, and
don't.
then okay, here come, oh well, I let me tell you about this. I got a confession.
It's too late.
It's like,
But
right, and
okay,
here's the
it's
thing.
vice
Here's the
versa
thing.
though. It's vice versa. It works both ways
And
because women expect a man to pour themselves
But
out
Jeremy,
100%, but
listen,
they
it's
just sit
vice
back.
versa.
They sit
It's
back, listen, and don't speak.
but Jeffrey, it's
Mm,
vice. I mean, Dre, it's vice versa. But
I
I'm not
like that,
doing it.
Dre.
I am not opening up a door, and I'm not opening up a door and ain't close
With
the other
people.
one. I'm not
Right.
doing that.
well, it
This
depends
not
on what
directed
you
towards
define
you, but I'm
And
just
I'm
speaking
not
in
closed
sitting
general.
door
It's
here,
like,
as well.
and I'm not sitting here, and I'm not going to tell somebody, oh, you have to. If you don't accept it, somebody else will take it or leave it. I ain't
No,
even
no,
saying shit.
no. No, Diamond.
bro,
That's what he's saying.
it ain't that. It
He's
ain't
not
that.
saying
Now
that. Diamond.
stop it. Stop it now.
Diamond. He didn't say
Stop
that.
it.
Diamond. He didn't say that. Now, Diamond, come on, let's be
Yes, he
real.
said that.
No, 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 no,
Oh,
no, 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 no,
Well, that's how you
no,
took it. That's how you
no,
if
took it.
you
It's
don't take
cool.
it, somebody else will. If you don't like it,
Diamond.
somebody else will.
Diamond. That what he said.
Right. He said
Diamond.
if it don't work out,
Diamond.
if
What he's
it
saying?
don't
Let's
work out,
go.
somebody else
Listen,
will.
you could
But
be a
Diamond.
problem to somebody else.
But Diamond. What door are you closing? What door are you closing?
Hey, say, like I
What
said,
do
like
I
30 minutes
close it?
ago,
What
pivot.
door? What door?
No, Gypsy, she won't.
I am not. I don't have my doors to close. I closed all my doors. I'm free.
No, I'm saying, what door does Jeff got to
He
close?
is too.
Jeff doors are closed.
You got the insurance. Hey Jeff, is you willing to drop the
That ain't
insurance for
no issue,
Diamond?
bro. Y'all speaking on
I'm,
something that's
And,
not a
and
big issue.
Jeff,
if we,
these guys don't know the law. See, I
Shit.
come from the law. But
Talking
Jeffrey,
about
listen,
Bro, we know
are
the
you
law.
right,
willing to give up?
right.
Are you
Come
willing
on
to
now.
give up the insurance to be with Diamond?
What law you
If
come
we
from? What
were
law you come from?
together, absolutely, absolutely. And I would say, hey, there's a
Hey,
certain time
stop licking
that
her. Come on.
there's a
Come
certain
on,
time,
son.
and this insurance is going to drop.
Come on.
Okay, now
Outside.
what do you
Eh,
think?
eh,
What do
When
you
he say
think she's
fine,
going
don't
to
settle.
do when you drop it?
No, I'm not mad.
When you drop it?
I'm not mad.
Yo,
But all I'm
It's
come on.
saying
not.
is,
It's not going to be an
I'm
issue.
not. Listen, all I'm saying is, listen. What all I'm
He don't
saying
want to
is
go.
simply, Nene. All I'm saying is, don't say to me if you don't like it, somebody else will. For every action, there's a reaction. So all I did was respond to what he said,
Right, but I'm
and
not
I'm not
saying that.
mad.
But Diamond, I'm not saying that to you. I was saying
Having
that
fried chicken tonight.
as a
in general.
right in general. I'm not saying that to you,
Oh
Dirt.
yes, you need to be saying that to
I
me
need some
because they're talking about Diamond and Jeff.
blue cheese.
Well,
Y'all eat
that's a
ranch?
misunderstanding.
You eat blue
That's a
cheese?
misunderstanding. I didn't mean it like, oh, me and you,
Blue cheese.
that sort of thing. I'm just saying that when you meet somebody and you give them the thing, it's like, okay, you can choose
Ranch
to accept
is
it
a
or not,
generic of
but
blue
somebody
cheese.
will. Am I right? In general?
You
I mean, I don't know. I wasn't referring to like as far as me and you directly.
and I
All I
will
know
bless.
is
Listen, I will bless
Diamond just
him.
want to fight all the damn time. Diamond, stop fighting, goddamn it. Give it up. Shit.
What is
Give it up. Fuck. Just give it up, Diamond. Fuck. Niggas ain't trying to fight with you all the goddamn time. Stop thinking too goddamn much. Let it go.
I mean, you love.
No, I
Ooh,
don't.
go on, Jeff.
Yes,
Go on, Jeff. Huh?
yes.
Child, please.
Ooh, Jeff done said the pork chops 8 times already. Go on, Jeff. Go on, Jeff. No,
Matter
lamb
of
chops.
fact,
I'm
I
sorry.
ain't told y'all tap the
Lamb
screen
chops.
in a long time. I did post a
Jeff
new
done sent the
video up. Did
lamb
y'all see
chops.
my new video?
Who? Who video?
Oh my goodness.
No, y'all, I love Jeff as a friend. I care about his well being. I talk to Jeff offline. So I care about what is happening to him in his life. I care about that.
Jeff, I'm rooting for you, Jeff. You gotta.
That's
You
all
gotta.
I'm saying. I care about that. That's all I'm saying. I just don't like the way she handling him. That's it.
Why you worried about that? Worry about how Jeff handling you. God damn.
That's right. Exactly right. Exactly right.
Jeff ain't handling me.
Well, we ain't got that far yet, Diamond. We ain't got that far yet. Good Lord.
Word. You worry about how Jeff handling you. Not worry about other people's shit.
Go ahead and lose. Go ahead and lose everything, Diamond. Lose everything
Word.
you
Lose
done
it
worked
all.
hard
God
for.
damn it. Lose it all. Lose
Take a
control.
chance.
God damn. That's the problem with women. They always worried about some other shit. Bitch, I'm here with you.
Listen,
I'm
boss
sorry.
man,
I'm sorry.
I'm
You don't like the
fine to be
word
friend
bitch. I'm
zoned
sorry.
for now. I'm
No, I'm
fine
here
with
with you,
that
woman.
because when you're in a relationship, any sort of relationship, it's got to be built. You got to build it. You just can't rush into anything.
Well
You
said,
want to build a
Jeff.
relationship. You want to be able to open up to things. So, I don't like to lay all my cards on the table and go, okay, choose. You know what I'm saying? My character, my character will speak for itself. You know right away when somebody ain't no good, right? So you can choose to break it off then. As you get closer, you get to know personal information. You can break it off then. As you get closer, maybe the sex ain't good. You can break it off then. So it comes in layers. It shouldn't just come, here's the whole table. Now
Right.
you decide. Because guess what? If
Comes in
everybody
layers.
laid all their shit out, everybody would be single, goddamn it.
There you go.
Like,
There
oh
you go,
hell
Jeff.
no. Ain't going with
Well
that.
spoken. Well spoken, Jeff. Well
So
spoken.
you build a
You
relationship.
gotta learn what you're gonna deal with and what you can't deal with, Diamond. And
Exactly.
then and then if the man is presenting to you more pros than cons,
Right. Yes, Misty. Feelings do get involved. That's part of the process. But guess
Hey,
what?
Jesus
Misty,
Christ.
you will never cross your deal breakers. Your
and
deal
I
breakers are set in stone. So no matter
you're not lose
where in the relationship it happens, you
because
can
y'all don't
check that
file together.
off
You haven't
real
filed together
quick.
yet. You have to file together before you can count your household income anyway. So you haven't filed together. So you don't lose anything. You're gonna lose.
Yeah.
You
Wow,
got
So
nothing to
man. I
lose.
feel sorry for you,
that's
Jeff.
how that
I
Like
goes.
feel
I said,
sorry for you.
Jeffrey has to close his door before he can open up another one.
And I
Jeff doing
understand
the
that.
For
wire
a
closed.
whole year.
He
I
done
For a
definitely
closed
whole
that
year.
door already. He done opened up. You seen that box when he opened up that box and that moon came out? That was a fucking moon. When he opened up that box and said Diamond, he already closed that door and he opened up a new one.
so things happen in progression.
Mm-hmm.
Things happen in progression. So,
And Jeff,
and what's
I
up?
got
No,
two
Jeff,
little
we gonna make Diamond cry right now. Diamond gonna
No,
cry and she gonna
Diamond,
cut her live.
Diamond ain't crying.
We're gonna make you cry, Diamond.
No.
We're gonna
What's up,
make you
Uncle
cry,
Bernie?
Diamond.
No, she took heed what I said. She knows. She heard me.
What you saying, boss man? I mean, about big boy.
She
And
No, I
yeah,
said
definitely
I
a
know you heard
waterhead.
me when I said that she could sue him within a year if
Big
he
boy.
took her off the insurance.
Hey,
And
she
I'll
sued me
tell you this: Big
because
Boy's
I mean,
right,
well,
and
I worry
Diamond,
about
you know,
Diamond.
you already know.
You don't
And
worry about
yes,
that.
Big Boy is
That's,
exactly right, and
that's,
Big
that's,
Boy, that's exactly what's happening. So,
anybody can sue you. I can sue you, Diamond. Anybody can sue. I mean, you can sue at
Did
any
y'all
time.
hear what Jeff said? Did y'all hear what Jeff said?
What
Jeff
is
said
that?
he's gonna take
I
you to
said
be a.
Big Boy is right, and that's exactly what is happening. So, and
What?
we'll just
So
Thank
do
leave
you.
y'all
it at that.
hear
Thank you.
that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, anybody
No,
can get sued.
y'all ain't hear that. Big boy, did you hear that?
Yes, I did.
So
Hey,
he got other things that he got to clear up.
but she can't
Right.
win. Diamond. It's not an issue for her.
So Diamond, you ain't got shit to clear up? You ain't got nothing to clear up, Diamond?
Yeah, Diamond need her name off that Netflix. That's what she
Wait,
got.
wait, wait. Okay, Jeff. Hold on, Jeff. But wait. So Diamond, you ain't got nothing to clear up? So why is
No.
always on the man? So why always the man gotta be
So
perfect? We
GQ,
gotta be super nigga.
hold on, GQ, right? Tell me, you're sitting up here. We're not going to talk about what it's all on the men. I need you to tell Diamond what she got to clear up. I'm listening to this shit.
No, I'm just saying. I don't know.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no,
into the.
no, no, no. Your ass said, why is it always on the men? Diamond is single and been single for a long time. So I'm
Diamond,
trying to figure out what do Diamond got to clear up. Let me hear this shit.
picture on you. Get this off your wall.
And let me tell you something, Diamond. You're right. You're right. I can clear it up. I need to clear it up and close the door completely. That I could deal with that. I can understand that. I can understand that for sure.
I
Okay.
am not
Now
trying.
look.
I am not out here. I am not out here trying to be with somebody, and I ain't closed other doors yet. I'm not doing that.
Okay.
I'm not.
So
I'm,
so
I'm not. You know what I mean? I'm not doing that.
so all your doors are closed, Diamond. Right now, you just a single woman living in an apartment, working, doing your boss chick life. I was about
That's
to say
right.
something else.
That's why. Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's why I'm so strong headed.
All
Yeah.
right. So your Netflix account is under who name?
My Netflix account is under my ex name.
What's up,
I'm
Okay.
I'm just
Untouchable?
I'm no I'm not gonna say nothing else. I'm just not gonna say nothing else. Hey, Miss
So
Goddess, how you
so
doing? Hey,
Boy,
untouchable. Hey,
here.
baby.
It's a box.
Look at that
And on
beauty
camera.
right there.
This is a
Hey,
treat.
gorgeous.
Hi, everyone.
Diamond, I'm
so
done
so
with
so
you.
so hold on. So
I'm
you're
no no
comparing
no. I'm done
you're
with you.
comparing a Netflix to a whole damn marriage?
Well, no, that's
You
What?
said all doors were closed.
All doors are closed. I can get my
No,
Netflix at any time on my
you could.
own and
You
everything.
could.
All doors are closed.
You could. You could.
Me and my
Boss
ex
lady.
do not even communicate.
You could. But when are you gonna do it?
I'm not in a relationship.
But you. So why you have a Netflix account and somebody else's?
we are.
Why?
Listen, we ain't
You
gonna
know
get
what I
into it with
said?
No,
Netflix
that's
account.
no, Jeff. I'm not trying to get into it. But she just asked me a question, and I just said one
Well,
thing, and I'm gonna leave it alone.
no. No, listen, GQ. I am not in
Hmm.
a relationship with anybody. There has not been nobody came to my house and said, "Oh, Diamond, why is there a name on your Netflix?" Ain't nobody. I don't think nobody come to my house.
Hey, Diamond. So has the ex-wife been in your house?
Huh?
Has Jeff's ex-wife been in your house?
Has Jeff what?
She been in your house?
Has
Ex-wife,
it
wife.
been in who
Jeff,
house?
has
Your house.
Jeff been to your house?
Jeff ex-wife.
Oh,
No. Why would she come to my house?
Okay, so man, so what you worried about?
I'm
Hey,
going right.
Doesn't even
hey,
know about
What
Diamond.
you worried about? She worried about the wrong thing. Jeff
Diamond,
got
First
that.
of
Jeff
all,
can handle his shit just like you can
he
handle
get.
your shit.
Jeff just already said something that went over y'all head clearly.
I heard
Big
that.
boy know,
Literally.
big boy know, big boy
I heard
heard it, and
Jeff.
big boy understand.
That doesn't matter. Put the ring on for a year.
Doesn't matter.
But look, lawsuits are bull jive. That's a lawsuit. That's some nonsense. It's nothing but like garbage trail, paper trail. At the end of the day,
Does
you
he
can
still know that I have the Netflix? You know, my ex. Listen, honey, my ex Netflix is in his name. When he pull up his Netflix every day, he see his name, my
Her
name,
name.
my grandson name, his grandmama name. He just added on there, so my ex, know he is still paying for the Netflix.
Emotional damage.
I think as long as Diamond and Jeff are okay with the situation and the relationship, they'll be
No,
good.
no,
I think the
untouchable.
I think the friendship that they have right now is good because that's how the best relationships start
As
is
friends.
friendships because that's a foundation that they start out as.
Okay, cool. But how
GQ,
long does my
GQ, hold
boy
on.
Jeff
The
gotta hold
relationship.
on?
If
Okay, yeah.
listen, if they start out as friends, it's a foundation that they start out as.
But GQ, you're saying how long does Jeff
If
got to hold on? What is Jeff is not? Listen, I am
Je-
not stopping Jeff from doing anything.
I was about to
Jeff
say,
is a free man.
Jeff can start talking to somebody else. Diamond ain't saying that he can't talk
Just
to
as well
anybody
as Diamond.
else.
Diamond's a free woman.
Right.
It's up to
right,
Jeff what he wants to do.
right.
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 If him and Diamond want to talk or whatever they want to do. And if Jeff wants to move on, that's up
Right.
to Jeff.
Right. Oh
All right,
yeah.
y'all let
Diamond
me know
ain't
when I can
saying
talk.
he can't talk to whomever.
Yeah,
No.
faithful.
Okay. Yeah, y'all just let me know when I can talk. Go ahead, keep going.
Go ahead, you can talk.
All right, I'm gonna talk right now. Listen, I don't give a fuck about nothing. If I'm pursuing a woman and she's single, I'm single, and we have a match, we talking and all that. That's my bit. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna use the word Diamond because it's your platform. That's my woman. You are my woman until otherwise. Until you prove me wrong. I like you. I want you. I'm pursuing the marriage. I'm pursuing the relationship, and I'm gonna grab you by your motherfucking hair. And you got some wonderful hair, Miss Goddess. But I'm gonna grab you by your motherfucking head, and look, here we go. And then we go from there. I'm not pussyfooting around with no goddamn relationship. Look, I'm 44 years old. I got another 30, maybe 40 years life of left. Hell no.
But they're happy with the situation. They're happy that way. Maybe
We are
you're not going to
friends.
be happy that way.
You're not putting me in no friend zone, Diamond. Shut
Amen.
up.
Hallelujah. That God is good. That's a God strategy.
They ain't put me in no friend zone. Fuck
I'm
out of
gonna have to
here.
send you some
God,
girls.
that's
I'm gonna have
that's
to send a couple
that's
chicks.
why.
And GQ, you can't stay with one female, so I don't know how you just going to pursue one
No,
person.
But
I'm like
I'm
I'm
trying
like
You
to
B
can't
Mac.
stay with
figure
one.
out like I'm
I'm
trying to
like B
figure
Mac. I
out
just flirt a lot.
like how can
What?
y'all campaign
I can camp.
for me to be with Jeff
Mm-hmm.
in a relationship and
Uh-huh.
Jeff still have doors he have to close?
Campaign for both y'all. Both y'all being. Hey, look at it. Because
Right.
Jeff will grab you by your many finny hair, as
Well,
you said.
technically, he doesn't have any doors
And you
open.
know what? So let me tell y'all. You know what? I just was talking today about how we don't have enough leaders and we
Mm-hmm.
got too many followers. I
Right.
just was talking about that today, and I always told I said Diamond is in her own lane. Diamond do her own thing.
Yeah.
I can't be peer pressured or nothing.
You're not named by yourself. But you be.
But you know,
Technically,
So I'm trying to figure out like
Every time you have a bunch of women. You're not by yourself.
You're not
you're
by
telling
yourself.
me
A
that,
lot of
but
women
you're
think like
telling
that.
me, but you're telling me to be with a man
Mm-hmm.
and just okay, like catch feelings,
Yep.
fall in love,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's the game.
Mm-hmm.
and ride the wave with him going through what he's going through
If love is
with
Mm-hmm.
her.
blind, all that stuff is you are
Be
With
you
with him
her.
in the gym. Shooting
believe
in the
God.
gym.
Ride the wave
Shooting
Hey,
with him
with
in the gym.
her
Right.
And him,
God put him in your path.
Exactly.
as if I don't have no options.
You don't. You
B
do.
Mac, she done.
God
B
gave you.
Mac, she done prayed. She done prayed and
We're,
prayed for
we're
so
not saying
long,
we're not
but don't
saying you
even
don't
see
have
it
any
when it's in front of her.
options,
According to
but
you, Jeff is one of your
but
options by God.
he put him in your way for a reason,
There you go.
and then he's not. We're not, the female. We're not saying. So I don't know the whole situation,
So y'all
but
know how.
from
So therefore, okay. So this is what I need.
the
As God is, and everybody untouchable God is like, I know. Listen, no harm intended, no
Yes.
disrespect. Y'all don't know the whole story, so
well, that's what I was going to say. I don't. That's what I was going to say. I don't know the whole story, so I can't
Right.
speak on the situation exactly. But
Right.
from what I'm hearing from Jeff speaking on the situation and his feelings or whatever, from how he's speaking on his feelings towards you, it doesn't seem like she's gonna get in the way.
But
He
you
it's
wouldn't
not
Not gonna
about
get in the
provoke.
her.
way.
He
Listen, it's
wouldn't.
not about. It's
know
not
God.
about. Listen, it's not about her getting in my way.
Okay.
It's not about that. It's about what she's doing to him and jeopardizing him and what he have to deal with her. Jeffrey
Right.
just said something that went over y'all head.
Heard it. We heard it. We heard it,
We
Diamond.
heard
Yeah.
it. We
So
heard it,
he
Diamond.
so he has so he has some big fish to fry.
Small.
And you know what I mean? Like and gotta get he got to close that door.
Now he got
Oh
Diamond.
some.
yeah, and I agree, and
Butterfish.
that's what I said. If you're, and
Little
that's what
small.
I'm saying.
Little
If you
butterfish.
guys are just being friends,
Clearly, Miss
leave
Tracy,
it
I
that
think
way.
that I ain't never seen this before in my life. Y'all see what Miss Tracy said in the comments? I never seen this before in
It's
my
Hey,
selfish
life.
how
to
you call
ask
it back?
Oh,
as
and that's
fuck.
why I said
Ain't
if
no,
you
it ain't nothing
y'all
but
stay,
back.
and that's what I said for y'all to be friends.
It's
That's
nothing
the
but back.
best foundation for y'all to do right now
You
is
need
to
That's
be
daughters.
funny.
friends.
You
That's
need
funny.
more married
Yes,
women in your life.
Tracy. Tracy,
You,
you're right.
Alicia, his ex-wife is
It
not
is.
sick. I just gave her that name, Monkeypox, because she is being real vindictive and evil to Jeff.
They all do. That's not normal. That's
they
not normal.
all do. What the fuck? Listen, please listen, Diamond. I'm gonna tell you this from the strongest of my heart, from the deepest of my soul. You women are vindictive. This is
You know,
what y'all do.
I just was talking to somebody, right? And I asked him, I said, how do you feel about prenups? And he said to me, he said, I feel like as long as he said, whatever whatever I meet you with, that's yours. Whatever you meet me with, that's mine. He said, whatever we build together, we split it down the middle. And I said, that's fair.
Nope. I'm telling you what. Do a prenup and a postnup. Forget all that splitting them down the middle.
No,
Do a
ain't splitting
prenup,
no
postnup.
down the middle. You came in my
I don't,
world
I
what you
don't,
came
I
with,
don't
and
have
I
a
come in your
problem with
world
splitting
what
it
I
down the
came with.
middle.
Ain't no
Because
splitting down the middle, cause you gonna leave with half of what I came with. Hell no.
No, he didn't say that. Listen, he said,
yeah, he said
whatever I come with, whatever
right,
we meet with,
right,
he said that it's you, whatever he got, and whatever I got.
right,
Whatever me and him build together,
right.
we split it down the middle.
Nope.
And
That's
Okay.
I
hey, Diamond. You take
agree with that. I
Okay, so
agree
that's
with
what
that.
Jeff did. That's what Jeff did. Jeff, they came with a medical plan.
Okay, so that's
Jeff
what
gave
Jeff
her the
did.
house,
That's what Jeff did. Jeff, they came with a medical plan. Jeff gave her the house.
I got echo.
and that's that.
I got echo.
Oh, you
Jeff
have echo.
Jeff gave her everything. Jeff gave her everything, right?
hmm
Jeff gave her everything. And also, Jeff is still paying for the insurance, right? Okay. Jeff has moved on and has bought another home, right? Right?
So,
That she is suing him for now for that.
Damn. Are you telling my business, Diamond?
You just told me the big one.
huh? Hey, but Diamond, that's unexpected. That's expected. But you can't, Diamond. You can sue all you want.
So what? So
You
what
can
I
sue all
need?
you
So
want.
listen.
She can sue all
So
she
what
want.
I
That don't
need?
mean she gonna get
So
it.
listen. It doesn't matter. What I need for if Jeff is going to be with me, if Jeff is going to be with me,
hmm
if Jeff is going to be with me, I
hmm
need Jeff to be a strong man. I need him to stand up and cut all that shit off with her.
Right.
Period.
And he said he could, but he needs you by his side to do it. He needs Jeff needs validation. I'm not gonna do it off of just
But you want to cut
GP.
stuff off that he can't. Hey, Diamond, if he's being sued right now, then he don't cut anything off. All he
Right.
does right now is that suit fall into the garbage like toilet
If
paper.
you
Like toilet
if
paper.
Jeff come to me and say, Diamond,
He did already.
cut the Netflix off. Okay, Jeff.
He did already.
Hey, Diamond, it's all about the process. He don't
When
cut
Jeff
anything off.
opened up that box
He
I have
lets
and
that
something.
and
suit
that moon came out that
fall
box, I said,
in
"Oh
garbage.
shit."
I have something that's simple. I can listen. I don't have no time. I can cut it all down. But I feel like Jeff is dealing with a big issue right now, and he's allowing her to do what she want to do because he is this great guy.
But Jeff, I'm sorry, Diamond. What do you do if you the coach? What play do you put in? What play do you put in at this point?
You said what
Thank you.
now?
What play
If
do
you're the
you put in?
coach, what play would you put in this juncture? At the juncture right now, as we speak of, what would you put in the play
What would I put in a play if I was the coach?
right now?
Yeah.
Yes.
I told Jeffrey what to do. I told Jeffrey to sell the house.
No.
Mm-mm.
Because she can't. She's not gonna win that suit. You can sue all you want for that. She's not gonna get it.
Right, because she was never in
Wow.
it
She was never in
We
it.
don't
Right.
know
and
that.
never
We
paid for
don't know
anything.
that.
Never paid for it.
We
He
don't
Never
know
paid
that
for it
because here's the
after the
thing.
divorce.
put a light bulb in.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I have to if I commit to Jeffrey, right?
Hmm.
Everything that this woman is doing to him is taking a toll on him
From
mentally.
her. Right.
He's going to be going through a lot of stuff because of her, and that is going to affect me and
Right.
him. And then I got to
Exactly.
sit there, and I got to sit there and take care of
But
him, bring him back to life, breathe air in him. It's not fair to me.
No, it
Diamond,
is
Right.
you
fair to you. No, fuck that. No,
you
it is
project.
fair to you. You
I,
a woman. You
I,
supposed to be there for a man that wants to be there with you. Jeffrey already expressed.
To
No,
be
fuck
there
She
that
for
should,
a
shit.
that's
man.
not
No.
something
You
she
know
should have
what?
to step into
hey,
right
hey,
now.
Diamond,
Y'all can block
can I
me.
say
I'ma
I'm
leave.
not
this?
I'ma
supposed to
leave
be
because
there.
you
I'm not
women,
supposed to be.
you
I am not supposed
motherfucking
to be there
selfish
for any. I
motherfuckers.
am not supposed to be.
Fuck
Who's
you,
Hold on.
goddamn it.
selfish?
Hey,
Who's
Diamond,
I
selfish?
am not supposed to be. I am not supposed to be
He
there
done lost
for
his
a
mind.
man that is telling me to my face that he is keeping his insurance on her because he wants to make sure she's okay.
hey, Diamond, do this. Take the high side. Let's say she files a suit, she wins, right? All she gets entitlement to is whatever the house. She can put a lien on the house, but she can't make him move, can't make him sell it. When he sells it, he gives her. Let's
I
take that.
don't know what she can do. All I know is that
No, but
Jeff had to
that's the fact.
just got to close. He
Jeff,
just got to close that
Jeff,
door. That's all.
you just need
Diamond,
to show her with your actions. You just need to
Listen.
stand up and do what you got to do
I told
and
Jeff, and
show
I tell Jeff all
Diamond
the time. I love
that
Jeff as a
you can be a
friend. I
strong
do not
man
like the way
and you
she
can
is
be there for
handling
her.
him. I
Can you
don't
hear me,
like the
Jeff?
way he is handling him. I
right,
don't like the way he is allowing her to handle
And
him.
then I think
right.
with your actions that y'all can make
I
it.
feel like he is self-inflicting his own trauma behind that.
Uh huh.
Right.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And for me, you know what I'm saying? Why would I sit back as a friend
Jeff,
and
did you hear
not
what I said?
tell him how I feel about
Did
it?
you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said?
What'd you say?
I said with your actions, I think you just need to show Diamond that you can do that.
Well, that's all I am. I'm all about action. So
Yeah. Hey Jeff, you prevail.
but
You prevail, Jeff. I got you. You prevail. That all that stuff we've been hearing again. Hey, Diamond. See, the divorce is funny, but the end result of divorce is this: is that you have to show why these means are why you're part of any means that you go after. These are bogus lawsuits. People do them all the time in divorces. I mean, men
right.
do it to women, women do it to
I
men.
mean, look, they could put anything they want down.
Right,
Anything.
right,
Mm-hmm.
You know,
right.
I want all of his toenails. I mean, they could put whatever they want down.
You can say she's pregnant by Jeff right now. She's about to have his baby.
So
So
the judge is going to look at everything and do what's
right.
best.
Right. You know what
I
I'm saying?
don't want to be. No, I don't want to be. I don't want to be one of the. Well, I ain't gonna say I don't want to be. I'm not
But let me ask
going
you a
to
question.
be
What do you
one of
want
those
to?
women. I'm not
What
going
do
to
you
be
want to
one of
be?
those women that is going
What
to say,
What
"Oh,
do you
okay,
want to be?
Jeff, I'm here for you. I love you. We're going to be together, and I'm hoping on a wing and prayer." You know what I mean? Of what the outcome
Hey,
is,
what do you want to be? What do you want to be?
because
No,
but you
no,
know
no.
what I mean?
What do
Like,
you want? No, no, no. Forget all that. What do you want to be? Like, as a wife, if as a prospective wife, what do you want to be? Don't tell me what you don't want to. What do you want to be? Because all the don't want to be is may not have. What do you want to be?
And
first of all,
if this
Hello?
female was
Hey,
if the
y'all
wife
know I've been
wasn't
doing
if the
real good. I've been doing real good, y'all. I ain't had no M&Ms in a long time,
hey,
and
you
y'all
probably
really taking me there. Y'all really taking me there. It's so hard for me to try not to pull over and get some M&Ms. Like,
no. Okay, let me ask you something.
Diamond.
Hey,
Y'all doing too much. Listen,
think
listen,
about
y'all.
think
First of
about what
all,
you
wait a minute. Wait.
wait a minute, Tracy.
I
Hold
have
on.
listened to
I'm
this
step on you.
all
Hold
morning.
on, Tracy. I'm gonna step on you. You just came in the box. I'm gonna step on you. Relax.
Yes, baby. Go
Diamond.
ahead.
Think about what you want to be. Okay, all that supposed stuff that Jeff got to deal with. That's mine, and that's in Jeff's back little bag of plastic
I'm
bag.
not,
It's not made.
Uncle Bernie, I'm not
Yeah,
going to think about what I want to be. I'm going to think about what I'm going to be.
we're gonna be want to be great. Okay, so if you're gonna be okay, what you gonna be? Be great. What you gonna be? What you gonna be? Now, let me ask, what are you gonna be as a wife? What are you gonna be?
Like, it hurts. It really, you know what I'm saying? Like, it
No,
hurts me to just hear
what?
Jeffrey say,
Not just in
oh,
general.
I just want to make sure,
No,
you know,
not,
she
not
is a
in general.
whole,
In
this and
general,
that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm
in
like,
general,
what?
what are you gonna be? No. What are you gonna be as a wife to anybody? What do you as a wife? What are you gonna be? What are you gonna be? Just
No,
in
the M&M
general,
is not a code for anything. Go ahead, Miss Tracy, because
as a wife.
Uncle Bernie, you give me a headache.
You give yourself a headache because you don't have the plan of what you're gonna be, and that's fine. That's what marriage is about. We don't know what we're gonna
No,
be.
it's not that I have plans what I want to be. I'm
No,
just not going into a
no,
certain
no.
situation. That's
That's
all.
you go in,
Period.
you go in any way you go in. Nobody goes in on a red carpet or perfect carpet. You go in, and all kinds of things fall out.
Yeah, that's my
Right, but
question, Diamond. That
But do
was my
you even
question for you.
understand?
If the ex-wife wasn't in the
Understand what?
picture, Diamond, is that a possibility?
For me,
Damn
Jeff,
it, don't answer that.
Do you understand what?
Do,
my
do,
attorney said don't answer that.
Don't answer that. And
Hold
don't
on.
answer that. Because wait, y'all need to stop. Y'all need to stop right now. Y'all need to stop. Listen, I
Bernard,
love Jeff.
Bernard,
Jeff is a
Listen,
good guy. I love Diamond. Diamond's a good girl. But listen to this. Can you imagine the stress of watching your man stress over some old
right,
shit, a
right,
bitch
Trey,
that ain't even relevant?
right,
Even if
Trey,
she loses a court battle, just
hey,
the fact
right,
that my man has to go into court to argue
right.
a bitch
Thank you,
over
but
nothing.
thank
but
you,
Listen,
Trey.
Tracy,
listen,
I'm
listen. Y'all
Tracy,
could stop,
Tracy,
stop. Y'all could
he's
talk
a
about
man.
this build
He's
up,
a man.
but listen. Y'all could talk about this and that and woo woo woo. Diamond is making a conscious decision to
Right,
not take on what she can't handle. That's the most
right,
responsible. Just like Jeff, I commend him with what he said with his wife, and even if she's a royal bitch, Jeff is holding on to his integrity. He's doing
right,
what he feels as a man. I respect that. But I
right.
also respect Diamond saying, look, this is not a cross I can bear. What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Well,
Y'all set
take
up
on
to
me.
fail.
I
Y'all
can take
setting
on me.
Jeff
Hey,
up to fail. Have
it's
y'all
not.
lost your mind?
It's not a cross she has
Right,
to bear. Tracy, she'll have a stake in the matter.
You're a
Tracy,
man.
she has nothing
right.
no stake in the game. What's she had to bear?
That's her man. She
Bernard, you are
takes
old
on
school.
her man. Are y'all crazy?
What
She
was
Bernard,
takes on her man.
Tracy? One question for you. What part of this has she got to bear?
Her man, his emotions, his burdens, his court date. Because I'm going with man, Jeff.
His
We going to this court date together.
hey,
You think
his
you finna
burdens
go
are already
without
taken
me?
care of. But go ahead, come along, take the
Are you
ride with me.
crazy?
Take the
I'm
ride.
taking
Take the ride with them. Take the ride.
everything my man goes through is
That
my
man ain't
burden.
no more worried about that stuff than Tracy. You more worried about it than he is. That man ain't worried about this.
You know, and you know
Bernard,
what? He
Yes,
might
sir.
not worry, but it's a burden for Diamond. She knows what she can and can't handle. It's
But hey,
responsible of
then stay
her
home. Stay on
to
the
say
sidewalk.
no,
Stay by the
thank
grass.
you.
If you can't handle it, stay home. Stay by the sidewalk. Stay by the phone. I'll call you when it's done, baby. When it's all over, stay by the home. Stay by
No,
the phone.
no. It don't work like that.
Yes, it do.
No,
Because
it
women like
don't.
you, Tracy, will still be sitting by another phone waiting for that prospective gentleman to call.
If it worked like that, then why Diamond ain't saying yes?
At
If it
least there's a
works like that, then why
name at this
Diamond ain't
program.
saying
There's
yes?
a man right here. We got a man right here. You talking about a
With
man,
some bullshit going on.
huh?
With some bullshit going on.
Hey,
It's
that
some
man,
shit.
it's a
Listen,
walk.
if I want to be in a
Cakewalk.
relationship, listen, it's gonna
Cakewalk.
be Diamond. It's gonna be Diamond, Jeff, and the ex-wife. If you want to be in a poly relationship, just say that.
It's a cake.
Ain't nobody every time this trick get a whim, she gonna take him into court and cause some
thank
trouble.
you.
Even if she lose,
Right,
she's
right.
still gaining his
She
attention.
gonna win.
Who wants to
She
deal
gonna
with
win.
that?
She's already winning.
Oh, no, she ain't
She's
won.
winning already. She's winning.
You're crazy. You're crazy. Damn
Hey,
it.
I'm winning.
You call me later. We'll talk about this. Jeff, I love you. I'm getting the hell out of here. Y'all
Don't
walk
go to. We
off
don't
that
run the
damn line.
Tracy with this.
No,
You
fuck that.
runners.
Fuck that.
Y'all
Fuck that.
run. Don't run. Walk. Relax. Run. Hey, like Tracy. The best part about this, I don't got a stake in the matter either. I ain't got to run nowhere. So look, hey, at the end of the day, I
Jeff,
know
I
this
think
much.
that y'all just need to do the, like I was saying
And,
before, just do the friendship thing and lay that foundation first.
I
Right.
agree. I
have
agree.
fun.
For everybody's sake.
If you can
Yeah.
work
For
their ass
everybody's
off,
sake.
work
And
them pants.
I'm okay with that.
Yes.
I'm
Yeah.
okay with that. Because I never want to put anybody through any baggage that I have.
Right.
Never.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So and this is little baggage, you know.
And like I
It's
said,
little.
that it seems like that's what's been making you and Diamond happy,
It's
and
a carry on.
it works for y'all.
It's a carry on. Because at the end of the day, I'm blessed. You know what I'm
Jeffrey,
saying?
Hey,
stop trying to dress it up.
Well, it is what it is, baby.
so
It is what it is. So, you know, I'll make it work. Whatever it is, I'll make it work.
Where Miss Tracy go?
But that's this. Miss Untouchable is right. You know, wait till it's all closed, all sewn up, and you know
Well,
the
look.
cement is poured on top,
Uh-huh.
and then you know you can move on from there. And that
Well, at this point,
I'm
Jeff, you don't
okay
have
with that. That's
control.
fair.
You don't have control of the situation, Jeffrey. The law has control over the
Well, that's
situation
what I'm
now.
saying. Whatever that
So
is.
you
Whatever
can't
that
beat the
is.
law. You can't beat the law when the law tells you you're gonna have to still keep this insurance, and if you drop your insurance, you're gonna have to pay out your pocket cash. Now you're getting into your cash. You understand what I'm
Big
trying
boy.
to tell you?
Big
I
boy.
do
Big
understand.
boy.
I
Big
do
boy.
understand that. Now,
he's not
He's
dropping.
not
but
worried
it's
about
The
still
short
that.
line.
right. That'll still be sewn up, and then it's
The
obviously
short's not even
He's
right.
not
ready.
And
even worried
That's
about
already.
that,
That's
big
already
boy. That's the thing.
yeah.
No,
All
no,
we talking
Diamond
about.
is word. Diamond is
For
word. I'm
what?
talking about for Diamond's
Okay.
sake. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm
Look.
talking about the
And I
law on her
Okay.
behalf.
and let
Okay.
me
on that.
just say this. Let me just say this.
No, no.
Yeah,
How in the world?
Let
How
me say
is
it.
this so
go Jeff.
shocking?
Go Jeff.
Because I know 90% of women in here have taken men with baggage. 90% of you trying to tell me you've never been with a divorced man. You're trying to tell me you've never been with a man that paid child support. You're trying to tell me that a man don't have emotional feelings. You're trying to tell me that angel just came on in and you married him and it's all
Jeffrey,
okay.
hold on, y'all. I
Don't
got
you
Jeffrey. I got this.
cannot
I got this.
you
Don't nobody speak.
cannot
I got this.
You
you
got
I got
cannot
this.
nothing to do
say
it, Jeff. Don't
I
fool
got
that.
that.
this. No,
Jeffrey,
I
Hold
got
on.
grab
this.
your
Hold
nuts
on.
like this, Jeffrey.
I'm
Jeff.
not
Grab
finished.
them.
Jeff.
Listen,
We
you
stand
cannot
up for
say
Jeff.
that is
No,
a
let me talk.
deal
Let me talk. I
breaker
got
when
this.
you
Let me
do it
talk.
all the time. You
Do
Let me
cannot
it
say
all
talk.
the
that
time.
you
Jeffrey,
Hey,
Jeffrey,
I
listen.
had to.
Now
Hey, Jeff.
you are
Ooh.
speaking. Now, Jeffrey, you are speaking from a defense mechanism. Yes,
no.
it's a lot of women. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on, Screw. Hold on, Screw. It's a lot of women
I should call you
that
Screw.
have taken baggage. Yes, it's a lot of women that have did that.
And made it
Now,
work.
guess what?
And made it
Hold
work.
on, Screw. Hold on, Screw. And so we do have choices and options to do if we want to continue to take on that shit. Everybody is not gonna do that 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5
And
times.
I understand that. I understand
So
that.
when you say that, you saying that to say what?
I'm saying that to say that there are degrees of people of what you will accept and what you won't accept. And so therefore, whatever your acceptance is, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. But there are degrees of what people will accept. Because listen, in general, women just have a lot of issues. And what will a man accept from her?
That's right. Take this thing and run with it.
And
Get
if
this
you
relationship.
want to be, and if you want
And
to
I
be
don't mean to cut you
technical,
off.
Come on in, honey. Come on, goddess. Come on, goddess.
I don't mean to cut you off, but some females had been with men that had much more baggage than you, Jeffrey.
Oh, a whole lot more.
A whole lot more.
Lot more. This woman
Yeah.
ain't gonna come. This woman ain't gonna fly down here and start blowing up cars, or writing on the car, following you. You know what I'm saying?
Or let's say Jeffrey had babies. Let's say he had babies, 5-year-olds, 2-year-olds. Miss Gladys, this man ain't got none of that.
No.
So the thing is the thing is what you ladies is, this is the thing. Y'all want you a Superman. Y'all want you a super built ass Build-A-Bear motherfucker.
Diamond.
And we ain't out here like that. We ain't out here like that. You
I
take
want-
us for who we are, and we take you for who
Jeffrey,
you is.
I want
We marry you. You don't marry us. We marry you, and y'all need to understand that.
What did y'all
Jeffrey,
accept a man
because
from?
GQ got a big ass
What
mouth.
did you marry a man? What type of baggage does a man
You know what?
have?
Fuck, I'm gonna mute my.
I want that to be
You
the
say what?
topic tomorrow. I want the topic to be tomorrow. What type of baggage did you accept from a man or woman? What type of baggage did they have coming in?
Hey Jeff, I got all the. I'm in federal court, Jeff. I'm on a federal grand jury right now. I could be looking at 40 years of life. Hey Jeff,
Look,
I got backpacks of drugs on my one back shoulder. I got guns on another. I got stolen.
How many women on this live married a man straight out of prison? 5 felons.
And I'm
ain't got shit to that
Jeff,
name.
keep it come a champion for the man.
Right. How many women have married a man with a 400 credit score? How many women have married a man without a job? How many women have married a man with 8 kids, 5 kids,
my wife right
4
now.
kids, and ain't taking not a one of them? I don't have none of that.
Well, yeah, that's why Diamond ain't got married yet.
And I applaud you for that. I applaud you for that.
You might be in a better position.
Get on my case because I'm divorced and I have a small little luggage here. But I do agree at the end of the day what Untouchable said: remain friends once it's closed.
But Jeffrey, who's getting on your case?
Who's
getting on your case?
Hey Diamond, here's the critical part.
No, Uncle Bonnie, listen, let me talk to Jeffrey.
How many women
who's getting on your case? You're taking things out of context.
Talk to Jeffrey.
You're taking this out of context. Like, who's getting on your case? I'm not getting on your case.
All I'm saying is it's like,
why are you taking this out of? Why are you taking?
Because it's
filed
making
in Georgia,
it seem like I got this whole
where's she filed?
7-foot suitcase that I gotta check. That I gotta check underneath the airplane.
Hey, where's she filed, Jeff?
California.
I got a handbag.
Jeffrey, listen. Jeffrey, listen. Listen to me. However you view your baggage, that's on you. If you view it as a carry-on, that's on you. If you view it as a 7-foot, it doesn't matter. But you still have to be able to respect any woman's decision on if they want to deal with that. That's all I'm saying.
Yep, I agree with that.
So don't go into defense mode. You know what I'm saying? Because like you said, what one won't accept, another one will.
Just point out facts.
That's the point. That's just the point I was trying to make.
Yeah. Hey Diamond, that's OJ right there, running through the airport, never missed the plane. Jeffrey will catch the plane every time. But look here. Here's the most important thing about this process.
Nicole say, I took my husband's student loan, very little baggage. Okay, right. Nicole, you took the loan when y'all was together, or you took the loan when y'all was married?
You should be getting a refund, Nicole, if you file for it.
Hold on, Nicole. You took the loan when y'all was together, or you took the loan when y'all were married? You took the loan when he became your daughter's father. I mean, I'm trying to understand.
It had to be when they married, Diamond. That's what she's saying.
She said when y'all got married. Okay. So at the end of the day, you did not come into a relationship and take it on what, you know what I'm saying, he have going on. And then too, that's your child's father. You have a man, you know what I mean, all to yourself, so you can accept certain things if you want to. That's up to you.
Yeah,
That
but
is up to you.
the decision. But hey, first of all, let me say this: nobody's forcing you to. Nobody. I mean, nobody's even encouraging you or anything of that nature.
Right.
We just talking. Nobody's saying. We just iron out some of the. And again, this is all snapshot stuff. So let's look at it from that standpoint. But the bottom line is that certain things can be a problem for a marriage. What Jeff has described is not a problem going forward, because either way, let's just take the like I said, take the end of the road, and she gets a judgment of assets on that. Nothing happens until he sells the house. He ain't got to sell the house right away. That's his living quarters, first of all. But nonetheless, it's not going to happen because, first of all, she's in California. She has an abode. You ain't going to be filing for another abode and take. First of all, can she even afford to take on the responsibility of that home that she's trying to go after? Negative. But she's fighting. So these are things that Jeff got a good basket. I ain't worried about Jeff.
There's an end game. That's, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
There's an
right,
end game.
right,
And
exactly.
it's short term. It's not 18 years.
Right.
Well, I see why the cops get over on black brothers. Boy, I see they don't know the law. They just don't understand.
Right.
He has to take care of her for the rest of his
Right. There
life.
you
So
go.
for the rest
No,
of her life, man. Don't you see that?
that's not true.
Yes, it is. How you
No,
gonna tell me? I know.
all
I
right.
know for a fact.
Jeff ain't got to take care of no more than man on the moon, man. I've been running from
No,
child
long
support.
as she
Uncle Bernie,
complains.
listen. You're
5 years.
speaking from Uncle Bernie. You're speaking from a person that
Right.
is you.
I live in the rent
You
zone. I ain't paying for that child in 10 years. I mean, not
book,
10 years, 30 plus years. Jeff, you're in great shape, Jeff.
right? So therefore, you don't know. Just by the book.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but Jeff is fine. If I would love to switch road with Jeff. You want to take my road, I take yours. I'll take Jeff's time. Hey, Jeff, my stuff is straight. They can't never come after me because I had nothing to go after. But take my road,
Wait,
Jeff.
wait,
I got
wait.
whatever home you can live in. Come take this one, Jeff. If I take yours,
Uncle B Mac.
huh? I'll
Let's
take
do
Jeff.
some high profile divorces.
Right,
Tiger Woods and his ex-wife, right?
right.
Tiger Woods gave her $500 million.
I think a little less than that. I think a little less.
Or whatever.
Yeah.
He don't have to pay no more on none of that. He
No.
gave her $500 million. She went and brought an island
Right.
and all that other crazy shit.
It's right. Yeah.
Dr. Dre went through a crazy divorce. A
300,
crazy divorce.
300 some million. Mm-hmm.
Gave her 300 million.
Right.
Guess what? The
What the hell
judge
is she
ordered
doing?
her 300 million. Guess what? Dr. Dre is like, fuck it. I'm gonna give her 300 million and I'm gonna move on.
Right.
Jeff is saying, whatever I'm going through, I'm gonna give it to her. Fuck it. If not, the judge will do whatever his due diligence, whatever. But I'm still moving on.
I'm like this. If I have to pay her alimony, then I'm going to say, well, then judge, I want half the business. Or she keeps all the business and
Right.
I get no alimony.
No alimony.
Is
So,
that fair?
so
Right?
Jeff's in a great seat. I ain't worried about Jeff.
Great seat. We ain't worried about
She
Jeff.
already got everything else. Everything
Yeah,
else.
we ain't worried about Jeff.
Including the business.
Hey, and then Jeff also
That's
Why
all
should I have to pay her?
material.
California so
That's all
liberal.
material. That's all
California.
Now,
material. He
Hey,
has to
no.
physically take care of her life, not material. We
but
saying physically he has to take care of her for the rest of her life.
Hey, big boy.
no.
This is
Right.
where a nigga like me come in.
Assets
Because
and
I'm
Jeff
gonna get to Jeff ex-wife,
ain't
and
working
then
out.
I'm gonna be friends with Jeff, and
Hey Jeff, the
and
property you gave up, how much property value that? The property you
Say
gave up
again?
on just estimate. Was over $1 million on the property in California? About $1
Jeff,
million, million
No.
bucks?
if she got half of the business, Jeff, I want some of
Over
that business. So I'm gonna get to your
700,000,
ex-wife,
right?
Jeff. I'm gonna get to your ex-wife, sir.
Hey, Jeff, over 700,000 for the property, right? That you gave
What's her
up.
name?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's her name? You ain't
Okay.
gotta worry
So,
about her
hey,
no
that
more.
right there, that cuts the mustard. The ratio to debt as assets is already above. So Jeff, you're in a great
Sad.
situation. That's this asset. You ain't got to pay it. Hey, Jeff, you know what? You can really piss in a bag and mail it to and tell her, drink this and get well. That's what I would do.
There you go. There you go, Uncle Bernie. There you
No,
go.
nah,
There you
it don't
go.
work like that.
Here,
It
I
don't work
urinate
like that.
in the box and send it to her just as clear as day. Enjoy this, get well. That's what I would do.
Look, for,
But
for
hey,
my friends, to be big boy, for my friends to be happy, Jeff and Diamond, I'm willing to sacrifice and go to Jeff's ex-wife when she got half of the business, all of the business, whatever the judge called. But I'm gonna lay on her like a motherfucker, and then Jeff ain't got to worry. Jeff ain't got to worry about it no more.
Wow.
yeah.
Wow. That's a tough one. I feel you. I've been there. I
I'm
didn't
telling
repent it.
you,
I
Jeff, you
gave
ain't
up
got to
that,
worry about her
that,
no more.
that life.
Hey,
I gave that life up.
Let me get at her, Jeff. You ain't got to worry about her no
again,
more.
men recover from
Wow.
these type of things. Men ain't worried about the. Hey, Jeff, I've been where you are. Recovery is great. Your recovery great.
Taking
Hey,
one for the team.
recovery,
Who
recovery
said
keep
that?
again.
Hey, Diamond.
What's up,
I ain't
Jay?
had that
I just
moment.
want to. Hey,
I'm losing
I just
every
want
moment.
to ask.
Hey,
I just want
even
to
the
answer one
fans,
question
everything.
when Big Boy.
The fans like a comic strip to me. I love them. They keep me awake. But anyway,
Yeah, what's
Jeff,
that, Jay? What's that, Jay?
I
hey,
want to
Jacob.
answer one question when you said he's responsible for her medical for the rest of her life. That's not true. And the reason why I
Okay.
say that, and the reason why I say that's not true, my parents are
Mhm.
divorced. They were married over 20 years. They're divorced. My dad is not responsible for my mother's medical insurance.
But your
She
mom
had
is not being ignorant and disrespectful. He's dealing with
no.
a woman. That's what I'm saying. That's the
That's what
difference.
he's
What I'm
saying. It's
saying
a
is,
difference.
once Jeff shut it off, she's gonna go take him to court and say, "Look, we're long as she say they're dating, the law is gonna make Jeff remain taking care of her." Now, I used to be,
But
I dropped
she
out
would
of
have
state
to
police.
prove that they're dating first of all,
Yeah,
Well,
and
and
second of all,
he's taking care of her. That's the proof.
but
That's all she needs. He's taking
he's
care of her now. That's the proof. That's
no,
all she needs.
no,
but he's doing that.
that's
He's
been
doing that as
No
opposed to
sense.
paying alimony. And also, what I want to say
Yeah,
is,
but
she has a
she's
business.
lying.
oh, she can lie all she
She
wants. I mean,
has a she has a business, and she can get she has a business. He doesn't. She has basically she has employment. He has employment. He can request that she get her own insurance because she has she has employment. So there's no excuse why
But
she
she,
cannot obtain her own
yeah, but
insurance.
she's being ignorant. Is what Diamond been trying to tell y'all is the girl is
I mean,
being
I
spiteful
understand
to
that.
the man. So she's
Right.
I mean,
gonna
I
do.
understand that she's been
She's
spiteful.
not gonna pay for nothing if she can make him pay out of spitefulness. That's what I'm trying to say. So I
Right.
know how some women can be. So
She's
that's how it's
vindictive.
gonna be. That's what it sounds like it's gonna be. She's gonna be vindictive, and
Right.
that's what she's gonna do. She's not coming out of her own pocket. She gonna tie him down with her problem situation, and that's that. That's how it's gonna be.
What he should have done, and I'm sorry if you didn't do this when you got divorced. This should have been in the divorce decree that you will do X
Right,
amount of
right,
years and this and that. Because
right,
when my parents got divorced, my dad was responsible for paying my mom alimony for X amount of
right,
years, and she put in a divorce decree that she was entitled to part of his pension when he retired. There's nothing
right,
that she can go back and get because all of that
right.
was
That's
lined out and
different.
agreed for in a
Exactly.
divorce. She can't
Right,
go back and ask for anything. And since Jeff
right,
didn't put all that down in the divorce decree, I don't know if she
right.
can. And every state is different. So
Well, that's
that would be
nationwide.
up
That's
to the
they
court.
got up to a whole year. They got up to a whole year. That's nationwide. She can wait 6 months and make a complaint. If she find out about him and Diamond, she could just say, "What? Oh, I'm going to court. Look, me and him been dating, and look, he's dating somebody else already, and he hasn't been taking care of my insurance. He gonna have to pay that back money, whatever's been. And she been needing medication. I mean, it goes further and further. It don't stop.
Hmm.
That may be the case.
Yeah, no,
I
no, it
know
ain't
it's
no
different for
case.
every state.
No,
No, I'm just saying I know it's different for every
it's
state.
different for every
Well,
man.
yeah,
Cause
that's the
look,
law. That's the
I'm
national law. That's in any
hell
law
no.
book.
Look, I'm gonna do this to my ex-wife if I ever have an ex-wife. You see all this land right here? It's gonna
Y'all,
be a hole. And you know how long it took me to dig it? Guess how long it's gonna take me to put you in it. Fuck that.
Just that quick.
So,
Yeah, just that quick. Fuck all that shit. I'm not going through all that shit. Y'all niggas is crazy.
that's
Yeah,
all I
that's
want to say.
crazy.
Hey, David. Hey, honey.
I wish a
I'm
woman
gonna drop
would
back
come in
down.
my
Okay.
world with nothing.
Okay. Yeah. Let me. I gotta end my live. I gotta take a Zoom call. So I'll talk with y'all later.
All right.
All
Bye.
right.
Bye. Bye.
Okay.